Another Saturday night. Shoot the breeze. I want to say peace and blessings to everyone who tunes in tonight. If you're out there already, that's cool. I see there is at least one person out there. If you're out there already, that's cool. Thanks for tuning in, and peace and blessings to all those who will be tuning in tonight, tuning into the playback later on. Thank you for tuning in. This is the Bitter Medicine Podcast segment, Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. And you know how it goes. We have 10 topics that we aim to discuss tonight. And those topics would be Babylon by bus, why go? Talking about those black leaders who were put on a bus doing Queen Elizabeth's funeral. We're going to talk about what's going on in Tanzania, the volunteering abroad hustle. We're going to talk about a song that dropped. I don't know if it's mainstream or not, but I do know that it uses the beat of a currently popular song. It's about being baby daddy free. We're going to talk about that. Hopefully YouTube doesn't shut us down. We're going to talk about how sometimes the best offense is a good defense. We're going to talk about the Cuban family code. We're going to ask yay or nay to it. You guys like it or don't? We're going to talk about why Africa needs a mental revolution. We're going to do a follow-up piece, actually, tonight, too. We're going to follow up on the twins who were married to the same one woman. Interesting details to follow. We're going to discuss reparations and why folks are asking for a debt to be paid that they don't owe, that they don't feel they owe. So we're going to talk about reparations in terms of white folks not feeling like they owe a debt. We're going to talk about false pretenders and listen to a real, quote unquote, real gangster tell it how it goes. And lastly, we're going to celebrate Nigeria at 62. Happy Independence Day goes out to Nigeria. I see we got Bibi Rodriguez in the chat saying, good evening, Koku. We got Ketter, always here, friend of the network. Ketter says, blessings, fam, greetings, Koku. And we got Tanzan, Sister Tanzan, or TZ, is in the chat saying, Amani, Koku. Also, we got the pro-black perspective here in the house as well. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to drop the invite link. So anyone who wants to join the panel, you don't have to add any new software or anything. Just come through, click the link. You'll be in the backstage of the panel. I'll let you on. All you got to do is be black, pro-black, Gaviite, Pan-African, black nationalist, anything along those lines, right? You're an African, you can come up. So there's the link I'm dropping. What we're going to do now is we're going to start the show officially. On the other side, we will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1, all right? So you guys make sure and do stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network. called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. I see we have BB Rodriguez in the house tonight. Can you guys hear me? Just to make sure.
Clear.
You can hear me, Kevin Curry?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we got BB Rodriguez in the chat tonight. She asked a question. Did I hear you say Elizabeth? Absolutely, you heard me say Elizabeth. Right? Absolutely. So hold on, let me just check something real quick because something doesn't sound right on my end. Oh yeah, I'm coming through. Oh, I see what's happening. You guys are hearing me through my computer speaker and not through. It doesn't matter. I'll fix it later. Keto says we can hear you. Bobby Wright says sound is great. So thanks for that, guys. I appreciate that. Let me welcome in my panelists so far tonight. Kevin Carre, how are you this week?
Well, the summer is over in New York City. It's time for the winter time, man. But hey, it's still beautiful.
You're right. The summer is over in New York City. And just quickly, did you guys hear any feedback when Kevin Carre was speaking just now? You guys in the chat, did you hear any feedback when Kevin Carre was speaking? Because if not, I'll just use the setup as it is. Janelle says I'm clear. Let's welcome in Bwana Hagoziki. You see, I know the name. I just was calling him.
Good night, my good brothers. Koku, we can hear you clearly. There's no echo. I don't hear any echo, so you good, man.
Okay, good. That's great to know. Great to know. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. So you good, Mr. Untouchable?
Yeah, man. It's raining out here right now. We had the hurricane pass over. It didn't hit us. It hit Florida instead. So we was lucky off of that. But it's just raining out here. It's nothing bad. But I'm good. I'm good, man.
Yeah, we getting that rain out here now too. From that hurricane,
Yeah, we luckily ducked that, man.
Yeah, I'm glad that we ducked it. But shout out and best wishes to those who did get it. I know Jacksonville didn't get it, so D Webb was cool.
Yeah, see in Florida, that's right.
Yeah.
Right.
Jonelle is in Florida. Janelle, how are you guys in Florida? Janelle in the chat. Daily Affirmations by Pauline is in Florida as well. So Pro-Black Perspective says, damn, I'm finna be the last one calling him Mr. Untouchable. Yeah, I have to show the brother I know his name.
Yeah, Mr. Untouchable in Kiswahili, but no big deal.
Yeah, he's still Mr. Untouchable. He just Bwana Hagoziki now in Kiswahili. So I appreciate that name change too, by the way.
Yeah, the sister blessed me with the name. She took her time with it. Tan took her time with it. So I have to honor that,
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Speaking of the sister, Tanzana said, Tan, how are you this week?
I am wonderful. Thank you very much. Habari, Koku, Habari, Bwana Haguziki, and Habari, who do we have here?
Kevin Carre.
Kevin Carre, yes.
Habari Dada, Habari Dada.
Hey, greetings.
Mzuri sana. Yes. Yes, I'm well. We in California, we don't have bad weather, so nothing to report.
bragging. Tan actually agreed, for those who are interested, Tan agreed to work with me through this. I have this Kiswahili PDF. I think it's up on the Discord. If you guys aren't on the Discord, click the link at the top of the chat and down in the description. Join the Discord today. Tana's agreed to actually help with the audio of the PDF for the Kiswahili book that we have on the Discord. So you'll hear, you're probably going to hear myself and Tan work through some of the pronunciations in chapters 1 and 2 of the book. And we're going to put that on the Discord soon. So you guys make sure to join the Discord as soon as you can. And if you're interested in learning an African language, there's your opportunity, right? Jonelle in the chat says that there was little rain down there where they are in Florida, but no damage to our property. And there goes Daily Affirmations by Pauline saying good evening. So I'm glad to hear you all are fine in that part of Florida where you're at. And I'm glad to hear D-Web is fine in the part that he's at. So that's good news. But at the same time, you know, peace to those who were affected. I just dropped Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. Let's get into it. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 is Babylon by bus. Why go? So now you guys know that Queen Elizabeth died a couple of weeks back. And so this story is a little bit older, but it's still relevant. It's still a worthy discussion. What happened with some of our so-called leaders out there in the UK. So what we're going to do is, let me queue up the link. And I'll share it with you guys, just so you know what's going on. But it's a very interesting kind of thing we do. We really make ourselves subservient to these folks out here, man. So here's the screen share. You guys take a listen, and then we'll discuss it.
So yesterday, while watching the funeral of the late Queen Elizabeth, I was surprised to see Cyril Ramaphosa standing in a bus, and on another picture, there are African leaders sitting down and smiling to the camera. While on another picture, there is the Mnangagwa in the driver's seat. And I was surprised that are these guys not attending a funeral? Are these guys not presidents? And while wondering, here comes Joe Biden, the president of USA, arriving in an entourage. So he's being escorted by many cars to arrive at the venue. While our brothers there, our president, the people we look up to say that you can eradicate poverty, they are being put in a bus and they are taking pictures of them to say smile to the camera. So they gave Joe Biden the presidential treatment while they are giving our presidents residential treatment. They are showing them that you are only important there in Africa, not here in the UK. We are not going to give you entourage in the UK. Here you arrive in a bus. We put you all in a bus. It doesn't matter whether you are very important there in Africa, not here. And I was asking myself, why did this guy not just sit at home and not come to the funeral? I mean, they're costing us taxpayers money, a lot of money. They are using a lot of money to go there only for them to be treated as the third best. I don't know if the third best is the best option to come up with, but they were not important yesterday. They were not shown that important status that they have. They were treated like pedestrian. Put in the bus, go to the funeral, come back, go home. You can take your private jets when you go home. But when you come to the funeral, nothing important will be shown to you. This is the indication to them while they dance into the West, while they dance into Europe. It is an indication that no matter how much you try to show them that you love them, they will never show you that love. To us, it was always about the minerals. It was always about what we can offer them, not what they can offer us. Whatever they offer us, it ends there with the leaders, never to the people. But whatever we offer them, it comes from the people to those countries. If these leaders of ours did not see that, were not ashamed of what they saw, nothing will ever change. But to us, the people who were watching them, we were glad to see them being treated like that, because that's how they treat us here back at home. We are made to suffer while they are living large. Now you know how it feels to be in a bus. Anyway, guys, thank you for watching, and until next time, cheers.
Remember the elected members, especially Senator.
Yes, indeed. You guys can still hear me, right? I'm very uncertain about this setup.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. So Babylon by bus. Why go, Kevin Curry? What do you think of what you saw there?
Well, I don't got much to say, but what can I say, man? These are the kind of slaves we need to purge out of our community. You know that these people don't mean you any good. They have a bad history of being your country, of killing your people and taking your resources, stealing your land, but yet you want to go to Elizabeth funeral, and they're showing you disrespect. All they're saying is, yeah, Negro, just come to the funeral to act like you care, but we're gonna send your ass back. But as I said, fuck these people, man. Excuse my language, but fuck them.
Yeah, fuck them. Real Black Gentleman, how are you this week? Real Black Gentleman.
Oh yeah, I'm here. My bad. What's up?
Yes, how are you this week?
I'm doing good today. I'm feeling pretty good.
That's good to hear. Babylon by bus. Why do you think these people went to that funeral?
I don't know. I kind of came in kind of late. I'm just looking at these pictures right now. Why would they go? I mean, like, why would they? Is this the Queen's funeral?
Yeah, basically, people. The Queen, Elizabeth is the name.
Yeah, welfare queen.
Yeah, basically, a bunch of black leaders went out there and was transported by bus and whatnot while there.
If you build it, they will come. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a fear of being different, a fear of being seen as not going along with everything else. It's like, a lot of these European, states, they are very structured. They know what's going to happen before it's happening. They're very meticulous. So even the idea that, these, once the whole like funeral is going to happen, they're going to make sure they're going to have people, everyone from wherever come and go see it. I mean, they probably already paid for it. Everything was already paid for. So it's like, it's one of those things where, well, how could we not go? It's, everything's already set up. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, they were compelled to go. I mean, why go? Because it was paid for, because it was free, because it was just a free trip. That's why. Right. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Right. No, I appreciate what you said there. In the chat. We got KW Don 7 is here. Bobby Wright said, I thought it was hilarious and sad at the same time. Why would they even go to Elizabeth's funeral in the first place? So you see, Queen Elizabeth is catching on. Bibi Rodriguez in the chat says, yes, purge these deliberate compromisers. Sister Raw is here tonight. How are you, Sister Raw? Sister Raw says, daughter of bitches, all murderers, overstand? Forecast Radio is out there in the chat. Piece of the Forecast Radio. Make sure you guys subscribe to all the shows on KWAZ Radio. Ketter says it was quite embarrassing. The Indian, Chinese, and Russian presidents were conducting business in Kazakhstan. Black leaders were wasting time on the funeral of an old lady. Shaking my head. With that said, Tanzan, what say you to what you saw in here? Why would they go, though?
Well, they're just servants, who are serving their masters, they're not leaders, most of them, in a sense that they're not chosen by the people, but rather put upon the people. In most of the places in Africa and all these places, they were actually celebrating and laughing and having a joke. Nobody in Africa, believe me, was crying that the queen was dead, and nobody had been happy that she was alive anyway. So, for them to do that just shows you that they don't represent the will of the people. They just, they're just civil servants and literally just civil servants. They're just the highest authority of the servants, but that's what they are, just smiling civil servants. So that's all I'll say for that.
Yeah, thank you for that, Tan. Very clownish indeed. Oni, what say you to this?
Yeah, peace, fam. How you doing?
Peace.
Yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous. Obviously, I mean, like Keta was saying in the chat, you know, if you do not like, are you governing or are you like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, send your ambassador, you know, send your kind regards. You're not gonna get, you know, you're not gonna get any cookies for showing up. You know what I mean? The white folks showed up, you know, to probably plan out this war that they're doing, you know, and black folk just showed up to, you know, for photo ops. It's ridiculous, but it kind of tells you, really, it kind of tells you how like global we are as a people, you know, how international we are as a people. Because I just saw a picture of that clown FBA dude, the gay one. He like ran for office, and he's at Marcel, I think his name, right? Yeah, Marcel. Yeah, him he took a picture, right? He took a picture with this other guy, and somebody said, all y'all do is photo ops. And I'm like, yo, you see how black folk be? Like, it don't matter what part of the world you at, you just doing photo ops. You ain't doing no work. Because I know damn well Biden showed up with an entourage, you know, to talk, you know, this war or something, you know? Like Keta was saying, China and them was like, nah, we busy doing something else. We probably thinking about this war too. You know, and these clowns just sat down in the chair to, you know, you know, are you president too? I had no idea. Freaking, you know.
Yeah, it's clown. Oh, damn, you here too? Get your ass off the bus. I wonder if they made them pay a fare, right? Mr. Untouchable, what say you to all of this?
Yeah, I think that this was a, first of all, let me say this. People will treat you or try to get away with as much as you allow them to.
Absolutely.
As much as you allow them to. And let me also say, I personally think that this was a psyop by MI6. And I'm going to explain why. The British government understands, and they know that the empire, the English empire is gone. Now, they don't have that so-called English empire anymore. But sometimes with these kinds of staging, they really want to see who they have on board, who their boys still are. Yeah, who their boys still are around these satellite countries, these former colonial countries. Anyone who got on that bus, willfully got on that bus and sat on that bus through the whole funeral and the whole charade, they know, well, we could easily still manipulate these men. Don't you know that the president of Ghana, he chose not to go first and foremost. He said, I ain't going there. I ain't see Kagame in that mix either. Right. I ain't see Kagame in that mix either. It's interesting. And any president who was worth their salt, because I see the South African president there, I forget his name now, Ramaphosa. He is in control of a country that has I think they have nuclear weapons. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking to myself, what's the comedian name? The black comedian name now, the popular one. His name he's on all these Netflix shows.
Kevin Hart.
The other one, Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle said that while in Hollywood, that the Hollywood producers was trying him, so they proposed that he wear a dress, and he said, hell no. So there's like, come on. They wanted to see how far he would go. He said, well, the script says this. And then when Dave Chappelle finally said, hell no, the whole thing, they had a whole other script prepared just in case he didn't say no. So really it was just to stand back and watch to see what this actor would do. You know, how far he would, because they have their own interests. They have their own plan, meet it in the background, meet it out. But just in case, they'll go back and resort to, well, this guy is a man, let's treat him as a man, all these things. I feel like they proposed the idea like, why don't y'all just get on this bus here? And any president who's thinking like a president would say, hell no, get me a limousine. Don't you think that in the UK, the Queen has probably hundreds of limousines where each of those presidents would have been able to ride in limousine, had full limousine service.
Right.
Why would they put these presidents on a bus when they have probably the Queen has resources that extends beyond the gate. They could have easily put each and every one on all these then individual cars. Why would you do this and put all them on a bus? I feel like it was an op. It was MI6 trying to create a narrative. First, they wanted to get the photo up of it, but I also think that they wanted to see who they had in their bag. No self-respecting African president would allow himself to be put in this position, even if it's just the idea of the picture of it. Because this picture is going out not only to the rest of the world, but to their people as well. And it sends a message. It sends a message. We have you in our bag. But I see that Kagame didn't get on this bus. I see that the president of Ghana didn't get on this bus. And some other African presidents who had, I know Mugabe would have definitely get on no friggin' bus.
Right.
You know what I mean?
He wouldn't have gone.
Not at all. But I think that no self-respecting person who considers himself to be a leader or a head of state would have found themselves in this position, as opposed to the president, the so-called president of the United States. He's in a limo. I'm sure the president of France was in a limo, and I'm sure the other rest, European president, Italian president was in a limo. No self-respecting leader would have put himself in this kind of position. So, but these guys are in the bag, man. They are beggars, eternal beggars, and it's unfortunate that they represent people who don't necessarily share their views. And I find myself in these kinds of positions as well, because when our Uncle Tom prime ministers decide to do that shucking and jiving internationally, people don't even look at it and say, look at the Bahamian president, eh? So the Bahamian people think like him. No way.
No way.
No way. No way. But it's just a sad state of affairs. It is what it is. And we always have people like these amongst our ranks until we do the alternative thing. And I'll let Forecast explain what that alternative thing is.
Can I chip in real quick?
1 second, Kari. Hold that thought, okay? Ketter put me on here, and I'm not surprised by it. I'm just surprised I didn't know it. He says, no, South Africa gave up the nukes. He says once, immediately after blacks took over the political affairs, they had to give up those nukes. So I'm not surprised by it. I'm just surprised I didn't know that. That's interesting. Thanks for that, Ketter. BB says, how do we know she transitioned, though? 2 days before she was up, alert, and shaking hands with the new prime minister in Scotland. It ain't adding up that she is gone. That lady was almost 100 years old. That lady was old when I was a child.
Yeah. I mean, we can't do too much with the conspiracy. She ain't with
yeah. We can't do too much.
She's in the box. She's in the box.
Yeah, she gone. She gone. That one over. Gaston upstairs be looking at it all wrong. He says no African country is free, all still owned by the British Crown. B. Rodriguez says politics and performative at its finest to change the power the way they want. Bobby Wright says the South African government has absolutely no power. It's a paper bag tiger. The whites still control the economy and the resources. So Bobby Wright, that's what I thought. I thought with the whites still having the power and controlling the resources and all that stuff, I thought they still held on to their nukes. But I see what Ketter is saying. Once they got political control, these white folks said, you black folks can't control those nukes. Are you insane? Tanzan out in the chat talking shit. Happy pseudo-Independence Day, Nigeria. That's one of the things we're going to talk about tonight, right? B. Rodriguez says 96 is not old. Okay, good luck to you. Good luck to you, BB, in seeing 96. I hope it for you, but good luck. Yeah, so for those who don't know, BB is in all these pro-black spaces. She's on Brandon's Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. I think I seen her on the Afro Think Tank live stream one time ago. So BB is always around doing what BB does. So take BB with a grain of salt too, right? Trigger Happy 262 in the chat says, we definitely need a strong black nation with a nuclear program. I agree with that. The forecast says, dude, you all see the black dude trying to shake his new king hand, but he shook everyone's hand but his. Yeah, those guys have a way of doing that. Trump did that to this guy who looks like one of the Fat Albert kids. What's the senator's name? Kevin Curry. Do you know who I'm talking about? The black guy who he tried to shake Trump's hand, but Trump ignored him.
I saw that video, but I don't. Was it Tim Scott?
Tim Scott, that's him. Tim Scott, that asshole there. So yeah, those white boys have a tendency of doing that type of thing, brushing off the hand of folks who are trying to worship them. You know, black folks. Does anyone have any last words they want to add?
Yeah, there's something that Mr. Untouchable said, but look at the observation. You saw those that there's a photo of them African leaders standing up, like holding the handrail. Doesn't that look like the two express train to Flatbush Avenue? That's what they look like. They look like they're sitting on a freaking train. You know, they're very disrespectful that they have them doing that. But he made another point about the part with the dress where, you know, he said no, and all of a sudden they had another script. In my career as a photographer, you know, people always call me. The first thing they tell you, oh, we'll give you photo credit. We'll give you, when I tell them I want money and it's gonna be to my terms, they quickly have another contract ready for me.
Right.
So that's their playbook. They always have a second chance. They'll give you a bullshit price, but when you tell them your real price, then they'll start to pay for it because they want it. The moment they come to you, they want something. But I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, KW Don 7 and Kevin Curry called it. Tim Scott. BB says it's unsettling. I'm implying she's a troll. BB, we know you're an FBA troll for sure. That's without a doubt. Do I believe you're pro-black? Yeah, I believe you're pro-black. So this is why I'm cool with you being around. But I know you troll for FBA. By the way, did y'all see FBA? And I guess Secure the Tribe is another offshoot of this stuff. The beef that's going on, and again, Tariq is in the middle of it. Man, you guys who believe in Tariq is just crazy to me. By the way, I posted a poll tonight. Marcus Garvey the way says good night to everyone. I posted a poll tonight about the ham radio thing. Brother Bakari, who does the Brother Bakari podcast on KWAZ Radio, he's the one who kind of interested me in the ham radio thing. I do believe Black folks need to be more connected. And I think that's one other way of being connected in case of an emergency. Which brings me to this question. Just drop a 1 in the chat. Drop a 1 in the chat for me. How many of you have a bug out bag? If you have a bug out bag, who's calling me in the goddamn middle of a show? If you have a bug out bag, drop a 1. If you have, if you don't, drop a 2. I'm trying to see something here because we talk about this survivalist stuff in consciousness, but a lot of us aren't really practicing it. I have a bug out bag right now. You can go on Amazon and get one for very cheap too, right? And I have one in my car as well, as a matter of fact. Yeah. So a few of you put 1, some of you put 2. You know, I'm going to put a poll up about that next week if I remember, but you got to get on that stuff. You got to get on the canned good stored in your pantry type stuff too. You got to get on clean water. You know, get on your bug out bags because you never know what's going to happen, especially those of us inside the belly of the beast. You never know what's going to happen. I think that was a good discussion anyway on that. Yeah, on that prompt. Yeah, let's go to Amazon and order you a bug out bag, man. It's a backpack with various supplies. You get various size bug out bags in terms of pieces, number of pieces in the bag. But, you know, and also if you guys who drive around and drive a lot, you know, get your little bag. Someone's being an asshole. Get your bag, you know, that has your compass, your knives, your flint for for starting a fire, your thermal blankets, get that stuff. And if you're interested in this ham radio thing, I'm going to link up with Bakari a little bit closer as to how we're going to go about doing this. But let's get on board. Let's do a study group and get into this ham radio thing as well. That's a way to your survival. Yeah, I saw Bibi Rodriguez said, she's a freedman, but freedman is just another one of the black nativist groups, as KW Don 7 just said. Keta Rose's eyes at freedman as well. Bibi Rodriguez says, yes, we are stacked up and ready. That's what I like to hear, man. That's what we have to be on that stuff. And by the way, if you live in one of those states where you can get you a gun license, practice your Second Amendment right. Go and get you your piece. In addition to the bug-out bags, in addition to the ham radio, get yourself. There's a fire station right down the road from me, so that's the problem here. Get yourself your firearm as well. Those of us who are not in those states, we have to figure out something different in terms of that. Which is conversations we should be having too, by the way. But get yourself a firearm, man. Don't be in a state where you can legally own a gun and you don't own one. Come on, man. Anyway, that's my little spiel on that. Hold on a second. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, no, they hung up this time. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is forecast says you might want to make sure the sky not cracking over there, Coco. I know, right? All these different noises and alarms and whatnot. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is what's going on in, let me say the way Tanzan, TZ would say it, what's going on in Tanzania, the volunteering abroad hustle. This came with a link. Tanzania to the rest of us, I guess. This came with a link. Let's check it out, and then we'll discuss it.
So yesterday, while watching the funeral of the late...
Okay, that's not it. Sorry. What's going on here? Hopefully I have the right link here. Give me a second. Sorry about this. It may be that I didn't... It may be that I didn't grab the right link off of the Discord. Let me grab it now. And if you want to join the panel, you guys can join the panel. I'll drop the link again. I'll drop the link again after I play the video.
Voluntourism is a multi-billion-dollar industry. It sells wealthier people access to impoverished and struggling communities in exchange for a life-affirming experience. Kids would see vans of volunteers pulling towards them, and they'd quickly rub dirt on their faces so that they'd be more appealing, ironically, to the volunteers and look like they needed more help. Each of us paid thousands of dollars to go on this trip. Of that trip fee, almost none of it went to the orphanage. The primary goal, we were told, was to build a library. Our work was so bad that the local builders who were working alongside us would come back while we were sleeping and undo our work and redo it. They abused children in orphanages while under the guise of being a volunteer. What you're being sold is the idea that you'll help a community. What you're really buying is an opportunity to help yourself. I've been involved in voluntourism for over a decade. The language used by voluntourism tends to be along the lines of you can change the world and find yourself all at the same time. I wanted to physically go out to be that change, make a difference, be a global citizen, I definitely was thinking about how it would look when I applied to college and how it would look on my resume. I convinced my parents to pay a couple $1,000s for me to be able to go on this trip to Tanzania. It was about 3 weeks long. For $3,000, we would get to volunteer in an orphanage, teach some English lessons, play with some kids, go on a safari. I was entirely unqualified and unprepared and should not have been allowed to do this. You are going to be working with young children who are extremely vulnerable. I came from an all-girls school where I had a walk-in closet, and I was pulling up to this all-girls orphanage where they shared bunk rooms without running water. The primary goal of our time at the orphanage was to build a library. We believed that we'd be able to build the whole thing while we were there until you realize that none of us had ever done any construction work. There was a general feeling that the local workmen were lazy at times because they were showing up late. One morning I woke up and decided to go outside. I started walking up where we were building the library, and I saw that there were men working at the construction site. I realized that they were taking apart what we'd done and redoing it, and then they'd let it set, and by the time that we would show up to work in a few more hours, we'd be none the wiser. I told one of the chaperones from my school on the trip about what I'd seen and was advised to keep it to myself. You have stories of people donating bags full of toys that the orphanage director then goes and gives to his own kids or sells or locks in a closet so that the next group of volunteers will donate bags of toys. Because if they see kids playing with tons of toys, they won't bring toys. If they see kids sleeping on a good bed with a good mattress, they won't donate money for better beds and better mattresses. We did not eat our meals with the children in the orphanage. We ate separately, which was a rule at that orphanage. It was so we wouldn't know what they were eating. My typical breakfast at the orphanage would include fresh fruit juice, hard-boiled eggs, toast, jams, butter. The children were most often having beans and rice that they cooked themselves. We also would help them sort the pebbles out of the beans. A number of times, the girls were expected to sing for us. The exchange for them having a really good meal was to sing and dance. We were a predominantly white group. When I was in Tanzania, a young woman was questioning her sexuality and was being encouraged by this volunteer to live openly. The reality of this young woman's life was that she lived in a community where doing so would put her at very great physical danger. And so this volunteer was so focused on her own moral compass and moral values that she couldn't quite see how the advice she was giving this young woman could potentially kill her. The directors of the orphanage did not see the children's health as a priority. We were advised by other long-term volunteers at the orphanage that when residents did get malaria, despite there being money to pay for them to get medical care, they were not provided with medical care. The leadership of the orphanage were unwilling to spend the money. 80% of children who live at orphanages have not lost one or both parents. They are not orphans. They don't have birth certificates. They don't have IDs. No one knows who they are or where they are. These children are anonymous. The thing that really haunts me is the connection between orphanages and child sex trafficking. There are Brits, there are Americans, there are Australians who've been arrested, and that's just the tip of the iceberg for exploiting children and abusing them sexually and physically while making money from people like me who wanted to do good. They abused children in orphanages while under the guise of being a volunteer. Volunteerism is continuing to grow as an industry. During the pandemic, the trip providers who are the most successful were actively marketing trips to Tanzania as an opportunity to escape COVID and pretend like it didn't exist. You can say that you are giving 100% of fees back to a community without doing that. You can say those things because no one's checking up on you. No one's verifying that this is happening. The reason why it continues to increase is that many of the experiences that are similar to what I had as a volunteer of having children running towards me and wanting to sit on my lap and wanting me to carry them are still so emotionally compelling. They're still so alluring. It feels so good that it's really easy for someone to apply exceptionalism.
I'm messing up here, pressing the wrong buttons. Yeah, so Shooter Breeze topic number 2 is what's going on in Tanzania, the volunteering abroad hustle. We heard what we heard in that video, which is nothing really new. It similarly happens in Haiti, right? Nothing much new, but it's interesting to hear. And I agree with Bobby Wright in the chat, who said, you know, it's hard to believe anything these Mzungus say, even the so-called whistleblowers. She still went there as a missionary to indoctrinate. And, you know, Bobby, I'll tell you the truth. Bobby and the panel, I'll tell you the truth. I often look at these folks as kind of, they didn't get in on the action, so then they whistleblow. You know, that's pretty much how I view them. They didn't get in on the real action, so then they become whistleblowers. It's just another hustle, right? Kevin Carway, what say you to this?
Yeah, she sounds very when I was listening to she sounds very whiny, you know. Well, we came to save these people, but you know, the and she was putting blame on the people that was there already. You know, maybe maybe those people who are there are tired of them. Maybe they were coerced into letting these people into their community. You know, I've seen this video before about that. Yeah, why do we keep allowing these interlopers into our community? That's how you destroy your community, letting these people in. But you know, what more can I say, man? I'll pass the mic here.
Yeah, I think the people on the ground, the local people, let them in because they just want help. You know, the real problem is in these governments and these people who are the elected officials there. They let these people in, and that's the problem. You know, once you've crossed that first line of defense, which is the government, these people just run amok. You know, so I can't blame the locals too much because they need help. It's the governments and the government representatives that I hold an issue with. Real Black Gentleman, what's going on in Tanzania? What did you hear there? I see you in the chat.
That's let them in the back door. Violent tourism. Again, the scale of things when you break down. Oh my goodness, that's awful to hear. I mean, it's like I want to think that, like, you know, every time I kind of think that, like, you know, Africa is like shoring up its defenses. You know, once again, the babies are left just unguarded, it's hard. This is hard to talk about. I mean, it's like, how do you let these people come in and do all of this stuff? At some point, like, the first abuse had to have happened. A kid had to have said something. And then it's just a culture that these white people can come in and do what they want and pay money to a couple people. And I mean, what she had said about, like, how, you know, if they actually, you know, gave them it's like they didn't, it's like the whole thing was a setup. It was never about helping people in the first place. And that goes back to the whole idea that, why are these people coming here trying to bring gifts? This not, I mean, just look, I mean, like what, yeah, I don't really have much to say. I mean, I'm at a loss of words, basically. That's really wild. Like, and that's just not in Tanzania. That has to be going on in several other African nations. I mean, it's like the whole help us industry. You know, we need help, and you can't really. outsource that. But at the same time, it's hard because when you need help, you tend to, people again are preying on this situation. It's difficult to even try to, like, how would I say it, like, just police the idea that, well, if our people are going to need help and we are going to accept people that are maybe outside the continent, we do have to have some kind of agency to look over and just all of this. This is why Africa cannot exist with all these colonial borders. When dim-witted African people uphold these colonial boundaries, they do not do African people any justice in the 21st century. The people from the country surrounding, imagine if the people from Mozambique or Kenya may have seen some of this and couldn't do anything. I don't know, I'm just speculating, but I'm just saying that there's circumstances where we can be helpful to kind of prevent some of these things, and we go through these archaic, I swear, I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I don't want to misrepresent what's actually going on, because not every boundary is the same in every region of Africa, but like, really, like, how is this going on? Like, this cannot be. I'm rambling. I'm gonna pass the mic.
No, it's fine. In the chat, you had mentioned socialism too. Brother Bakari said this woman said she was on a 3-week trip and thought they were going to build a library in 3 weeks. Provide triggers for evolution says, I am wondering where these children's parents are, if they are not orphans, and the process of how these children end up in these quote-unquote orphanage spaces. Bibi Rodriguez says, yes, the kids. My boy and our boy, Urzuli just joined the panel. Urzuli, how are you this week?
Yeah, I'm good.
Urzuli was on the Black Pentagrammers with Gassim Up, Jay, and Tanzan last night. You guys should check that out as soon as you have a chance. Urzuli, what say you to all of this?
Yeah, I blame nobody else but the government, the men in the community who are supposed to be the first protectors. And I know Coco gave me grief for blaming the men. Yo, there's no way this happened if the men are upstanding citizens.
Well, what about if the men are desperate for help?
You're desperate for help, bro. That's like desperate for help from there's a lack of education about letting these people come in and trying to help you. They don't help you for free. Every help is for a reason. It's just like when we see pictures of people going down to Africa, shooting lions, shooting this and that. And that. Why are you letting these people in to destroy the natural resources in your country? I don't understand how black men or men need to be educated to protect their people. You don't know how to work the land? What is going on with us? So she said that who's building, when they go to sleep and she woke up and saw those people, who were they? Were they black people or were they other people? Like we saw this to a lot. That's what they do. Those volunteer people. I read this book where this guy's talking about people volunteer, molest, rape, all of that. They come down there and do their fun. Where's the first line of protection? Like this lady coming and then now people in the chat say, oh, she could be lying. So what is the truth? So what? She got somebody didn't give her the what she needed. She came out and blew the whistle. So what? But the whole thing is, where is the defense? Where is the first line of defense? Where are the men? This is crazy. This is about 400-500 years. What the F? Every day, these people are down there, little babies are getting raped and molested and killed. Those are doctors, lawyers, writers, singers. What the F? These are babies being killed. Babies being used and abused, thrown away. Babies who never end up doing what God sent them to do on the earth. Because black men are too coward to step up and change this shit. You need an education to tell you not to let people come and take advantage of your people. So somebody said, "Oh, where are the parents? Are the parents? They selling out their kids for what? For $3, $3 American? Now this is very disappointing, man. This is very, very disappointing. I'm not even mad at this person. Now this is very, very disappointing. And this has been happening for years, hundreds of years. You're selling out your own people. Oh, you hear what she said? The people the orphanage presidents or whatever they are. You see what they're doing? Not giving the kids, not giving the toys away, not giving the food away. But then you probably use that money to send their own kids to European countries to learn the way of these same people to come back and take advantage. What the? And y'all want to be mad at Kanye for Kanye saying that slavery was because of y'all. Y'all choosing this. Where are the men? Where are the women? So are we saying that these people are not educated enough to know that these people are coming to take advantage of their kids? Like, are we that stupid? This is terrible. This is terrible.
I feel you on that, Azuli. I feel you on that 100%. I was just saying that these people get to infiltrate because the government doesn't hold serve, and then they go to the people who are wanting, who are needing, and the reality of it is, if you are looking at your children and see them going hungry for the next 4 or 5 days, but there's this white boy who will come in and help, you're going to accept that. So the problem starts on top. Why aren't you guys protecting the people, the government? Why aren't you guys protecting
But Goku, let's use an example. Let's use Haiti, for example, right? They put a documentary out where the same type of organizations was helping boys out. And then the people, sometimes they said the only way you were supposed to get help, you had to get sexually assaulted, quote unquote. So how come you keep going there? You mean you can't work the land to make food? They used to say, oh, Haitians used to make used to eat mud cookies. If you gotta eat mud cookies, eat mud cookies. Now the white people are selling mud cookies on Amazon. But yeah, used to shit on Haitians for eating mud cookies. Where's the protection? Come on. The government is not doing it? Oh my God, this is terrible. We need to stop blaming all the white men. This is the white. No, it's you, black man and black women. Stand up for something. The kids. What the hell? This is terrible, Goku. This is terrible on all parts. There's no way. This lady's talking this, in 3 weeks she was gone. You know what happens to these kids when she's not there? These are the kids that grow up and become soldiers who are killing each other because nobody cared about them. And then now we're gonna look at them as adults and be like, oh, what an evil man. But when they were 3, 4, 5 years old, nobody did nothing. Nah, man, this is terrible.
I feel you on that, Azuli. In the chat, Brother Bakari is there. He said, one of my niece's friend went to Tanzania on a mission trip. They offered her a job as a teacher, and she loved it. She went with a black mission group, and they stole nothing. They accomplished their goal. The matron is out there in the chat. Thanks for being here, matron, from the Learning Curve. She says, at some point, us African people, we have to realize that we must write our own destiny. Until then, we are living someone else's story. Yeah. Bobby Rice says, I had an echo. I think the way Azuli's setup and my setup is, if I speak, Azuli picks up the sound in the background. So I think we'll be all right. Black Beauty is in the chat. Says maybe the parents are being paid. Possibly. Marcus Garvey is the way says we have the knowledge of the other side of the story. How can we help them? We know the truth. How do we help them? It's 2022, right? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. And we talked about this recently during the week here. You know, we have the knowledge. It's not about being snobbish or whatever. Tanzania and Gas Them Up was going back and forth about this during the week. But it's not about being snobbish or something like that, but it is about being informed and having the experiences with this Muzungu that you could go back and tell them, listen, this is how it is with these people. You know, we have to go back and help them physically, but we have to go back and help them mentally as well. We're going to talk about that mental revolution in a second. Ketter in the chat says, whites giving information on Africa is always the same narrative. Blacks are quote-unquote savages. Watch their shows with a grain of salt. They need to spread those lies to justify their policies towards Africa. Provide triggers says, is provide triggers trigger happy 262? Is that the same? My question exactly, where are the parents? BB Rodriguez says, where are the men? Provide Trigger says, African manhood obfuscating their responsibilities, leaving our children in a vulnerable position. Real Black Gentleman in the chat said, Tanzania has that Islamic residue on it, especially in Zanzibar. Brother Bakari says, last night I agreed with Gas Them Up. Tonight I agree with Azuliism. What's wrong with me? LOL. So Bakari is in a place he needs to sort out some stuff. He's agreeing with Gas one night, then Azuli the next. Yeah, you might have to sort out some stuff. Black Beauty says, we are the parents as well. Marcus Garvey's the way says, we have exposure to the info. Some places don't have 12 hours electricity or web access. Gas Them Up is in the chat still. He says, the men are being raised by dumb women. Oh, boy. Gas has that to say. You guys could comment to that. Keto says, worldwide, over 40 million people are still in slavery. This isn't an African thing. They just love highlighting Africa to confirm their artificial superiority. Gas Them Up says, Shahrazad Ali explained all you need to know about the mind of black women in America. Marcus Garvey is the way he says, same way people still go to Catholic Church despite the priest scandals. Where is protection? We choose to accept our lots as victims. I think she said that as Azuli was speaking. Gas said, all you so-called men sleeping on the couch, walking on eggshells, a la Derek Jackson, LOL. Bakari says to Gas Them Up, let's me and you do that debate again from last night. All right. You guys subscribe to both their channels so that you could be there when that goes down. Although Gas says Bakari will cook him. Bibi Rodriguez says that's more like it. More gaslighting. She said that to, I guess, Gas Them Up. Yeah, so that's the chat. You guys can check out the remainder of those conversations going on in there. Tanzan, what say you here?
Wow. Well, the conversation did go a whole lot of left. But to this, I say that it's more of our African societies openness to just people, to trusting people from outside, thinking that they have solutions or that they're here to help or they're somehow good because they're altruistic and charitable and all this. There is nobody who leaves their home to go and help other people that they have never met and have no connection to. Not even the immigrant that leaves the country, not the charitable, missionary or whoever who goes around. Nobody goes around somewhere because they care about the people they're going to. So that should be the first thing that any African, by now, I would think that they should know that these, crazy, Wazungus are up to no good. But we still let them. That's what I said. We let them into our culture. We let them into our villages. We let them be with our children. Like, what kind of crazy people are we? Yeah, at this point, like, they're just being who they are, and the mask is, and they love masks because they like to hide who they are, but at the same time, they're compelled to show it. So They can't just let like this witch of a bitch is not there because she feels bad about the African children. She just feels, oh, I didn't get in as much as I wanted, and yeah, I need to let it all out. They have to want to expose themselves to some extent, not with an aim to feeling bad about what they did. She does not feel any kind of badness. She doesn't feel guilt or shame or anything of that if she did, she would go and say, I need to pay for my transgressions, and these people need to be stopped. No, they always have to have somebody out there to go tell their sins to the world, because they're so proud of them, not because they're confessing, but they're really talking it up. They're proud of what they do. They like it. They enjoy it. They want to show you that, yeah, we're still in charge. We can do whatever we want to your children, to your women, to your men, to anybody that we goddamn well please. So this is not a whistleblowing. This is, bragging. She's just telling you, yeah, we can go do that, whatever, we're white and we say so. So, yeah, that's all I have.
Thanks for that. And Oni, what say you to all of this?
Yeah, shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you already knew that these like this is white folk being white folk. Whistleblower or not, that's the thing. This Vice, I don't know how big. I'm guessing Vice is a pretty big outlet at this point. Vice is gonna let these white folk come on, and part of it really, because as far as I know about Vice, it's really like letting you know what are the hustles out there. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it like tells you what the hustles are out there. You know what I mean? Like I think we watched a marijuana thing the other day or some shit. But yeah, like this is kind of like letting white folk know, you can get them Africans. You know what I'm saying? like they stupid. They're gonna let you come inside and you could run an orphanage. You know what I'm saying? And when you run an orphanage, you could pocket the toys, you could do all that kind of stuff. Cause it's like, here's my thing. Why you got a white woman telling you this? Like, why wouldn't you just black person to tell you this? Why wouldn't you get one of the black kids to confess? No, you got this white woman saying, and then here's the other thing. It's like, if you reporting something, why are you covering your face? You know what I mean? I mean, are you thinking that they so connected that they're gonna reach out to you somehow, notwithstanding the fact that like come on, I think she's sharing some game, and you could just expect more white folk to show up. I usually expect more white folk to show up. That's pretty much what I see from this. As far as like what she was talking about, the content she was talking about, yeah, I could see it. Like everybody's trying to make money. Everybody has a hustle. The thing about Africa, we have to really get this straight, is that when you go there, you need to find a way to make money. You know what I mean? Like if you're not already making money abroad, you're gonna have to find a way to make money. One time, in fact, when I was in Ghana, I was finna ask this white boy, because I saw this random white boy guy, right? I'm just like, yo, how you making money? Like you have to ask yourself if there's no real work around. Right? Because in Ghana, it was like there was barely any work. Like, what do you have to do to make money? Now, some of these people obviously already come with money, but some of these people don't. Like, this woman don't really come from money. So how does she make a living in Africa? And so you go to the people who are making a living, and of course, the orphanage is going to be a hustle. Of course. Like, it's almost like a given, Now the whole, putting dirt on their face, not make them advance. I mean, it's kind of like, like I was saying the other day, like the police don't want to fix the crime situation. The doctors don't want to fix your health. You can't do things to compromise your own business. You can't have an orphanage where you hooking up kids with families. You know what I mean? Because if you're hooking up kids with families, then your orphanage is not going to have nothing. There's a science to business, and these people just found a way to keep themselves productive, or not productive, but keep themselves eating better than everybody else. And I mean, it's unfortunate that they're using, our own people to do it, but like that's, it is, it's kind of like, like I said, I was in Ghana. I'll just say this. When I was in Ghana, I was like, you know, all the village, no, not village, the city I was in was, you know, broke, right? But then I asked you, how's the pastor? How does the pastor live? Oh, he living good. You know what I mean? So like, if you know how to hustle folk, and everybody knows this, if you know how to hustle folk, if you know how to hustle poor folk, and that's what churches do, that's what orphanages do, that's what doctors do. You know, if you know how to hustle poor folk, you're gonna be eating good, and that's this white lady just letting you know. Oh yeah, you know, if y'all didn't already know, you know now. You know, if you don't know now, you know. You know what I'm saying, cracker?
Yeah, that's a good eye wink there. You know, like yo, they're ripe for the taking. You could go down there and make some big bucks, which she seems not to have made, so that's why she's talking about it, right? Or you could come up pretty good, you know, regardless, right? Yeah, it's a nice little way of hinting at what all you could get away with down there or across there in Africa. In the chat, Bibi Rodriguez says she gets Get Out vibes from this white woman. Also, we have Yana B, who's here. She says Tanzania's on point again. Most people don't want to deal with their own kids, much less others. Keter said 100 to Tanzania as well. B. Rodriguez also said yes, ma'am, to Tanzania as well. Bobby Wright says the irony of this Mzungu wearing a mask, just like Tanzania said, they hide their intentions with mastery. Brother Bukhari says they go into African countries and steal. People come into our neighborhoods here in America and extract our resources. Black people around the world fall for the same old shit after hundreds of years. Yeah, that kind of echoes Azuli's passion from earlier as well. Keto says whites who go to Africa or the Caribbean are usually failed existences who couldn't make it in their competitive nations. That's a fact. That's a fact. It's, you know, you can see that in the Caribbean heavy too. That's a fact. Dudes who really couldn't make it big here will come down there and do something totally different. Azuliism, Brother Bakari says Azuliism asks the best question. We are the men for protection, not just Africa, but around the world. It's time for us to stand up. I got to agree with that too, right? Gassam Up says a person is a mask. We have gone from the apron stage to the Shakespearean stage. All the world's a play. And we get our 15 minutes of fame. Yana B says, Tatan, you also, sister, some of these topics are something. Yana says hello to the chat as well. Gas says, why y'all mad at the white lady? She is our God. Sarcastically, of course, he said that. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to everything you heard and to the actual prompt itself?
Yeah, a few things. I think that when immigrants, so-called immigrants, go all over the world and reach the so-called first world countries like the Americas or Canada or the UK, you can't, when you get yourself stabilized, I understand that you don't want to delve into the internal politics of other countries or countries that you don't necessarily believe is not yours. But you should have a voice for things that's going on in your country, the country in which you come from. You should have a voice because many of these organizations, they're incorporated in the United States, they're incorporated in England, they're incorporated in first world countries. So I think that you can't just make a living and be quiet and go home and not say nothing when you know these things are happening. And these organizations, which are incorporated in these countries in which you live in, you migrated to, you know, they don't even know you exist. They don't. I remember I say throw a rock sometimes, you know what I mean, or throw a blow. You know, you can't just close your eyes to the things that exist in your country and just forget about what's going on there and only focus on the country in which you live in. You know, you must look back sometimes, and you must make some noise if you can. And I put the onus on the people who are from these countries. The brother asks a question. He say, "Where are the men?" I want to deal with that for a minute because he was very impassioned by it. Now there's a young brother. His name is Mark something. I think I referred to him before. His channel is Mark Meets Africa. He's an African American man. He went to he went to Tanzania, I think. He went to Tanzania.
I know him. Yeah, great guy. Yeah.
He went to Tanzania when he was 20. I think that Mark is probably like around 22 now. Mark has built an orphanage in which he houses many children from Tanzania, and he built it off of the people actually supporting him financially, etc., etc., etc. And he also gave the plan, and he also opened himself up to anyone the responsibility of okay, what's going on here? Okay, let me tell you what's happening in this particular orphanage with this business where you sent your money to. So if you have a sincere sincere interest in trying to make some situations better all over the world globally, in particular Tanzania, I would just direct you to his channel. You could get his email. You could email him and ask him, Mark, what can I do? How can I help assist you? You know, I understand that. Listen, the reality is us individually, we are small. We can't save the world individually. You know what I mean? And we have to pick our battles. All of us have different battles. You know, whether if you choose to fight in the battle of technology, if someone chooses to fight in the battle of business or money, some people choose to fight in the battle of helping children. If that's your lane, if that's what you're really sincerely interested in, I would suggest that you reach out to that particular individual. He seems to be responsive. He seems to be a person who you could hold accountable if you decide to assist and send money to, or even talk to, and direct your time and attention or resources. I would suggest you reach out to him if you are really sincere about being the man in the middle and trying to be that barrier. You know, say, well, hey, this is how I can help you and assist you. You know, but I feel like we should all find our lanes, and it's unfortunate. And let me also say this too, because we have the hue and cry of where's the man, and that is a legitimate cry. I ain't gonna take that away. But there has been men fighting in Africa and all over the world globally, all over the world. You know, sometimes you just see them when somebody put a bullet in their head and say, well, no, we don't like your direction. You are going against the interests of our economy, etc., etc., etc. You see they're all over, plastered all over the news. We talked about Maurice Bishop. That African leaders we had many African leaders and people within Africa who got their head blown off because they decided to take a direction or present themselves as a men. And it went against the corporations that existed. It went against some countries. You know, there are many things that's happening, you know, that is out of the eye of the camera. And you would honestly question where is the men when you don't see what's not put in front of you. You know, and I'm sure that if men like that exist here in this small nation, I'm sure men like that exist all over Africa. You really don't hear about them because the powers that be take them out. You know what I mean? They take them out. You make enough noise and influence enough people, you have internal enemies and external enemies. Why? Because it makes somebody's pocket much lighter. This so-called missionary thing, they would consider themselves to be a charitable organization. But when you look at where the money actually goes, it goes into the pockets of a few people, and rarely does it reach the actual children. It's a money-making enterprise. You know, but needless to say, I would just direct attention to people who are impassioned about these particular issues to put your energies and put your time and put your money, if need be, where your mouth is, and check out the brother channel, and and try to see if you could assist them in creating the institution as far as orphanages that you would like to see, because children, they're always going to be around the world, children without parents. That's just the unfortunate happenings, not only in Tanzania, but in the UK and in first world countries as well. You know, they have a system set up where when they reach 18, they could just join the military and then make monies for themselves, etc., etc., etc. But in these places, they don't have these kinds of institutions that exist where they could just fall into something after they reach a certain age. You know, God forbid if they reach the age of 18, because you could starve to death. But I would just direct your energy and focus towards in that direction. I'll stop there.
Bibi Rodriguez says, last night we watched an amazing PBS special on Zambezi River and the families, in particular, the children's lives affected by growing tides. Zooks is new here. I don't think I've seen that name before. Zook says that kid Mark is sponsored by quote unquote missionaries, So just throwing that out there. Marcus Garvey is the way he says, we only struggle to finance our freedom. How much money was sent to rebuild the burnt Catholic Church? We fund Gucci and Louis Vuitton. We fund everything else like a breeze and struggle for our own benefits. Why? That's a great question. Tanzan has something to say to Marcus Garvey as well. I'll let Tanzan speak about it here. Tanzan, what else did you want to say about the topic?
No, I agree with Marcus Garvey's the way that we can afford, like we used to see. That's why we don't believe that American blacks are poor, because we used to see them on television and they're talking about the hoods and the neighborhoods and all that and how poor they are, but they're dressed like cool, like they're wearing these sneakers and they're wearing cool clothes and things like that, and they're talking about the hood, but they're dressed better than some people that we know. So the whole thing about poverty, it's really quite relative, because
it's relative. It's relative.
Yes, it's very relative. So you look at people and you're like, wow, why are they complaining? They seem to have nice shoes, nice clothes. They seem to live in they're not living in huts or things like that. South Central LA seemed like a pretty decent place to be. So, it's just interesting how that is. But I do agree that we do spend more time, we can spend time on frivolous things, and we don't really put our energy, our time, and our money towards the things that really matter. So that is why some people can come and take advantage of us, because what matters to us, we don't defend what matters to us. What matters to us should be the children. That should be the first defense of every community. That's the most vulnerable people. But if you're letting people come into your community and take advantage of your children, then what else matters apart from that? So yeah, that's all I'll say for that. It's just a sad state of affairs.
Keto in the chat says, well, Gassima first says, where are the mothers and the women? Keto says to Gas, the women have also neglected the children. There's a vacuum being left open for exploitation. Is there any last words on this?
Yeah, I want to say something. Gassima said this. Where are the women? The men are not there. The men are the energy that push the society. If the men are not there to set the moral where the women could follow, they're not going to be there. If the men fall, the women are going to fall. So, and Gassima is talking about single mothers. They're not. Is this orphanage in America?
Tanzania.
So what is he talking about? So that means all over the world, men are being alienated, if I'm not pronouncing it right, or men are being forced out of their homes, men are not there. I don't understand. So, another thing I think Tanzan said, so I was reading somewhere a couple of years back, this guy made a research about something that was going on with black people. Come to find out, it was white people that created the whole situation. So they're making money both ways. The ancestors made money shitting on us. They're making money putting it on TV and getting money like this. Or vice. So, but at the end of the day, somebody can't come into your house unless you open the door one way or another. We got to start taking responsibilities. Who's letting them in? The men are supposed to be the first defense. Okay, come on. We cannot keep saying, oh, they're doing. You are actively participating in your own demise. So that's it.
Thanks for that, Azuli. Speaking of where are the women, where are the mothers, should be topic number 3 tonight. I'm BDF, baby daddy free. I got murder on my mind. This is the culture. Who was responsible for this? This came with a link. Let's check it out and let's discuss it. Oh, so this seems to be an actual song. I don't know if this is a mainstream thing, so I'll just say up front, I don't own this music. I don't own the video. This is from TNF Neek, I guess, who owns this. So this is just being played for commentary, fair use, blah, blah, blah. And fuck y'all in the process, all right? So let's play it.
Nigga, baby, daddy free. That mean I ain't got a nigga, baby, coming out of me. So I'm ABORTING on my way to the
I think if you stop it from time to time, you might not get a copyright
Bitch, I
claim.
got murder on my mind. Let's go. Bitch, I got murder on my mind. Let's go. Yeah, bitch, I got murder on my mind. Let's go. Murder. Bitch, I got murder on my mind. I forgot the plan B. Ain't no nigga cuffing me. You can't put me on the shelf, bitch. I'm outside with the team. All these bitches having babies, but that ain't finna be me. Said he wanna settle down. Niggas selling all these dreams. He got 1 kid, 2 kid, 3 kid, 4. Bitch, he cheaper by the dozen if his ass have any more. And I'm only 25, still got a couple years to go. I don't need a babysitter, cause this baby gotta go. It's a shortage on the milk, and them diapers be expensive. I ain't tryna be a MILF, so I swallow all his children. I got hyphy in my blood, so you know I'm big pimpin'. Niggas tryna fall in love, tell them niggas I ain't with it. I done took care of niggas, now it's time to care for me. Rearrange the alphabets and skip.
I think we get the idea here.
I get the idea yet. I'm joking.
I don't want to play too much more before they really go in on the whole episode. Yeah, so the prompt says I'm baby daddy free. I'm BDF, baby daddy free. I got murder on my mind. This is the culture. Who is responsible for this? Let's welcome in the good brother Gas them up this week. Gas, how are you today?
I'm baby mama free. Wait, I'm murder on my. Hold on, no wait, it doesn't work that way. Wait a minute. Hold on. Dang, I'm sorry. I was trying to do it. Can I be baby mama free and have
this
murder?
dude admitted to murdering his baby mama. That's crazy.
No, you can be child custody free.
Child custody free. Yeah, I'm child custody. No, wait, that doesn't work either. Hold on, no. They'll seize your passport. Wait a minute. Damn.
Okay.
I'm well. I'm trying to figure out if you add BDF plus BMF, does that equal BDSM? Physics question. Maybe you guys can help me out.
Yeah, we'll study on that for a minute and we'll get back to you.
I'm drinking rum. I ain't got time for no physics questions.
Gas, what are your full thoughts on this whole song and is this the culture? Like, who is responsible?
All I have to say is that the truth of the matter is I'm calling out an APB for all the real men to show up, build what needs to be built, and get these women. Urzuli, I will pay you. I will pay you, 2 Nigers of the world, the Brandons, the Pan-African. I will give you guys my entire check for 2 weeks if you guys can create something that these women will follow you in. Because you guys tell me that, us weak men are not real men and we're not building anything. So whatever it is that you feel that you can build, I will support you guys. And I hope that you guys can get these women and build that African village again. That's all I have to say.
In the chat, thanks for that, Gas. And thanks for joining us. Stick around for a bit. In the chat, B. Rodriguez said this is degenerate culture. Now, you see, the thing with that is this video is an advertisement for the culture. And so when folks are arguing about lineage and culture, and people trying to appropriate their culture or trying to swagger jack and all this type of stuff, as Gas has said in the past, show us then. If you want to delineate, that's fine. But what's coming out of it though? What's your language? What's your culture? And and another thing, this goes out to the FBA types. When immigrants are leaving their home countries, in their home countries, they're trying to avoid this type of bullshit, the version of this that's in their home countries. When they come to America, they don't want their children involved in this. They were trying to avoid that back home too. So there's a reason why folks might say, well, don't really hang around that culture too tough. And this stuff that we see here, these types of lyrics, this is mainstream shit now. Throat goat and all that stuff is mainstream shit now.
Coco, she's in front of the friggin' Planned Parenthood talking about I can kill my. Come on, man. Who? Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah. Anyway, that was my little spiel. Let me go to Real Black Gentleman. What say you?
Look, she belongs to the streets, and I'm going to pass the mic.
All right, Kevin Carre, what say you?
I agree with Real Black Gentleman, but to say who's responsible I would say it goes both ways between men and women. When you lay down with a woman, to avoid situations like this, you got to use some kind of protection, or expect every time you have sex to have something's going to come out of it, and you got to take responsibility for your actions, and that's the problem. Walking around New York and me being around that scene all the time and seeing this, it starts when they're young. You got to take care of them, educate them better, or it's gonna end up like you're gonna have someone like this who's having daddy issues doing shit like this. But I'm gonna pass the mic.
Hey, can I say something else? She belongs to the streets like a dime stuck in tar.
Right. Tanzan, what's the you to all of it so far?
Well, yes, it's shocking. It's degenerate. It's all that, but at the same time, I also shared that cartoon clip with.
I'm gonna play it next. Don't worry.
Okay, so unfortunately, as Black women, we end up just copying much of the stuff that we see white women doing, because we just take it and celebrate it and go further with it, and then we think that we came up with it, and it's because this is that 60s feminist women's empowerment, we can do whatever we want and so on, that whole contraception fight in the 60s and 70s. So we're just late to the party, and we think that we own it, where everybody has had their field and most of them are really getting off the table. We're there trying to eat the scraps of it, and things are already passed us by. Like this is not the time. Not when Roe v. Wade has just been scraped. Are you singing about goddamn Planned Parenthood? Like this is really not the time for that. If you on that empowerment, no baby daddy stuff, we wouldn't have been having a problem with single mothers in the Black community. That train has long since gone. It's either abortions or baby mamas at this point. So we're already late to it. White women already got their contraception, and there's several abortions, and they're already cool with it, and they've already gotten off the train. They're like, what, this freedom is not working for us. We need to zip up those wombs and get to producing. Their men have told them, look, your decades of freedom was nice and good, experimental, but we're about to lock those wombs up for the future. So and then here comes this Black woman, oh yeah, we're about to do this. Like, anyway, that's all I have to say.
I appreciate that time. In the chat, Yana B said, Jesus Christ, we are done. Bobby Wright says, just more menticide propaganda pushed by the Mzungu record label executives as Black culture. Provide Trigger says, this is not culture. It's pure psychological pathology. Ketter in the chat says, the Black community doesn't have strong leadership imposing standards. The Jews, for example, won't tolerate this. He goes on to say, we don't expel or throw them out of the community. That's something you hear Gas talk about a lot too, and I agree with that too. Yana B says, no, men keep hitting up these kind of women all the time. If the demand wasn't there, the supply would stop. Yana says, stop supplying your penis to these kinds of women. I can't disagree with that either. Oni, what say you to this?
Well, yeah, so this is the reality. The reality is that there are, men and women of who vibe with this. You know what I mean? They're just men and women who vibe with this. Like Yona says, stop providing your, supplying your penis to these women. Like, I don't think anybody on this panel is messing with these type of women. You know what I mean? Like, these type of women kind of mess with the type of men that some of us don't even talk to. Like I personally don't even communicate with these men. It's like a different world. It's like the underbelly, the undercity, whatever you want to call it. And this is just the music. And my thing is that it's kind of like, I don't want to use, like, I know one biblical term, well, maybe not one, but this is the one I know, which is like, I think it's like you reap what you sow, and I think more than you sow or something like that. I don't know, but I remember my mother saying it a couple of times. But the thing is that like we supported, like we still support rap hip hop. Okay, we still support rap hip hop. But this was the writing on the wall. There was that lady who the black folk bashed for no damn reason, where she was like, yo, y'all are doing something. The music is nice, the music is catchy, but y'all are doing something. And this is what you're gonna get. I don't know if the cartoon Tanzan is referring to is BoJack Horseman or something like that. But I remember seeing this on I saw this on Twitter, and I was like, oh, I can't play this because that copyright thing. but then I saw the BoJack Horseman song, and there was this like dolphin lady.
That's the one.
Okay, there's this dolphin lady who's like, yo, I'm gonna kill my baby. I don't give a shit. Fuck babies, like whatever. And it's like, it's almost a joke, but it was a joke. It was like, you can't play this. It's so bad. But it's like, white people know, like they know you done fucked up. Like you fucked up. I'm gonna talk about this tomorrow, but there was this this I was in the playground, minding my business, right? Whatever. Playing with my kid actually. Anyway, so then there's these other kids nearby. It's like a mixed group, kind of, like a white kid, an Arab kid, a black kid, right? Black kid's the biggest kid there, but they're all playing like a kind of basketball game. And then I hear the Arab and the white kid going off like, he said the N-word. He said the N-word. No, he said the N-word. Right? And the black kid's like, shut up. Like, and I'm like, okay, it must be hard to be a black kid where, you mind your business and then somebody's going to talk about somebody use the N-word or whatever. Right? And then fast forward later on, like the two kids, the same white kid and Arab kid are going to, like the black kid's telling the white kid to attack the Arab kid for whatever reason. Right? And then the white kid and the Arab kid start, fighting, I guess, whatever. And the black kid shouting, hit that nigga, hit that nigga, hit that nigga. And you're like, well, why in the world? Like, it's almost like, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Like, you had, like, the writing was on the wall. The writing was on the wall. Everybody could have told you what was going to happen, where this was going, but we were so hyped to see, young black men making money. We were so hyped to see young black men who, did their poetry to music. I mean, I'm not trying to denounce the music genre, but for real.
We were so hyped to see young black women living single as well.
Yeah, we were just so hyped for anything. And the back or the consequence, the intergenerational consequence is that we are like this is it. It's not just, I'm about to do this other thing tomorrow. This lady was talking about how some 11-year-old robbed her, like stole her car. And then you show a picture of the 11-year-old, right? Then somebody else showed a picture of the 11-year-old. The kid, has like a machine gun or something, not a machine gun, like a rifle or something like that, right? And then And not like, and it's like you're like, oh man, he's a bad, because he's robbing. Like if it's okay to have a rifle, but if you robbing black teachers of their cars, you can do a Grand Theft Auto, right? It's probably not that great, right? And then you're like, oh well, where's his dad? His dad posted the picture. Like his dad is proud of his son for doing. Like it's like, what the f is going on? But you if you're gonna raise your children on this, like if you're going to sanction this music, and I'm saying it like most of us are guilty of it. I kind of left the hip hop shit after first off, I realized it was kid stuff already, right? So when I grew up, I was like, you know what, this shit ain't even it. I'm gonna go back to jazz, fuck it, right? But we did this. We said, hey, you know what? These people have full access to our children, full access to our intelligence, full access to our mind, full access to our consciousness. What is the stuff that we're doing? And this is the result. And like the argument was, we keeping it real. And I'm realizing this, no nerd, but I was watching some, like some sci-fi and some fantasy. These white folk are like, it don't matter what we are in real life. What we want to show our children, or we want to show our people, is that we slay dragons, we fly spaceships, we tempt the sun, we manage nature, we have superpowers and all that sort of stuff. And then us, when we go and show our stuff, it's like, hey, look, we sell drugs, we kill people, we shake our asses, we sort of stuff, and it's just a whole. And the question is, what will the result be between the two? And this is it. And you can't even like, we could be like, oh, well, the Jews want to put it out. Like, sure, you could say that, but it don't matter. Like, all of us are participating. You know what I mean? To the point where it's like, I'm telling you, man, I'm seeing these little kids arguing with each other about, oh, who said the, and you're like, the little white boy was like 8. And he's like,
can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, man.
My quick question to you is, I just want to know.
Wait, wasn't that the question?
It probably was, right? I'm not that smart. But listen, look. Why is it that, and this is just a personal thing, what you just described, right? And again, I'm going to throw it out there. I'm going to put the gauntlet down. If I come online and gas them up says, yo, in America, black people don't have culture. There's no control. There's nothing. I'm not saying that doesn't mean that they're not good people, blah, blah, blah. But people like BB and some African Americans take it reactionary. Well, what about Nigeria? What about Chicago? What about, and they start, and as opposed to just saying, you know what? Yeah, at this present moment, there is no culture. There is no community, because if you have culture and community, what you just described would at least be combated. Right. And it's not. And as opposed to people taking the energy to, try to find ways to fix what you just described, it's so much easier to say, well, are you FBA? Or you're a tether? Like Tariq Nasheed is not sitting down there giving any, all the, whether you're Freedman, FBA, Nubian, whether you're Native American, all power to you. But when you call it out, or like Koku just said, hey, listen, if you're an immigrant and you see this type of behavior in your own country, and then you come to America, you're like, I don't want my kids around that. Stay away from that Akata behavior. Again, I don't use that word to describe anyone, but this is wild behavior. And, if it's called, it's like, oh, how dare you describe it? How dare you? But you just did that. It's just the funniest thing in the world to me. So I guess that's my question. Why is it that the energy to fix it is not there? But, if you call it out, the energy is to shout you down.
Yeah, so America has this. Well, America, for what it's worth, it really depends on. I think I remember some African American sister, an elder, would tell me, you attract more bees with honey than vinegar. I don't know why no, not bees, maybe something, but whatever. It's a famous quote. And the reality is this, that, in this world, it's people are sensitive, so it really depends on how you say things versus what you say. Sometimes people can ignore how you're saying it. I think, I don't really follow these people, but like I said, I had an African American elder, so she would tell me when Farrakhan first heard Elijah Muhammad, he was like, why does dude talk so silly? And then Elijah Muhammad said, you know, don't listen to how I'm saying it, listen to what I'm saying, right? But like, yeah, I mean, the reality is that it depends on how you say it. You know, if you say, hey, you don't have any culture, whereas I have culture, people are going to be defensive. You know what I mean? Because what you're saying could be interpreted as offensive, particularly in this sensitive culture. So, but if you said differently, that, you know, you said, hey, we have to, like, you know, right now, we're like another thing is that we're also in this victim mentality, and you have to almost articulate everything in a victim mentality. So if I were to, like, if you just said, if anybody just said, hey, you know, the Jews are manipulating our music to make us blah, blah, like, a lot more Black people are going to tune in, you know, because here you are being a victim, and somebody else is manipulating you. And of course, if the onus is on the other people to, and the reason why I don't say that, or I don't encourage people to say that, is because the onus is on other people to fix your problems. And so, you know, even self-reliance is just not something, because, like, I tell you, one time I was talking to this sister, she's from America, and I told her, I was like, yeah, could you stop using the N-word? And she goes, why? I mean, I got these degrees and I use the N-word. My dad got 4 degrees and he used the N-word, and you can be professional and not, you know, and it's like that. And she's like, you just sound like a white man and you got a white culture. That's your problem. You're just a white man because all you want is for, you know, because you're looking at Black people in a way, so on and so forth. You look at the world like a white person, and you can't be, and it's just this white versus Black thing. And then if white people ever said it, then it's bad automatically. It's just real non-critical thinking kind of, you know, I wouldn't say culture or whatever, but, you know, and another thing is that the word culture sometimes is interpreted as customs and all that kind of stuff. So it's really like it's kind of like you have to, like, when you talk to anybody, really, you have to just navigate in their language, you know? And of course, you just have to try to not navigate so deeply in their language that you miss the point, you know? Because it's kind of like how people say, hey, you can't understand African culture unless you know African language, kind of stuff, right? Like, it's almost like it's hard to understand the African American quote unquote culture if you don't understand the nuances of the Black English, you know, the whole, even if you just say, hey, you know, you don't have a culture, that strikes differently for an African American than if you were to say, hey, you know, like promoting crime is going to make the next generation more criminal. You know what I mean? I mean, and you wouldn't even say it like that. Like, that's really the crux of what you would say, but you'd have to say it in a way that's specific to, you know, quote unquote Ebonics or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's just like, that's just the rule of the world, really, that you have to, if you're trying to convince anybody, you have to speak in a way that they understand, you know? And what you're saying is just not, I mean, it wouldn't be how they like just that whole, you know, you don't
well, just for the record, I never said that you know, you don't have culture and I have culture. No, that's not what Gas has ever said to anybody. I'm just saying.
No, Gas. I think the inference in the statement that you don't have culture is that you don't have it, but I have it. It's not about Gas. It's just a general way that's usually taken.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
It's the same way if they, you know, when.
Let me run this by you quickly. So I used to be in this organization called the UAM. The chairman was Altamatics Jr. He's considered the best living lawyer, right? Of like, period, right? And so what happened was that Maddox said that he won, like, most of his cases he won, even though he ran in pro bono. He won most of the cases, and his key to victory. His key to victory was that he never put a Black person on the stand. Like, he never had any of his Black clients even say anything. He'd always just twist up these white boys, because he knew that these white people, how they speak is different from how Black folks speak. And if they get a Black person on the stand, right, you know, call a witness, whatever, then they would say something that would mean something, like, would mean nothing to the jury, but would mean something to the Black person. You get what I'm saying? And so, you know, I think he said one time he did. I can't remember the guy's name, but I feel like it might be Willie Bosky or something. But he said one time he did make the mistake of putting a Black person on the stand, and the white person said something like, you know, something that just meant nothing to most of us in the English language, but it kind of meant you a pussy, like you ain't do shit, like you said you ain't defend yourself or something like that. to the black man. So the black man got up and attacked the the other lawyer on the stand, and therefore he lost the case. So it's just a matter of like realistically, like you got to realize that people just speak in different languages. Period. So
but only again attacking a lawyer on the stand based on language, right? Is look,
why you forget it? Why you forget it?
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is simple. Yes, it may be interpreted that way, like, oh, how dare you tell me I don't have culture? And again, it's not saying that you don't have culture, because again, I've said this many times. When the Nation of Islam was, prevalent throughout many communities, many African immigrants came in and identified with the Nation of Islam because they saw that there was control. And I think that's the number one thing, because when people, okay, my community here, right, is predominantly Bangladeshi. It is 9:51 Eastern time. You are not going to go, I can take a camera now, go live. I promise you, I'm not going to see a young Bangladeshi girl out on the street. I'm not. And if I do see her, she's being escorted. And if I do see a Bangladeshi woman, she's coming back from work, working in almost, they've taken over all the businesses here, right? And so that's control, that's order. If there was a young girl on the corner, Bangladeshi girl, popping and doing, BDF and all that, baby daddy free, one of the elders would say, hey, what are you doing? Who should they would intervene. You don't have that so immigrants typically are used to that type of control, right? You're not gonna, I doubt, even though it's changing, you're not gonna see a video in Yemen where a young girl from Yemen slaps an old grandma and says, Webster. No, because the people in the community grab that little girl up. But in America, in certain parts of the black communities, you're gonna see that behavior. And if you try to do something about it, you don't tell me what to do. You crazy. Gunfire. It leads to nonsense. And so when people come from out, like, yo, who's in charge? Who's in control? Because this lady just slapped the grandma. We got to stop it. Or this person did this. We how do we fix this? There's nobody in control. Only person in control is the state. Oh, you got to call the cops. And then if you call, you a snitch. So it doesn't make sense. And again, you're right. Maybe the immigrant should not be the person to say it, but then it's like if the people of the community are not saying it, or they're being shouted down, at a certain point, you can't spoon feed me this stuff. You can't spoon feed me chicken and tell me it's beef. It's just not going to work. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
No, I mean, look, man. Like on the other hand, man, you got to just realize, man, it's probably a lost cause. You know what I mean? Like it's probably a lost cause. Like I wouldn't even sweat it. Like I would just like I see, because the thing is this, again, it's just a matter how you say it. If you say, look, you got to stay away from African American, like I think what Black immigrants are saying about staying away is exactly what everybody else is saying, but they just say it differently, So like, for instance, in Brooklyn, right, you might be told, like, if you're not from Brownsville, you might be told, don't go to Brownsville. Like, what are you going to Brownsville for? Right. However, if you are in Brownsville, you might be like, hey, don't go to this building. You might don't go to that building, whereas if you are from another country, you're probably just going to say, don't go to the Black neighborhoods. You know what I mean? Like it's the same with, like, if you were in Nigeria, if you're in Nigeria, somebody's like, if somebody might say, like, for instance, somebody outside of Nigeria might be like, just don't go to Nigeria, period.
I would tell you, only don't go to certain neighborhoods. Fly
exactly.
Only don't go to Ajogoland. Don't go to Oshodi. Don't go to Mushin.
Somebody from another place would be like, don't, like somebody from another city in Nigeria would be like, just don't go to Lagos. And then somebody in Lagos will tell you, don't go to this certain building. Like, it's just a matter of.
But there is a difference in terms of saying don't go, and then even if you do go. So, for example, if you did go to, let's say you went to Oshodi and something happened, 9 out of 10, or let me say 7 out of 10, phone calls could be made to say, yo, what happened with my man Oni? Because who did what and who did something? We're gonna find out. Like phone calls can be made, and we can go see, yo, who touched him.
That's if you from there though. Look, that's if you from there. Like just like if something happens in Brownsville, somebody could probably make a call. I couldn't, but you know, like if I was in Brownsville, I probably could make a call. You know, but that's what it is. It's like if you.
But what I'm saying is that control. That's what I'm saying. Is the control aspect of the community. So again, if you're walking through, I'm assuming I haven't been to the Caribbean, but from all my Caribbean friends, my friends from Trinidad, right? It gets dangerous everywhere. But again, you can walk through, and I'm just saying, I've yet to see the video of the Trinidadian girl or the girl from Bahamas, you know, just acting a mess, or the young boy just bugging out, you know, fighting his teacher in school, and their world star hip hop in it, and everyone's laughing, and then the mother of the Bahama child comes to school and says, "Hey, you're not touch my picnic," and starts losing it. No, you're like, wait a minute, your son was beating up 5 teachers.
I'm gonna say
but
that
over here, the kid will beat up 5 teachers, and he'll be in school the next day, and people will defend him. Yeah, you know, the system's racist, and it's like, come on, man. Where is the control?
Look, I don't disagree. What I would just say, obviously, the word that people use here would probably be organization. They would say you don't have organization. But I'd also say this: if we're being real, like there's a lot of shit going on other parts of the world, but it's not as videographed. And of course, like I said, the victim mentality thing here is also pretty big. You know, so that victim mentality that I don't know if you guys ever heard this song. It's the Beatles song. It's called Maxwell Silver Hammer.
Yeah.
If you ever hear that song, I used to watch it on something. It's actually hard to listen to on YouTube, but it's about this kid who has a hammer and like just beats the shit out of people. And then apparently when they finally catch him, he's on court. He's on court, and there are people protesting outside of the court saying, "Hey, set him free. He's innocent," type thing. So like realistically, you know, it is a part of the Western system to kind of like, you know, fall in love with the victim, or not the victim, fall in love with the criminal type shit. And I think what happened with, you know, Black America is that it's way more westernized, way more so on and so forth. And I think, you know, on that note, you know, like and Tanzan saying versus. Nah, I agree with my brother. I'm just, you know, whatever. But right,
don't listen to Tams. He's just, you know, he's upset of what happened yesterday.
Right, exactly. Tanzan only know destruction. Like, come on, Tanzan. It's called building. Anyway,
Tanzan might be an FBA shill on the low.
I'm pretty sure Tanzan is from America. Like, I'm pretty sure she got roots from, like, you know, like she related to Kunta or something. like she related to Toby or something. Anyway, but she's been in here. All right, but anyway, yeah. So yeah. So I think that it's really just a matter of how you say it. But like I said, like these people, like for the most part, we gotta realize that some of these people are lost causes, and partially because, like you said, when it comes to organization, you know, the highest authority in the hood is the white police officer. Period. You know what I mean? And because the white man is the highest authority, the reality is that you just have to do whatever he wants you to do. You know? And so if you
that's a great point you just said. The highest authority in the community is the white state structure.
Yeah. But look, man, I'm telling you this way, man. If you were really trying to fix shit up, right? The police could just like that's what happened to that one dude, matter of fact.
In Ferguson, right, where they burned him alive.
Yeah, they burned him alive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what it is. Like you can, you know, and a lot of Black folk know this, you know, a lot of Black folk experience this, and you know, and like it is part of the victim mentality. But like I said, like I feel like it's a lost cause. I feel like realistically, if it, you know, I think that Black people should really listen to this idea of, you know, let's just try to build something elsewhere, because you know, as long as you are under this other man, right? Unlike, well, in Africa, where you would be under, like you could be under the state, but the state will be Black, or the state could be on your side. When you're in, and it's not infallible, it's not perfect, obviously, but when you're in America, it's like you're definitely under this white boy state, and it's just totally different.
That's how I initially felt. I felt like this shit is a PSA, you know, spread it amongst your friends, you know, let all of them know about the fact that y'all could be baby daddy free. Get rid of the what's Hitler used to call them, the useless eaters. If these people have no productive value within our community, fuck them. That's how I initially felt. But I think about people like Malcolm X. I think about, hear me out, brothers. I think about people like Malcolm X. I think about, there are people within our community, sure they're in their ignorance, and sure they have done a whole lot of nonsense within their ignorance. But there are some of them, like some of us too, if we being honest, when we was in our ignorance, people could have said the same thing about us, but we had the opportunity to 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 be able to alleviate that ignorance through study, through discipline, through etc., etc., etc. And I think that with our people, we should give them certain graces. Now, I'm an optimist, and the brothers who are cynical minded, that's just corn talking and optimism. They are lost cause. That may be the case, but some of them, some of them, will wake up, and some of them will not be lost causes. Some of them will be productive citizens one day. And it's just at this point in their lives, they are completely ignorant of the fact, and they doing a whole lot of damage to a whole lot of different people. They just don't know. And I feel like it's within our jobs to do what we do. Gas is get up and talk about occultism. People listening to that. My brother Oni, you get up on Saturdays and do your thing. Someone may listen to that show when they get out of their drunken stupor. But I'm kidding. But I'm saying that you should. No, I'm saying that we should give our people the benefit of the doubt sometimes. And this is the height of ignorance. Make no mistake about that. But I think that we should give our people the benefit of the doubt and be optimistic with our people, not just give up on them. Because really and truly, my initial sentiment was fuck them. You know what I mean? Let this be a PSA and let all these, people who think like her, just do that. So we will get rid of a whole generation of people who might knock my grandmother over the head going to a grocery store at night. But I had a second thought about it. I had to think twice. And I'm thinking that, you have to give our people a chance sometimes.
Now, all right. So let me just clarify this real quickly. So the lost cause is not necessarily it's not necessarily
I'm listening.
The people, the person per se. It's the reality is that you're in a political situation that will screw you over. In fact, let me actually add to this, because when Gas Them Up says, black folk don't have a culture type thing, right? We have to realize. So I did this one podcast where it was like, where we talk about what is culture, and you got to realize culture is derivative of politics. Culture is derivative of a state in a sense. And so what happens is that realistically, we in America or we in England or we wherever, we in any sort of state, even we in Nigeria, whatever it may be, we are going to be influenced by our society to think in a certain way. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, like for instance, if somebody is growing up in Nigeria, like if the same black person, like I believe in, black people, we're all the same more or less, genetically, obviously not identical, but pretty similar, notwithstanding. If I'm in Nigeria, for instance, I might have a mindset towards, particularly during election season, to vote for a certain ethnic group. You know what I mean? That I'm not going to have if I'm in America. I'm not thinking about what ethnic group a person is when I'm voting, when I'm in America. Now, there's nothing. Now again, it comes back to the state and the so on and so forth. So when I say it's a lost cause, I'm saying that we're in a political situation that really has no victory. You know what I mean? Like, if this woman is like, you know what, I'm all about pro-black families and all that. Like, realistically speaking, if she had a positive message and a positive song, she wouldn't be counting that money she's counting. You know what I mean? She wouldn't have that watch. She wouldn't have that car she has. She would have to have a real day job. If she wants to musically make it in America, this is the message she should do. You know what I mean? Like, this is the message she should do. Not even like the message that like that would benefit her or something. Like this is the message that she should do.
Is that true though? Oni, is that true? Because maybe it's in the genre of music she's singing it. Because when I listen to different genres of music, maybe country, maybe jazz, maybe different forms of music, they don't sing about negative shit like this, and they make money as well. So
Again, so look, let's we have to be realistic. Like I think it was actually Cardi B. No, Cardi B. I think she herself said, she said, look, when I do make music that is, like quote unquote hotep, if you will, right? If I do make music like that, you guys aren't gonna listen. And the reality
Cardi B is full of shit. Why say Cardi B is full of shit? Cardi B is from Trinidad and Venezuela. Trinidad is what they sing, happy music, whatever. The Spanish music genre, they make millions of dollars singing about love and different. They don't say no ratchet shit.
But Mr. Untouchable, sorry, brother Buana.
Give me a second. I think Pitbull transition. He really don't say no gully shit either. He sing things that it's in Spanish, of course, because that's a big market in fucking South America. They sing about love and dancing and shit like. I mean, I don't know what to say. To make money, you gotta sing about shit.
In America, to Oni's point, the truth of the matter is that in this country, and that's what, for me, I tend not to always give like a position. Here's a position. Gas will give a position. Don't do anything with the white man. Yeah, this is my final. I'm gonna give you guys a chance to have a position, right? Finally, right? But I tend not to do that. But for me, don't do anything with the white man. Sign his record contracts. Don't have success with them. You are better off, selling your bean pies and doing one bean pie at a time. The minute you think you can dance with the devil, you're going to lose. You can't beat them. I think Steve Riff was showing the contract that his father gave James Brown, and he was saying it was pretty much the same contract he gave Akon. You can't beat these people. Prince couldn't. Michael Jackson couldn't. I see people complain all the time of the black quarterback, Tua or whatever. He broke his leg or some other thing, and they played him hurt. Look, RG3, all these. When you dance with these people, we can't win because I was watching. There's this new show on HBO, Dragons, House of Dragons. The black guy, of course, they put a black person, right? Because they have to admit black people were in the medieval times. But now his son, and there's nothing wrong with anybody's sexual orientation, but his son is homosexual, right? Now, I'm not getting into that, guys. I didn't say that, but so the point is that that's effectively cutting off his bloodline, right? And it's like you could have put us in the show and just left us to be regular, right? And even if you are going to have a gay black character, put a straight black character and let them be regular, right? No. You have to give us severe character flaws. You have to give us these problems. And so my whole thing is Jennifer Lewis, all these black actors. I don't feel sympathy. Jay-Z, y'all not. You cannot beat these people. So I think Oni has a point. That the fact of the matter is that in America and in the UK, for the most part, if you are black and you trying to be successful within their system, you're going to have to compromise. So that means you're going to have to make music that's ridiculous. They're not going to, the record industry and the record labels are not going to sell those records if Cardi B is saying, get a diploma, get your PhD, sisters. No.
Mr. Untouchable, just respond quickly, and so I could get Lumumba and Bakarian.
Sure. I agree with that. What I'm saying is Jennifer Lopez has found a market in South America that has paid her a substantial amount of money. I think
Jennifer Lopez look white, bro. Stop just negating the fact.
Let me finish.
Bro, but I'm saying is you gotta focus on America. You changing the country.
let me finish.
Stop changing the country. We talking about America.
We talking about markets. We ain't talking about country.
But Cardi B is in America.
Yeah, but she has the no. I'm saying that she's in America, but her music goes out all over the rest of the world.
From America.
Right. So I'm saying that if she has the ability, I'm thinking she may be bilingual. I'm thinking she is bilingual. So she could sell her music and it doesn't have to be negative, and she will still find a market.
But if she wasn't negative in the beginning,
outside of America,
bro, you're right. But if she wasn't negative in the beginning, she would never got the contract. That's the point.
Exactly.
You're right.
Like,
if she was not ratchet in the beginning, she would have never
been in America. She got famous in America based off what content. I don't think that she would have gotten that famous in South America based on her content. I'm saying,
look. Let me say it this way.
Hold on. Let's get Lumumba in here. Lumumba, how are you this week?
I'm doing good. Peace to everybody on the
panel.
Shout
out to Dr. Lumumba.
Peace, bro.
So I would say this, right? I actually covered this topic on my channel yesterday. So, great minds thinking alike, right? So I think there's a couple of issues here that we could look at. First and foremost, this is ratchet culture on steroids.
Right.
Right. I mean, we got to be real here, right? This chick said, I got murder on my mind. Like, come on now. If a man made a song about how he was running from child support, you know what I mean? He would probably get defunded or something like that. Right. Cancel culture. The other issue I think we have to understand is that this whole concept of, we have to make this type of music. We have to act like coons. We have to act like self-hating Negroes who have no sense of self-respect, I think is categorically false. Here's the reality of the situation. There are numerous hip-hop artists who have been extremely successful without making ratchet music. Case in point, Nas, right? He has the second most consecutive
Will Smith.
Platinum albums in the history of hip hop, behind only Jay-Z. And he's known for making positive, socially conscious music. LL Cool J, we could talk about Puff Daddy, we could talk about E40, Chameleonaire, Lauryn Hill. She's the only female woman hip hop artist to ever win 5 Grammy Awards, right? She was nominated for 10. So this idea of, I have to make this type of music. No, people are doing this because they want to. It's because they want to. One, in part, I would say, argue, because they have no standards or values. And 2, is because they lack a healthy Black identity. And any of us who are doing work in the Black community, irrespective of where you are in the world, you know that the majority of our people have an unhealthy Black identity, meaning they have an unhealthy concept of what it means to be Black in relationship to society and the world. And many people who have an unhealthy Black identity identify ratchet culture, identify dysfunctionalism with what it means to be Black. For example, I'll give case in point and then I digress. Oftentimes we've been in circles, we've been in spaces, we've been in the communities where people identify being smart, being articulate with being white, right? Well, we all know the law opposite. So if you think being smart and being articulate is being white, then I already know what you think being Black is.
Right.
Right. So this is rooted in, so they're trying to put up, I have to do this to get them. No. You're doing that because that's what you identify with. That's who and what you are. You can't put that on white folk. And I can say this as someone who works in higher education. It ain't white folk. This is who this is. Unfortunately, we know that many of our communities here in America, the Black children are growing up in homes that are criminal incubators.
Right. Let me actually I just want to say something quickly. Like, first off, that list, with the exception, and look, I don't follow hip hop anymore, once upon a time, but with the exception of Lauryn Hill, all of them was pushing some negativity. All of them. Like, Nas was pushing drug shit. In fact, he got a song, and to say he doesn't have ratchet music, when I was a young buck, one of the songs I remember from way back was Uchi Wally Wally.
Well,
Uchi Bang Bang.
Uchi Wally wasn't his song. It was the Braveheart song. He jumped on the remix. But that was not his song.
Yeah, No. That's his song. That's his group.
I'm saying, like, what? No, be right. Look, so Nas was on most of his records. Like, he had maybe because I don't really follow Nas. I don't mess with him. I know he's on that coon shit because he was I didn't mess with him since that whole
Little Nas X.
Not that one. That was awful.
Why did you say Nas is on the coon stuff?
Since I think it was some white girl was like, she was singing N-words in Paradise, and And then after she said it, he was like, "I'll slap anybody for like I can't remember her name, but she was just like the whitest. Like I think she was on Friends or some shit."
She's a chick from Pepper Potts from the Marvel movies. I forget.
I don't know who that is actually. I don't know.
That's
like Gwyneth Paltrow. Gwyneth
Gwyneth Paltrow. He was like, I'll slap anybody from Gwyneth Paltrow. And you like, what? So she could say the N-word. I was like, yo, get this guy out of my face, man.
Yo, Nas said, I want a woman with Angelina Jolie lips, full lips. Negro, how many black women got those lips? Nas, shut up. Nas got some positive songs, but Nas also said some coon and ratchet songs. Let's stop.
Like he jumped up from being a coon. I mean, he was a kid coon, but like he was a coon. You know what I'm saying? Like not like he was like I said, the Uchi Wally.
Wait, forget Uchi Wally. You guys remember Nas featuring Genuine? Shorty, you owe me? Say what's your price? Just to back it up.
I'm saying like Nas is ridiculous. Like Jay-Z is a fucking drug dealer. Like the idea that you had to make with the exception of Lauryn Hill, all of those people with like E40, Puff Daddy, like what? Like all of them was like on that promoting crime shit, being
Puffy. I mean, Puffy made commercial music, and that's one of the reasons why he was criticized by hardcore hip hop purists because his music was commercial in nature.
When somebody said Will Smith, I got that. Will Smith, I could give you that. But and again,
but
like
I didn't know about
one thing that
Gwyneth Paltrow thing. I had to just look that up. That's unbelievable. I can't believe
that's believable. That's believable.
I never heard of it. It happened 10 years ago, but I didn't know about it.
But what Bwana said about you can make millions in Trinidad, like this lady Cardi B is looking to get billions in America. Like nobody, like she's and the thing is this, that it don't matter. Like obviously there are a lot of good upstanding people who are going to be in Trinidad doing something good or in America doing some positive messages. They're not reaching the heights that that Nicki Minaj is reaching. I might give they're not or Nicki Minaj or Cardi B. And I can say this because a lot of people kind of like, I'm not really into like hip hop that much, but so you take this with a grain of salt. But I listened to some of these female rappers' old tracks, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, right? I listened to their old tracks when they were kind of just trying to get up and be in the rhyme game, right? And they were just rapping regular, like you probably like you could listen to analyze the lyrics for the wordplay, for the messaging, for the whatever. And it wasn't bad per se, right? They changed that to be more marketable. When you're talking about what the market is. I remember the first time I saw Nicki Minaj. It was a way back. Some dude sent me a video, and he was like, "Yo, check out this rapper." And it's just this woman, and like the video camera was blurry. All you could see was she had a big booty, and that was it. And then she started rapping. He's like, "Yo, what you think about her?" And I'm like, "I don't think anybody's gonna listen to that." But after Nicki Minaj, came out with that booty and all that ratchet, people kind of just said, "You know what? This is the way to go to the market," and that's realistically kind of what Malcolm X was telling us, which was if somebody's more successful than you, then they're doing something you're not doing. Nicki Minaj followed behind Lil Kim, said, "Look, this is the market that they're doing." I don't even think Cardi B is black, but I think she said, "Hey, you know what? I can make some money off of this market, and that's the way to do it." Now, you could try to
Oni. Let me get Bakari in real quick. Bakari, go ahead.
What's up, man? First of all, man, y'all people on the panel, y'all got to learn some etiquette, man. Y'all just steady going back and forth while people waiting. But what's up, though? They have no etiquette. But anyway,
it's the audio, bro.
What'd you say? But anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna say this. I don't know if Cardi B is full black, but she actually put pictures of her family member online because people was questioning her blackness. And if you was to see her uncles and aunties and stuff, her grandmama, they like grew up with me and you. I don't know about the other side of the family. She showed that side though. But anyway, right, when the brother was talking about when he mentioned Lauryn Hill, shit, what happened to her? I'm just saying. And this is one thing I always say, because we looking at we mention Nicki Minaj, and we'll talk about Cardi B today because we don't like to say what our generation feel. Shit, Lil Kim and Foxy Brown was way before them. So we allowed this stuff to come in back then, and it did like everything else. It just evolved and got worse. You understand? So when we talk about the ratchet music, right? How many people buy Ciroc music? How many people buy Oshun music? How many people buy Big Crip music? How many people buy music of people who's talking about something positive, right? Even David Banner did a whole album called The God Box. He said people say they want something positive. I think he sold 75, maybe sold 100,000. That's it.
Yeah.
People, black people ain't buying it. So,
but I think part of it is the marketing. Oftentimes, people that
hold up, my man. Because I'm gonna go ahead and go and finish. Then I'm just gonna listen to y'all again. But so people's not buying it, right? So we can say marketing, but then go look at the white power genre of music. It's $1 billion industry. Look up. Have y'all ever heard of the white power genre of music? They just really got music saying white power. See,
I never heard that shit.
It's $1 billion industry. And the thing about it is, see, we can say marketing. If it was marketed so well, people would know about it. No, people listen to what they want to listen to. And we can call these women ratchet and say they're what they are all you want. But if people didn't want to see it, black people wouldn't be buying it. So if we didn't allow, if our generation didn't allow the Lil Kims and the Foxy Browns to get extremely popular, what's going on now wouldn't be going on. If we didn't allow the gangster rap bragging on killing and drug dealing back when we was young, back when we were late teens, early 20s, what they doing now in the music wouldn't be done. So for me, I don't just look at this generation and say, look how bad they are. Because you got to look at the whole ball. How many people on here own Snoop Dogg? Murder was the case that they gave me. You understand what I'm saying? But now we want to look and act like the ones now is doing something so much different than what we were doing. No, we failed. And if we don't accept that we failed, that we allowed something to come in that shouldn't be here, it won't get better. Instead of pointing the finger, I'm just a firm believer in pointing the finger. I'm a firm believer in pointing the finger at me. Should I say all music should just be about what I want to listen to? No, because everything about us ain't going to be positive. Some of that stuff they rap about go on in our community, right? And that's not me taking up for them, saying, oh, you know what? The music is just okay. That is not what I'm saying. I'm just saying some of the stuff they rap about, if people from Chicago, and I'm using that because that's the one everybody talk about when they talk about violent crimes and all that, they always mention Chicago, even though Chicago ain't even in the top 20 violent cities in the country. But if somebody from Chicago rap about that, look at the city of Chicago. You understand? That's what's going on. If we don't want it, it's up for us to stop it. We can stop buying it. We can stop our kids from listening to it. And when Gas Them Up say African Americans don't have a culture, that's true and false, right? The truth about it is we don't have a culture that we choose. It's false because white people tell us what our culture is. White people told us listening to this gangster rap is going to be the best music. It's going to be the best music for you. The things we do, just about everything we do, is predicated on what white people put on TV and put in front of you to create your culture. That's everything. That's everything we do. So that's true and false about the not having culture. So we got to look and we have to do work on the inside. Can somebody, I won't say the young people is a lost cause, but if we never talk to them, if we never go out, right? Even when we look at the young bucks and we'll talk about how they dress with their pants hanging down and you can see the dookie stains in their drawers, right? How many of us as men ever talk to some of them? I'm talking about one you don't know.
I do every single day.
And that's absolutely good because I was just about to say the same thing. I see them. I talk to them. I literally had two young men like 19, 20 years old tell me, say, sir, ain't nobody never said nothing to us. We thought it was okay.
Right.
And
they
literally had belts with them. They pulled their pants up and put the belt on. So if we don't say nothing, if we don't try to stop it, we can't complain about it.
Now, as a matter of fact, just to echo your point, Brother Bakari, we got the same name, first name. So I remember I was with my daughter. We was at a mall, and it was a mother walking with her son. The boy probably was 15, 16, pants damn near down to his knees, right? And I remember I'm at the gym working out. I got to stay in the gym, body by Lumumba style, right? And one of the OGs said to me, the reason why we have this going on in our community is because the lack of masculinity. You can't behave this way out publicly when you have masculine men in the community. It doesn't work that way. Right? So that's one of the issues. But I will say, even back when we were coming up, there were numerous people in the African community that spoke out against this type of music. C. Dolores Tucker, most notably, is one of them. There were individuals who sought to ban Uncle Luke's music. So there were individuals in our community who knew that this was problematic, that saw where this was headed. But unfortunately, they were the unsilent minority at the time.
Right.
Well, I think the problem is that with culture, when I say that, obviously it's not saying from like an arrogant, even though it's interpreted that way. It's more saying from a perspective of there's a difference between industry and culture. And I think Brother Bakari is right. White people create industries that they put black people in. And they utilize black people in those industries, and black people conflate and confuse an industry with a culture. And the fact still remains that there is no control over those industries. So if there's no control over the industry, then you definitely don't have control over the culture, because in America, what Oni was saying, that at the end of the day, the person with the sole authority in the black community is the white man. It's the white state. It's the white state officer, the police officer. It's the white, legislative officer, whoever's in charge of the state. And quite often that's a white person. So if you don't control the industry and the community gets the behavioral direction from industry, then that's what I'm trying to say. So again, when I say it, it's not to down anyone or insult anyone. We all know Africa has a ton of problems. They're just booty scratchers. Number one problem, right? But all jokes aside, the fact that, and that's why I was telling Oni, people don't take the energy to address, like, hey, wait a minute. Yeah, we're not going to ever control these industries. Leo Cohen is not going to give up the control of the industry. So let's stay away from the industry. Let's do something different, and let's control our community.
Let's hear from Razuli. He's been waiting for a while now. Razuli, you heard everything everyone had to say, and after Razuli speaks, I'll give you guys time to have a back and forth conversation as you feel to. Razuli, you saw the video. In fact, this is your prompt. You saw the video. You know the prompt. What say you to all of what you heard too?
I'm gonna preface it to say, gas them up. Don't come for me. Come on, I'm simping. But I'm gonna go. This is, I think, it's all tied up with the same thing we're talking about with the tourism thing we were talking about. Where is the protection, right? Where is the protection? And Brother Bakari said something that's very important. All of this started. How did we let this go by? I'm gonna say, I'm reading this book. I read this book. It's called the Principle of Genderism, the masculine energy and the feminine energy. And it says everybody has both. But the main objective of the masculine energy is to protect the feminine energy within you. The feminine energy is the subconscious. The masculine energy is the conscious. Right now, that video we're talking about, right? How is this woman is able to do this? Because there was somebody is programmed her to think like that. But who was supposed to be there to keep her from being programmed? The first defense, which is the masculine energy.
So look, this is what I'm gonna say to that, and I get where you're coming from. But as a parent, I'm gonna say this.
But wait, let him finish. Let him finish, brother.
You can control the process, not the results.
What I'm saying,
when a child leaves home, they could do and act any way that they want, even if it's in contravention of the values that their parents have taught them.
What I'm saying is, I'm going back to my thing. I'm saying, everybody, the masculine energy is the number one protector. The masculine energy, like I was saying, is supposed to keep the feminine energy from being imprinted from bullshit. The masculine energy in our community has fallen. Whether the brother just said, "Oh, we don't have our kids every day," you're supposed to make your own school so your children are not imprinted by this bullshit. What I'm saying is brother Kasimov just said something about the Bangladesh ladies. You know why the Bangladesh ladies can't be twerking, doing all of that? Because there's a masculine presence in there that imprinted the elder women in there that are not allowing this to go by. But if the masculine energy and the hip hop game, somebody mentioned Nas. Nas made Uchi Wally Wally, and Gasimov just said, "Oh, shorty, you could hold my ice." All the men were selling out in rap, were selling out sexual content. So now when the women have it, now it looks so horrible. Because you know why? There was no men there to protect them from taking in that kind of programming. So this young lady, if you finish watching the video, she's dancing with an older lady in there. So that means the older lady looks like she's 60, 70. That means the black men have lost the community since way back. So the brother Bukhari said something about, "Oh, we can't blame these girls right now." And then that's why I agree with Brother Bukhari. We did worse. DMX made a song where DMX was talking about he broke into somebody's house. He raped the 15-year-old girl. So what I'm saying is, back the energy, that lady's about to being programmed because there's nobody there to protect her from being imprinted with bullshit. Well, and like Mr. Untouchable, hold on, like Mr. Untouchable said, that lady could change. That young lady could change further down the line. But again, it's about making money. And another thing, the reason that these people could make money like this in the culture, again, as within, as without. The only way they could sell us all this shit about abortion is because a bunch of us had abortion too on the low. Is not a bunch of us are not really against that. And I don't think that these rap music could sell to us is because deep down we have no issues with it. They can't sell you something that deep down you don't interact with or you don't mess with. So I'm just saying, in the end, I'm saying there needs to be an energy to protect our young ones from being impressed by these type of energy. If it's not there, they destroy our masculine energy, and now they're being imprinted with the people who are controlling the music industry with their programming. So now when you men program, women are there to receive the program. So now we're not there. The black men of the community. Hold on, bro. You're gonna finish, bro. The black man, the righteous black man is not there to program most of the women. So you know who's programming her? The people that has their foot on their neck. So no, I'm just saying that.
Look,
this is what I'm saying. Koku, this is what I'm saying.
I don't know if you are in America or not. But in America, stuff don't work that way. Women aren't just sitting around saying, "Okay, program me and tell me what to do and what to do."
Yes, they are, bro. Women are being programmed. All the shit they have right now is because they are being programmed.
Second, let me say this.
Nah, man, this is that when you talk like that, you don't want to take accountability. You don't want to take accountability for.
I can't take accountability for someone else's child. I take accountability for my children.
What do you mean? I thought. Are you Pan-African?
Yes, I am. This is
Don't they say it takes a village to raise a child?
Once again,
all of our kids are our kids.
Can I answer your question? Are you gonna keep yelling, or can I answer your question?
This is wild, bro. Go ahead.
Are you gonna let me answer your question? You asked a question. Can I answer it?
Go ahead.
Here's the reality, because I am a Pan-Africanist, and I know that whatever I tell that child on the street is oftentimes in contravention of what they're being told in the house. How do I know this? Because I've done the work in the community before. Second, here's the other issue, and this is I'm stating facts, even though this may be anecdotal. What I do know is, as a parent, I can say this, even though my children haven't left the home, but we're dealing with this even with a sibling of mine, that you control the process, but you don't control the results, right? So what do I mean by that? You can raise your child with certain values and beliefs, so on and so forth, but when they leave home, they can choose to do whatever they want. This is a great example, an analogy of how we see people who grow up in the church. They're taught certain values, but then when they leave home, they go buck wild because people have free will. Now, I'm not saying it's right, but you can't control what your child does when they leave the home. I've seen plenty of Black children grow up in African-centered households. Their parents own businesses, they're professors, lawyers, doctors, the whole nine. They're being raised correctly. Then as soon as they leave home, they act like they are bat out of hell and just go batshit crazy. So we've seen these things before. So what I do know is I can't control someone else's behavior. We could that sister that made that song, I actually sent her a DM on Instagram. Hey, I want to talk to you about the song. Maybe possibly I can interview you for my show. She didn't respond. So we have to understand that there are some individuals in our community who don't care about any of this type of stuff, even if they were raised that way. You have people who say, as soon as I leave home, I'm gonna do whatever the hell I want. We control the process, but unfortunately, we don't control the results. Because people have free will. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality. We can't save everyone.
You're absolutely right. We can't save everyone, but I'm gonna tell you just something you just said. You said they act like batshit crazy, whatever. I'm paraphrasing. That might not be your exact words, right? Mm-hmm. But in this system and everything African people have gone through, I'm going to be honest. These people have run us crazy, and we are sitting back and allowing it to continue to happen. That's part of the problem. We are crazy because we're trying to fit into a system and be like people who don't care about you at all. We are trying to, what's the word? We really want to live and be like them. Our women dyeing their hair blonde. Our men, the things that we're doing, right? Even because all of this, when we talk about all of this dysfunction and all of this hypersexuality, when you study white people's history, Romans and Greeks, it was hypersexual. So our women is over-sexualized, right? And like I think there was the Zulus early on, it was the men talking about the women and what they're gonna do. So now the women said, okay, this is a way for me to get in. Because once Lauryn Hill do her one album that did good, they gonna blackball her, right? So it's hard sometimes for people to say no. And when I ask no to this money, right? So when I asked about Ciroc, I heard Ciroc in an interview say she was over between 5-10 million. I say 5 to be safe, but she told him her lyrics is for sale, not her body, right? So she didn't want to dress like that. But if you listen to her music, you'll also understand what she's been taught and the things that she knows in her mental state of being is not like these women, because ain't nobody teaching them to respect yourself. You understand?
Well, but here's the thing I'm saying is that people make that assumption. We don't know what this person was taught when they were a child. That's what I'm saying. There are people who engage in this type of behavior and they were taught right. They were given an African-centered background. They did learn their history and they still choose to engage in this type of behavior.
I agree with that. I don't think you're absolutely correct, my brother. I agree with that.
That's all I'm saying.
But I think
when they get grown and go out,
they still choose to do wrong.
I think that's in the minority. I'm not saying a couple of kids don't do right, but I don't think the majority, if you teach them right, not from 0 to 15, not from 15 on. At 15, you already lost the kid if you're not doing it right. From 0 to 15, I don't think most of our kids would do that. But at the end of the day, I understand.
Let me ask you this: Have you ever been incarcerated before?
No.
Okay, I have. I've spent 20 months of my life aggregate incarcerated. I've been arrested over 24 times. I was taught from 0 to the moment I left my parents' house the right way. And I still left my parents' home. And from 17 to 24, decided to do whatever the hell I wanted.
You know why? You know why? I don't know why you did that, but you're not the majority though. You're not the majority of kids.
I would say this much: from spending all that time behind bars, the majority of the people in there that I was around were raised correctly and simply decided to do different because they thought it was cool.
Because you know, again, you know why? Back to what I was saying. The people, the programmer who programmed you.
What I'm saying,
you didn't listen to your parents. You didn't listen to your parents because in your mind. Let me finish, bro.
I decided to do whatever I wanted.
Why you did that? You didn't respect your phone. Did you raise? Were you raised?
Someone has a bit of an echo. Sorry.
People have free will when they leave home. This is what I'm saying. People aren't computers where you punch in a code and then program.
You don't have free will, bro. You don't have free will. That's what they create, bro. Was your father in your life?
My parents are still married.
Was your father in your life?
Yes, my parents have been married.
So what you try? I'm just going on by what you said. So what you're saying is your father taught you right, and you was like, F what he taught me. I'm gonna go with that other program in the street that's telling me to do this.
No, it was just my choice.
Yeah, okay, your choice was F what my father told me and my mom told me, trying to infuse in me. I'm gonna go with the other program that they put out there to get me involved in this life, right? That's what you said.
Do you think I could give you guys a middle ground?
Please.
I think what Azuli is saying is right about programmers, and I think what you're saying is right about the individual. And that was why, for me, I said the problem is that people in America have been taught to conflate and confuse industry and culture. Mm-hmm. And in America, the industry determines the culture specifically for Black people, whether it's the media industry, whether it's finance, whatever industry, and particularly music and film. And that's the industry that determines or programs the behavior for Black people. That is why, like I said, especially now, you check Netflix, HBO, they do put Black men on the shows, but they have severe character flaws, right?
Absolutely.
They have severe issues. And so what happens is now you have something called Fox Soul. So they know, oh, Black people got a soul. We're going to put Fox Soul by it, and Black people will identify with that, as opposed to saying, wait a minute, this is an industry. We don't own it. You get what I'm saying? We don't own it. We don't have any stake in it. We don't control its direction. And so what is it programming our people to do? No one is questioning that. And that's why I'm saying that, to me, I'm going to take a second stance. Black people, especially in America, should stop trying to be successful in the system. Forget the Grammys, forget the Emmys, don't get any of the awards, run as fast as you can away from this man, and you have to have control, because the brother said that he did what he wanted to do. People have free will, and you're right, people do have free will, but I think to a certain degree that's the part from a non-American perspective, whether you're in Africa, whether you're in Yemen or the Middle East, or in one of these other countries like in Southeast Asia, Bangladesh, or all these other places, even like the stands, right? The Uzbekistans, the Kazakhstans. And you go to those countries, there is free will, but at the same time, the community has supreme control. And what do I mean by that? A young child, at the end of the day, yeah, you can take a decision, but let's say you take a decision that goes against what the community wants, you will be ostracized. Black people don't have that ability to ostracize members of the community who are not doing what they want, because as Oni said, the head nigga in charge is actually a white guy.
Correct.
Yeah, I want to just touch on that too.
I agree wholeheartedly with what you just said.
Let me just touch on this quickly. So the individualism thing is like a really important thing that we kind of underestimate, so the fact that, so like basically, for those of us who grew up in America, our experience is that, like, I don't know if you guys remember, there was like this movie It was like the Breakfast Club or something like that. And the idea was that even though they were all white kids, they all identify with different cliques, different subgroups, different in a sense cultural frameworks, not necessarily culture but cultural frameworks, or even like use gas them up's phrase, different industries, right? So they had the goth girl, and then they had the jock, they had the so on and so forth. And so what happens is that when you grow up in America, that whole clicking or cliquing, if you want to call it, whatever, but that whole clicking and subgrouping and so on and so forth is something that a lot of us kind of participate in, where we say to ourselves, you know what, I'm not, like, basically there's quote unquote black culture, which was the hip hop and all that kind of stuff, but then there was like weebs or something like that, which is I think Japanese culture or something like that, and then there's like nerds who are like Star Wars and shit, all that kind of stuff. And so black people like consciously make decisions to attach to one sort of identity versus another. You also have the queer identity and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of identity politics going on in America, where rap, hip hop is just one of those protected identities, in the same way that homosexualism is, and so on and so forth. I mean, obviously, genderism, kind of in a sense, feminism would be an identity. Democrats would be an identity, sort of thing. So yeah, like the whole free will notion is one of the things that really gets in the way, as in particular as well, the fact that the quote unquote black hip hop, so on and so forth. Tanzania, you need a life. Like Tanzania's a zombie, yo, straight up. Anyway, but like that whole idea is that you can like with regard to subgroups and so on and so forth, like that identity, like, hey, you know what, I'm an individual, I can do whatever I want. I'm now 18 or I'm 16 or I'm whatever. I'm this is my group. Like that is a very powerful thing that that kind of works against us, in the same way that when Gasmup was saying earlier about the Bangladeshi kid, or even like if you talk about the Jew kid or whatever, they also have identity.
Oh my God, Oni, damn, fun boy.
All right, they also have identity things as well, but their identity, for what it's worth, is not so heavily manipulated by what is otherwise like now becoming more and more hypersexual. And I just want to add this one last thing, is that when you look at these old rap videos, if you ever look at them critically from a modern standpoint, there's a lot of half naked women just dancing all the damn time. Like it could be any old song. And to the point of DMX rapping about raping a young girl, Biggie Smalls said that he would mess with Raven Simone. And at that point in time, Raven Simone was like 6, So it's like, and this is like quote unquote the greatest rapper that there was. So we have to come to terms with that. And I just want to add to, because of Wana, if we're gonna say that, you can't compare a white guy's musical success with a quote unquote like a possibly part black woman. Like it's just
moving the goalpost now.
It's not no goalpost. You don't compare white folk and black folk in like it's just not even like it's like saying, hey, if I were to sell computers, I'd make billions of dollars. Like, yeah.
Pitbull was the same kind of rapper back in the day, like Fat Joe. People listen to Fat Joe. New Yorkers listen to Fat Joe. Black people listen to Fat Joe. Pitbull was in the same vein. Pitbull, I think he moved to Miami.
Well, if he was in the same vein, what is the point?
And I'm saying that he changed his market.
Yeah, dude, but not everybody's gonna change their market,
His market was an English. No, his market.
If it's not broken, why would you fix it?
His market was the English, because he has $100 million. Ain't that the goal to get the bike? I'm saying
but that's him.
I'm saying that his content was in the same vein of a Fat Joe. He changed his content because your argument.
You're saying for a different country.
Your argument.
You're saying for a different country. We said
your argument initially is you can't make music.
Yes,
but
in America, I specifically.
He lives in America.
Oh, you have to listen to what was said. I said if you're in the American market, based off of the American
He's
state
in the American
apparatus.
market. He's in the American market.
He said he went to a different market.
There are 51 million Spanish speakers in the American market.
Okay, but that's a different. All right, look, yes, if Cardi B made positive music in Spanish, she could make money.
So she's a rapper. I'm thinking that since she has a Spanish background, she could speak the language. I'm saying that if your argument is you can't make that content and make the same kind of money, I'm saying that is a felonious argument.
But brother Buana,
it's like this. Look, bro, it's like I can't make money. Look, bro, if I told you
at 100 million,
bro,
and Cardi B is sitting at 40
if
million,
I told you I was in Iceland. If I told you I was in Iceland and I said I can't make money selling what's it called? Skin, what's that thing called? Suntan lotion. I can't make money selling suntan lotion in Iceland, right? Then you don't tell me that's a lie. You can make money if you sell it in Florida. Like, of course I can make money if I sell it in Florida. But we talking about Iceland.
Let me say this.
Disingenuous argument. What I am
hold
saying
on, brother
is,
let me say this right, Bwana Hagazuki, right? Let me say this right. When you say Pitbull, first Pitbull a white boy, but I'm gonna say this right. I'm gonna show you the difference. He can switch the market all they want. My favorite, I done said his name about 10 times, right? But I'm gonna say it again. Big Crit, right? Big Crit. He don't talk about all the gangbanging. He even said in one of his songs, he don't rap about dope, nor do he sell it. Guess the story of a country boy just ain't that compelling. He got his damn record deal. They didn't even promote it. He had to pay, because he didn't talk about that. He had to pay $650,000 cash to get out of his deal. So they're not promoting it like they promoting the white folks. They ain't promoting it like they doing, like they did Pitbull. Pitbull is in Miami, a white Cuban with a whole bunch of white Cubans doing some music called reggaeton. But they know there's a big Spanish market, so they promoted it. They wouldn't promote. It's so many black rappers that I can sit here and name that they won't promote and do the same thing for when they are trying to talk about something positive. My thing is when they go independent while they're talking about something positive, why ain't black people supporting these people that's willing to step away from that money and say, you know what, I'm not going to brag on this and sell my people out. I would be independent and take my chances with my people supporting me because they said they wanted to hear something positive. We are still waiting.
I think I can tell you the answer.
Okay, but wait, I got you. But let me finish. We still waiting on a white man or a white woman or whatever the hell you want to call them. We still waiting on them to tell us we got to listen to some positive. Now that's a damn shame, because if we waiting on our people that we love, Oshun, to be promoted like that damn white Cuban Pitbull, it ain't gonna happen. If we waiting on our black conscious rappers who's doing something and who's out here talking about something positive in their music, waiting on white people to promote them, it ain't gonna happen. We got to promote them, just like Gaz the Mother said. We are trying to be successful, and I'm agreeing with him. But we got to be successful.
Not you too. Not
just
you
on this,
too.
No, just on that. Just on that point,
Tanzan. No.
Tanzan. Just on that point, Tanzan. Because I got some information for you. The debate that I'm gonna get him for you. But like he said, we are trying to be successful in something that they created. And the reason we are trying to be successful in something that they created, because we are not supporting the ones that's not trying to be successful in what they give us. We are not supporting the ones who has given us something good. We ain't. It ain't giving us.
Let's hear from Gas real quick, and then
I know we got to move on.
Yeah, and then I want to show this response Tan had on Discord, and then we'll move on. But go ahead, Gas.
So I just want to quickly say, everyone's saying the exact thing, and I think Erzuli's point about programming is key, because what Brother Buono, I think what you're not understanding is, if you take a young kid in any, the Bronx or wherever, Queens, Brooklyn, take them downtown to where the record labels are, or I guess 50 something to 40 something street or wherever the record labels are. And you tell them to sign. We all saw the video of Bobby Shmurda when he was performing for those record executives, doing his monkey dance.
Yep.
They will not. Yes, we actually showed it on the show. They will not allow that artist to be promoted, and the industry, which is what it is an industry. So they will put all the marketing dollars, all the radio spins behind a particular record. There's no reason why they can't promote these young black girls the same way they promote Taylor Swift, Avril Lavigne for white girls, right? But it's done purposely, and our people get their cultural cues and their cultural direction and behavior from the industry. And that's the problem. And so I think going forward, black people are going to have to say, screw the industry. They don't want any parts of it, because since we don't control it, so, and I'll say this, if you're right, Cardi B can transition and make more positive music to a Spanish fan base. But if she didn't start out ratchet, they would never have signed her.
But can I say something? Brother Gas and
I want to say something quickly.
Oh my God.
After you.
What I'm saying is that how does all these Spanish songs that they make, they perverted too, right? They speak the same gangster shit that we speak, but in Spanish, right? So I don't know what brother Mr. Untouchable is talking about. That they're making better songs. Do not say that's not true, man. Listen to the song. You speak Spanish?
I speak Spanish. That's not true.
You wildin'. All these they copy. See, you wildin'. You wildin' because you want to say what you want to say. But again, I'm gonna agree. Hold up. Pitbull blew up. He blew up here. He got the validation here. Then he switched it up. Just like, let me finish, bro.
Sorry.
So Pitbull blew up in the rap culture saying ratchet shit, and then he tried after that. He supposedly, quote unquote, is using world music now, like with those beats, those house beats music now to make money. Just like what's her name? Pink. Pink came to the hip hop community. After she was done getting her buzz, she switched and went to her thing. So I don't believe. I agree with Cardi B. Cardi B, you're saying that Cardi B could make positive songs. If you listen to those Spanish songs, I listen to a lot of reggae songs. They're talking about that same sexual shit, using women, doing everything to them, the same thing. So the culture is you're saying that they're not making music, they're not making money off righteous music, whether it's Spanish or American.
And let me just add this too. What
I'm saying is, if you're gonna leave, like Gas was saying, because what he said is the industry is dictating what the music.
Oh my goodness, everybody's on the.
I'll stop after this. I promise. I won't speak no more. If the industry is dictating what the culture is, if the industry is promoting genocide music, well, don't get mad at me as a tether immigrant or whatever. When I see that, and I know that's happening, and the kids following after that, I don't want my kids to fall after that shit. I'ma say, listen, man, I don't want you to associate with that shit, because that's falling off of the cliff music. You're gonna die by that music. That's genocidal. I don't want that shit in my ear 24 hours a day. And if I know that's what the kids them are eating, internalizing, what's going to play out in the streets is murder, genocide. I don't want to associate with that. Now I'm a bad guy or a bad tether because I don't want to assign myself to something that I know is going to be self-destructive. No friggin' way. No.
All right. Boss, we get it. Let me say this though.
Keep it brief.
I'm gonna try to keep it brief. Forecast. I think it was on Forecast where he was playing that there was some radio executive. No. Matter of fact, it was Harsh Reality. Harsh Reality was actually it was probably one of them too, right? Well, somebody was playing this this music executive, Hot 97. I think it was Harsh Reality. Was playing Hot 97's music executive. It's some Jewish man. And the reality is this, that you got to go into the economics of the situation. Even if you are some Bronx stripper, right? You're some Bronx stripper and you want to make it in the music game. How in the world are you going to get your song on the radio playing across America, right? Unless you're doing something that this man wants to see, or this man thinks will be successful, or this man thinks will sell well in America. If you come out of the Bronx, you're a damn stripper, you got nothing going on for you otherwise, and you're talking about, hey, we got to empower our community and we got to build ourselves and build our wealth and blah, blah, blah. If you think that this man sitting behind the desk is going to play yours, like green light you on his radio, then you got another thing coming. And so when we talk about Pitbull transitioning to another thing, Pitbull by this time already got a name for himself in a black community or whatever, right? He's being demanded for by his own people in another country, and they're saying to themselves, hey, can you make some music for us? We will play you on the radio, but we don't want that negative shit. Then he could do that. But it's not the same if you were a black stripper or something and you just want to make some positive music for your people to get better. Because at the end of the day, I'll tell you this, Ciroc makes good music, sure, but she can't call up no radio station and say, hey, play my stuff, boost my stuff. She can get her stuff boosted on YouTube per se, but she has to pay out the ass to do that. And if we're not willing to pay out the ass for her, and if we're not willing to, if we don't have our own radio stations for whatever reason still, or if we sell BET, one of the only places that was putting black music exclusively or for the most part, if we sell that to a white boy, then what do you think is going to happen? Again, it's a matter of we kind of set ourselves up for failure, and it is what it is.
Hey, let me go right quick.
Let me actually hold on. Let me get to this Tanzan response on Discord where she said it didn't start with us. This is from a show 6 years ago called BoJack Horseman, which only mentioned earlier, and it's still on Netflix. So this takes us to this link. I'll just play a few seconds of it so you guys get the idea of what Tana's trying to say. Someone needs to mute their mic. They're making some noise in the background.
So I'm dropping a new single. What surprise?
Just relax. Crack an egg on your head. Feel the yolk drip down.
America, get your uteruses turned, because this song is called Get That Fetus, Kill That Fetus.
Oh dear.
I'm a baby killer. Baby killing makes me horny. Aliens inside me. We're gonna squash it like some gunny. Get that fetus, kill that fetus.
All right. I think we get the idea there. Final statements. Everyone has a chance. Final statements on this prompt before we move on to Shoot the Breeze prompt number 4 tonight.
Okay, let me give you 2 seconds right quick. Okay,
bring up your audio, Bakari. Bring up your audio.
Okay. How about now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, I ain't even know what they were saying on that thing. That's one, but this is something I'm gonna say, right? See, we stay stuck on the industry, right? The biggest thing for me, if we want something different, we got to support something different. I ain't mad at white folks who are doing what they do. They doing what they supposed to do. They supposed to keep black people in a confused state so they can keep getting black people money. We are supposed to get out of that confused state so we can take care of ourselves. They gonna push this shit. They gonna push it. The goal is, what is we gonna push, or are we gonna just sit back and complain about what they are doing in the industry? That's the only, that's the biggest thing for me. We can create our own industry. You're right. Ciroc can't call up to the radio, but she shouldn't have to call up to the radio. There should be enough people out here supporting her anyway. She shouldn't have to call up to the radio and say, play this song. See, once again, it's still, like I said earlier, white people dictate to black people, to the majority of black people. That's why when I walk around and I do the things I do, most of the time people say, why you by yourself? That's why I'm by myself, because they can't dictate nothing to me. I don't mind going against the rules. I don't mind being considered an outcast. I don't mind telling nobody. I don't listen to that. I'm not the N-word. I don't use that N-word. But until we strong enough to say, forget the radio station, it's enough of us out here who can support our people that's doing good music and saying something positive, and who ain't calling and who not saying she a B and a H, but got songs telling her you beautiful just the way you are. You don't have to put weed and dye your hair and do it. Until we support those type of people, we're gonna continue to go down the same hole, hoping, because we're all still hoping that the industry change. No, white people ain't gonna change. We the ones who got to change to make something better for us. I hear the mic.
Lumumba, go ahead.
Yeah, so and I agree with what Brother Bakari stated. You know, I tell people all the time when these type of things take place, I say, you know, white folk don't just surprise me. I expect white people to be white people just like I expect a dog to be a dog. But the true issue is always, how do we respond? What are we doing? Not being reactive, but proactive in a manner in which we seek to restore our people to our traditional greats. So I think that's the biggest issue. But the biggest thing for me is I don't like when people use what I like to call black misandric type rhetoric, right? That's to always, even without having all of the facts, to say, well, it's because the man wasn't doing X, Y, Z. I think if you go to any community in Black America, and this may even be unfortunate, and tell the woman, it's my job to tell you what values you're supposed to practice and believe in, that woman's going to look at you like you're speaking in tongues, right? So I think we also have to be able to take the best of our African culture and apply it in a reasonable manner, of course, in the modern society.
Fully?
I think again, as you can see in that small video, you see the people are talking hip hop, right? It's like a hip hop beat, right? So again, they put our culture on top of that to promote their views. Again, like I said about the thing that the law of correspondence, as above, as below, as within, as without. The reason they are able to sell you this shit is because inside of you, there's something inside of you that what's the word, that connects with that. And number two, what I want to say is that we are being programmed. There needs to be a standard that says, like Brother Bakari just said. See, what he said is the masculine energy should be like, no, we're not listening to this. We're gonna listen to Sirach. So I still think there's somebody, we are being programmed. They are programming our kids to the mother. And the reason the mother is easily programmed, because the man is not there to say, no, that's not it. Or the man also is also corrupted. So that's my view on it.
Gas, I'm gonna let you go quickly.
I would like to respond to that if I could.
I yield the mic to Brother Dr. Lumumba.
Yeah, so very quickly. And so once again, this is when I talk about the black misandric rhetoric. The man isn't there, but people don't interrogate. That's a surface level conversation. If we want to go deeper, 80% of all relationships, according to blackdemographics.com, and the black community, when there are children involved, are ended by the woman. So this isn't a situation where the man isn't there because he doesn't want to step up and do his job, right? We got to dig deeper. Just deal with the facts and not the
What I'm saying is, if the man is there and is allowing this music to go on and he's under his watch, that means he's operating in his feminine energy and he's being programmed by the dominant culture. That's what I'm saying. You could be there, and if you let that go on in your crib, if you let Cardi B and be that young lady play in your house, and you don't say no, never, not in my house, ever again, you are being programmed.
I wouldn't allow that. One, you seem a bit emotional. The second issue,
it's not about being you see, that's the shit you're using, emotional. Okay, I am emotional. That's what you want to say. Fine, I'm not gonna debate you. Whatever.
I haven't cursed at you. Don't curse at me. I don't rock that way. I don't rock that way. We could agree to disagree.
So when you say emotional, that's not when you say a man is emotional. What you trying to say? That's not what you're trying to say. That's something positive.
No, it's not something positive.
So now you're mad at me because I curse, but it's okay for you to call me emotional. All right, bro.
Let's move.
Oh yeah, you see, gas him up though. You see, like that word emotional. You see how that, like it's just a trigger for black folk, even though it could be interpreted as innocent. You know, so like if a white guy does that at a court case, he could be like, "Oh, you just sound like he was emotional," and the black man's like, "Yo, fuck you," right? And then the black guy and the white guy could be like, "Oh, you see how he is," and so it's just like you know, we know our own triggers and white folk know our own triggers, and sometimes white folk create those triggers for us, you know, so that, you know, like the N-word being a trigger and that kind of stuff. Anyway, what I was gonna say though, and that's why so I was gonna say is that, so there's this book called The New Jim Crow, right? And so Michelle Alexander writes a chapter on the Black Minstrel Show, and she was like, it's so ridiculous, or she was like, it's the most weird thing is that when the minstrel shows were going on, right? Basically these white folk in blackface, they would portray black folk as just stupid idiots or some shit, right? And then what black folk would do, or eventually they would also put up black actors, and then black people would start watching the movie and watching the show too. So they would go to the theater and watch a program where black folk were portraying themselves as idiots, right? And white folk were just outraged. They're like, don't you see that this is an insult to you? And they're like, yeah, but one, the black person, show support to the black actor, he's making money, right? And and two, like, we get to see ourselves on media, you know what I mean? And we like to see ourselves in media, like if y'all saw that clip for the trailer of these young black girls and boys, like, I mean, just mostly girls actually, who were just hype about seeing the Little Mermaid as a black person, which was like, what, right? Anyway, so what I'm saying is the rap hip hop thing, it's always been a black face thing. Well, not always. It started off as, positive, but it eventually became a black face thing, right? And the reality is this, that we shouldn't like it, but we do like it. And then, like, when we said that we were like naming the different dudes who were like, hey, they didn't do ratchet at least. And the reality is they did, like Biggie, all of them had like twerking in the background and all that type of shit all the time. So a lot of young black men watched that and said, yo, I could probably do the hustler shit. And a lot of black women were like, yo, I could probably do the dancing, twerking shit. And that's kind of what Cardi B and Nicki Minaj represent. So what I'm saying is these were Trojan horses. DMX was a Trojan horse. Nas was a Trojan horse. Gay-Z was a Trojan horse. And I just wanted to say Gay-Z. I just wanted well, the point is that, that's really it. So, and here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. That's the real kicker. The reason why we can't even do much is because the people who most buy hip hop music are white people.
Yeah, middle America
understand?
buys hip hop.
So what happens is that it doesn't matter if you boycott it, right? Now, the issue is that it's blackface, so you should just avoid it. But realistically, these black folk or these people are just performers. They're just actors. They're just Tom Cruises and I wanted to name a black. I know freaking Nia Long, right? They're just Nia Longs or whatever, right? They're just these people playing these roles in order for white folk to fund their lifestyles. Cardi B could make a few bucks, stripping, or she could make millions of dollars acting like an idiot for white folk. Right. And that's what she chooses to do. And the reality is that if you say, hey, you know what? I don't approve. I'm not going to listen to Cardi B. Cardi B doesn't give a shit if I listen to her music. She knows damn well I'm not going to buy her music. What she knows is that there's some white girl somewhere who's going to buy her music. Now here's the issue. When black folk are like, yeah, I like this, or so on and so forth, enough black fools to go into that minstrel show to make it seem like it's good, that's really where the problem lies. And that's it.
So I will say this, in Michelle Alexander's book, talked about the minstrel show. It's pages 168 to 170. If you all have the book, page 168 to 170, there's a section in the book where she talks about the minstrel show. Black people attending the minstrel show, was Brother Only stated. So 168 to 170 is where you can find that in her book.
Appreciate it, bro.
I appreciate that. You know what? I want y'all to keep that same energy. We got to move on to the next prompt.
But I want to have my last say to Goku.
Huh?
I want to have my last say too.
You said you had your last thing already, man. Get out of here.
Hold that energy for me.
Right, I'll hold it.
Let's go to the next, because if not, we're gonna stay on that topic till 1 o'clock in the morning. So we're trying to end at 2 here. We just gone on Shooter Breeze topic number 4. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense. This came with a link. Let's see what it's about.
What you got in the river? I got it.
Hold on, let me share the screen for everyone. All right, so here we go. We'll discuss it after.
A robbery attempt is nipped in the bud when an armed man finds himself up against a convenience store worker with his own weapon. It happened on September 9th in Pensacola, Florida. The Escambia County Sheriff's Office released this security video saying the suspect, 32-year-old Rakeem Stephen Tate, turned a bad decision into a worse decision when he entered the store armed. Security footage shows Tate walking inside carrying a gun under his right arm. He walks around the store before speaking with someone who is off camera.
I don't mean no harm. I'm just not from around here. Well, you got to remember, I got a big gun, but I'm not from around here is what I'm saying. I'm from Chicago, bro.
Escambia County officials say the clerk noticed Tate was armed before he entered the store and ran to the back room to arm himself with his personal weapon.
What's that?
After leaving the store, Tate was charged with openly carrying a prohibited weapon and attempted robbery with a firearm. Officials with the Escambia County Sheriff's Office posted the security footage on Facebook, saying it was, quote, not a good time for a robbery. And while Tate may be from Chicago,
but I'm not from around here is what I'm saying. I'm from Chicago, bro.
Officials went on to write, quote, you're not in Chicago anymore. You're under arrest. For the latest developments in this story and all things true crime, stay.
Oh, that was supposed to be so clever at the end there, right? Yeah, that's D Webb's that's D Webb's brethren there. The problem says sometimes the best defense is a good offense. Kevin Carray, what say you to that?
Damn, Skippy. Here, you gotta arm yourself. You never know what's gonna come. I said, you and I, we always complain about this goddamn city of we call New York. You know, it's hard to get. You can't even defend yourself here. But I don't blame that owner of seeing the problem ahead, going to the back to get his piece and say, hey, and imagine if he didn't have that gun, that guy would have had his way. I said, I'm pro Second Amendment, man, but the best thing is a good offense. Don't come at me if you don't want any of it. I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, just to be clear, you can get your thing in New York. It's very difficult. And you could also have your thing illegally as well, right? Let's go to Lumumba Speaks. What say you on this?
Yeah, so I would say that if you play stupid games, you get stupid results, right? And of course, anyone who knows me know that I abhor crime, I abhor criminals. And so, I mean, he was looking for a problem and he found one, of course. And I think he's in grown-up timeout now. He's going to have a lot of time to sit down and reflect and hopefully think about the stupid decision he made. But this is part of what tends to take place in our community. I always tell people we have an external enemy and we have an internal enemy in our community. And the reality of the situation is if he ran into the wrong person on the right day, he might have got his brains blown out, right? Just walking into someone's establishment carrying a rifle like that. So he should be glad that he wasn't killed, to be quite honest. But unfortunately, as we know, we have individuals in our community who are going to act in a manner that is not in our best interest. And I'm glad that he's not going to be in our community for quite some time. But I am pro Second Amendment as well.
I appreciate that. Buana, Hagoziki was saying there was a bad echo. Are you guys in the chat getting a bad echo? Hit one of you are. Hopefully it wasn't from me. Erzuliism, what say you to this?
I agree with the brother what just said. He's lucky he didn't get killed. And if he had gotten shot, I wouldn't feel no way. How do you walk in with a gun like this? And it's not a I think he did that to intimidate. And I don't know if the owner was a white person or whatever color they were. If they had killed them, like the brother just said before, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Like, bro, what are you doing? Like, this is what I'm saying. What is the mental of this person to just walk in like that? You understand what I'm saying? Like he was going to prey on somebody, and that owner or the worker was, hey, he was in all his right to shoot this person. So now, if they had shot him, people were going to be, oh, he didn't have to shoot him. Look at how you walking with a gun like this. What do you expect? Unless he had a mental issue and he was maybe that was a suicide attempt. You never know. But I agree with what people say. That's a terrible behavior, and I'm with the owner. I'm for the Second Amendment. Hey, you play stupid. Yo, he didn't. That was not even a stupid prize. He got lucky. The stupid prize would have been him gone.
Yeah, I agree with you. Gas him up. What say you to this?
I yield my time to Brother Oni.
Okay, Oni, what say you?
Appreciate it, bro. See, Tanzan would never. No, but anyway,
I would never. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay.
You know you wouldn't anyway, but that's why. What was it? Gas up is at 21 now, and you still at 0. All right. So as far as this video, I mean, like, there's not much to say. I mean, I don't know. I don't see the attempted murder. I mean, the attempted robbery. I'm guessing they're saying it's interpreted. I don't know. But you know, yeah, the dude walked in with a with a pretty large gun, and the guy told him, "Look, you're gonna get arrested." I think harsh reality said you gotta know your laws. But this is like the reality. Like, this is just, you know, I'll say this actually. So I know a brother who's in prison now, you know, and he was telling me because he had like he would do weird shit. And he told me after he's been in prison for a minute, right? And Tanzan, that's like a long time, right? All right. So Tanzan said last time she ain't no minute, man, long time. But yeah, she's in prison for a minute. And yeah, the dude said it's the first time he's been sober in a long time. You know, like a lot of people, this is the thing that we also kind of underestimate. A lot of people are high all the damn time, high daily, you know. Like how sometimes, you know, I don't know if Miss Untouchable or Buana, you know, drinks a lot, but you know how he says he's drinking at least during this time of hour. Some people smoke all the damn time. And then like not just like marijuana, they're like on some serious shit. So you don't even know, but this guy could be out of his damn mind. You know what I mean? Like he could be high. And that's a large thing that we don't even talk about, because a lot of us, you know, like for instance, me, like I'm always sober, right? So a lot of us kind of live our lives sober, and we kind of don't realize that a lot of people are operating on like drug-induced, you know, initiatives or something. So like based off of how he was talking, for instance, where he's just like, yeah, you don't know, man, I'm like from Chicago. Like he kind of reminds me of this, you know, like I said, this dude I know who's in prison now, who just kind of, you know, just says things that don't even like really register to the rest of us. So it could be that the dude was just high. He brought out his, you know, his pretty, you know, a pretty good gun, I guess. And he just didn't think anything through. And so now they're gonna lock him up, and he's gonna, you know, he's gonna feel away, but eventually he's gonna feel cleaned up and be like, why is prison so long type shit. But that's what it is. Like, and I just really want to stress that too, just realistically, like when we were talking about Black culture and, you know, all that kind of stuff, like being high and all that shit is very, very normalized in like some parts of our of the community, like very, very normalized.
Yeah, I would say it's a subculture. Definitely, there's a subculture of that in the community. Absolutely.
Yeah. Like it's huge. It's like it's just normal to the point where, you know, and like because I think like here's the thing I'll say, like for instance, America, like apparently like everybody's supposed to have an addiction. You know what I mean? Like I don't have an addiction, but like everybody, like it's pretty normal to have an addiction, whether it's caffeine, whether it's marijuana, whether it's sex, whether it's pornography. Like everybody's kind of like a lot of people are just running on some sort of addiction. This guy could be addicted to drugs, you know, and he doesn't show it. He's standing up straight. His posture is good. He probably makes some good money. He's probably functional, but like notwithstanding, like this seems like something he probably did while he was high. And like, what is the solution to this? Who knows? You know?
I think, you know, when I was watching it myself, I felt like he was maybe off of his medicine actually, and did some ill shit like this. off of his meds. I've seen people off.
Oh, hold up. I just wrote this. Y'all saw those facial tattoos. I remember when I was a kid, they told me the facial tattoos, the teardrops was like how many people you killed. Yeah.
That means you got a body on your record.
Yeah, he got two teardrops, so that means that he like probably killed two.
Yeah,
well, I don't know if he really did it, but like that's one of the symbols.
That's what it represents.
I mean, he is from Chicago.
That's racist. I'm joking.
Tanzan, what say you to this?
All I can say is this: that the man was very well dressed for a robbery. I have to give him that. He was matching, the black top, the hat. I don't know if it's a hat or a hoodie or whatever that was. He was sporting a nice, comfortable, that's not a turtleneck. What do you call those things? Yeah, he's warm, dressed for the occasion, black pants that match his also black shoes, and very, very good dresser. The other thing though is that he has weird ears. What is up with that? Why is one of his ears just off and the other one is a completely different shape, size, and character? Can you show that? Yeah, let's see the second one. Like that was so weird to me. How are his ears just a whole different, configuration? Like you have people with big ears, but you rarely see people with different shaped ears. Let's see that whole picture again. Yeah, that's weird, right?
I don't think most men, I'm assuming, look at ears.
Even notice that,
yeah. Right, so look, I didn't want to say this. Oh my gosh. So there's this Amos Wilson. I had to transcribe some Amos Wilson before for my books or whatever, right? And
please jump in on my time, Oni. Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I have to. I was trying to wait, but like he was saying that the Japanese prime minister was talking about black women. And no, he was talking about women, and he was like, the thing about women is that you could go up and say whatever as the prime minister, they won't know what you said as much as what you dressed as. And I'm like, yo, like we're all talking about this dude getting in prison for like almost murder. Like he almost got killed. And she's like, yo, you see his ears and he's dressed pretty well, isn't he? He's handsome. Like what?
You notice, I don't know if you guys ever had this happen to you. I hate to be crude. You can like watch, an adult film with the woman, and she'll notice the curtains. And
the pillows. Like, what are you talking about?
The pillows and the curtains didn't match, and you're like, "What the hell is what?" That's not what we were looking at. We were looking at this freaky stuff going on here.
Somebody got murdered.
And the curtains.
He's dressed pretty well, Like what? I mean, I guess, yeah. I guess the white and black went together. Like what?
I just want to point out, Oni was drunk last week, wasn't he? I know I only playing like he don't ever drink nothing. But
no, he is perfect, and everybody else is flawed.
That's okay. Listen, Koku, I go 6 hours, 6 days a week from 12 to 4. I have 14 to 12 to 14-hour days. On Saturday nights, one time of the week, I let my hair down, and I don't let it out at the rum bar. I let it out in a computer, engaging in an intellectual conversation. But all of a sudden, I in a liquor store with a gun in my hand because I drink a lot. Anyways, needless to say,
I wasn't hating. And look, I drank that one time. Like, come on, like, damn, you know what I mean?
That's all right. It's okay. No, it's okay.
Nah, look. It remember this dude. This dude came to me. He said he built like 4 bridges. Nobody called him the bridge maker. He stacked a bunch of books. He stacked 12 books. Nobody called him a librarian. But he messed with one coat,
Yeah, man, you will get it. But for me, I would have funeralized this brother, because if he come in the store, for me, this is an act of aggression. Because you could, first of all, my brother from Chicago, So I only could ask him because he wanted the link. Do people from Chicago usually walk in the stores with guns at their hip, ready and looking kind of very suspicious like that? Is that usual behavior from somebody from Chicago? I would have
They had the
funeralized him.
St. Valentine's Day massacre
Oh
in
man,
Al
I would have
Capone.
funeralized him.
It's
I would have funeralized him.
Chicago.
I would have sent him home to his mother, have him crying over the casket. Because for me, that's an act of aggression. And you can't tell me the excuses, oh man, I'm from around here. I'm from Chicago. I would have funeralized this dude. And I'm the one who believe in giving the brothers second chances because I'm an optimist. But for me, this is an obvious open act of aggression. And if I
I
have a
probably would
gun,
have clapped him too. I ain't gonna lie.
yeah, if I have a gun, I'm gonna funeralize him before he funeralize me. Period.
Malcolm, this would be weird-eared Malcolm X. Like, what is with you, man?
Did we hear from everyone on that one?
Yeah, we are
What
still
about Brother Bakari?
So we still have a lot to go. At 3.5 hours and still at 4.
Where's Brother Bakari? He left?
Yeah, he dropped out. He said he'll be
Oh,
back.
okay.
All right, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. Let's keep that energy going. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 says, yay or nay on the Cuban family code law. In addition, what would be your idea of an African family within the diaspora? Do you believe we need to abolish families or embrace family diversity? Oh, sorry, abolish nuclear families, embrace extended families, or embrace family diversity. So let me read that one more time. Yay or nay on the Cuban family code law. In addition, what would be your idea of an African family within the diaspora? Do you believe we need to abolish nuclear families, embrace extended families, or embrace family diversity? This came with a couple of links, actually. Hold on. Let me set it up. This came with some tweets, I believe. The first one is this one right here. You guys should be able to see this. So this tweet says, so it's from Miami Red. It says, so there are a few things that I want to cover today. It has to do with Cuba and the new family code law. And that's the name of it there. And why the extreme right wing of the Cuban dissidents and Cuban exiles are against it. LGBTQ rights are human rights, Cuban constitution. These are hashtags now. Hashtag socialism. I guess is a thread. So first, what is this code, right? Or the family code in Cuba? First, we need a small lesson in socialism. Marxism teaches that we need to use science and common sense to advance society. Common sense says if you want a democracy to advance and flourish, you need to improve it with scientific precision. So Marxist countries make it very easy to have what is known in America as a constitutional convention, aka whenever they come up with something better for Cuban society, like better rights for workers or patients in a hospital or whatever, they make improvements by updating the Constitution. The last time they had a constitutional convention in Cuba was 2019. But now the Cuban Republic has created an even better constitution that gives the LGBTQ community in Cuba greater rights than most Western nations. It codifies LGBTQ rights so that anyone can adopt a child and have a marriage that is recognized by the state at the same capacity as a hetero marriage. hashtag LGBTQ activists from around the world are praising this code, or code of the families, for being so progressive and democratic. And then there's an article here. I'm not going to go to the article because that's not what was sent. It says, please click on the link and share it, blah, blah, blah. It says for children and teenagers, grandparents, people with disabilities, and people in vulnerable conditions, people who have been discriminated against, men and women alike, groups of people who have been historically rendered invisible. This is a code that does not exclude them. A code of rights and love. On September 25th, Cuba will vote to ratify a new family code based on plurality, affection, and social justice. The country's 2019 constitution had already introduced a number of principles that responded to the evolution, development, and changes experienced by Cuban families. The family structure established as the fundamental body of society was from that moment on no longer conceived according to the traditional patriarchal model. Cuba Magna Carta not only set forth the principles of family diversity, but also established the idea of equality among all people, regardless of race, gender, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Thus, this declaration, which we'll put to referendum now, legally acknowledges the same rights and freedoms. In February and April this year, popular consultation processes were conducted across the country to discuss the Family Code draft. In the discussion spaces, the early draft was edited and adjusted according to the perception, needs of the Cuban population, according to the country's National Electoral Council. How long is this? This is kind of going, this is a little bit too much, right? It's a little bit too much on a Saturday night for me to be sitting up here reading. It also established the idea of equality among all people, regardless of race, gender, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Thus, this declaration, which we'll put to referendum now, legally acknowledges the same rights and freedoms. In February and April this year, I read this part already. More than 61% of participants said they approved the code. This new legislation will replace the current family code that has been in force since 1975, sets forth a different concept of family from the religious and sexist standards imposed in the past. It also establishes the paradigm of environments free from violence, respectful and affectionate child rearing, and a country where all rights for all people are paramount. Popular consultation processes were conducted across the country to discuss the Family Code draft, a code for all families. The structure of the bill that will be put to referendum this Sunday includes 11 titles, 474 articles, 5 transitional provisions, and 44 final provisions. Militants, feminists, LGBTQIA people, and other collectives feel that this code is a dream that has been enshrined over the course of many years of struggle, a dream that is put on top of a political will to create an inclusive society with all the nuances and diversity of human beings. One of its most revolutionary topics, which has been discussed at length in a state that is grounded in a strong base of Catholic and Protestant churches and deep-rooted patriarchy, is acknowledgement of the legal union between people of the same gender and their right to adopt. The protection of the most vulnerable segments of society, including older adults, people with disabilities, and people in vulnerable conditions, is included in the substantive text of the Family Code. It acknowledges their rights and sets forth guarantees to enforce these rights. The new Family Code also establishes the defense of older adults and their role at home as important and active people, acknowledging their contribution in caring for and protecting babies. Consequently, grandparents are granted the right to raise their grandchildren, an important aspect. To raise their grandchildren, an important aspect here I actually didn't know until right now, that this protects grandparents' rights to raise their grandchildren. So Cuba, this Family Code law defends that. You know what? I'm gonna stop there. I think we get enough of that to be able to talk about it. Kevin Carre, what did you hear there? Yay or nay on the Cuban Family Code law?
Well, I'm gonna be in the middle. That's a sovereign nation. They can make their laws whatever they want to do, and I gotta respect it. I can't be looking here criticizing it or whatever, but I just respect them for what they are. They're being progressive. But I pass the mic.
So I guess after this person explained all of these parts of the code, he says, now we come to the problems. Who is it that is attacking this Family Code and why? Tanzan, what did you hear in this Family Code?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of, trying to slide in some weird stuff. But no, I don't respect it. I just, hey, it doesn't affect me, so it doesn't, But no, it's the same route that people are taking, so I can't be mad. Everybody's going the same direction, so hey, but that's that's where everything is apparently progressing into. So hey, I can't say too much, but I wouldn't, go with it. That's all.
Okay, so Tan wouldn't go. The Tan says, "Hey, gas him up." What say you?
I yield my mic to Brother Buana.
Okay, Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Oh man, gas is something else. No, I really this whole LGBT thing is not my argument. I do recognize that there are people within our community with alternative lifestyles. I am of the vein of one man, one woman. If they have external family members, grandma, granddad, they can come in, and people may call that old traditional values. I am I don't like to get into the whole telling what a person should do in their bedroom. I'm not really interested in that argument. However, I would stick to my personal beliefs, which is that it is good for uh, two adults, them being male and female, to raise a child and have access to that child. This whole idea of same sex people raising children, the information, the actual evidence is still out on what would be the impact on the children. So for me, I would just stick to what I know that works. So until someone shows me the alternative with facts and good evidence, I would just stick to what I know. And if people could call that old school, but I'm just sticking to that. I believe that to be true.
Well, I mean, to be fair too, there's more to it. Even with what I read, we talked about the grandparents having the right to raise grandchildren. I guess there's parts in here that talks about the children having a right to choose church or not, or something like that. So there's a few more things.
Yeah, as far as the whole religion, say the right. When you let children decide what they should do and what they shouldn't do, that's kind of like the tail wagging the dog instead of dog wagging the tail. And I understand, and maybe we outdated. We living in a time right now where children have rights. You see Dwayne Wade's son choosing what his gender is at 15, 14 years old. This is a new world.
I think it was 12, actually.
12, that's even worse. So it's unprecedented what people are doing right now, and they are codifying it in law. They're codifying it in law. But for me, like I say, I'm gonna stick to what I know to be true, and absent of religion and all these other things that plays into the mix, I'm gonna stick to what I know to be true. This whole idea of children having the rights to do this and having the rights, nah, I don't. It doesn't, for me. It doesn't pass the smell test. For me, it doesn't smell right to me. So, like I say, if I am old school, I'm gonna just stick to the old school values of what I know to be true. The whole world could be the opposite of what I think, but I'm gonna stick to what I know to be true. I'll stop there.
Let's get Lumumba next.
Yeah, I agree with what everyone else said. Yes, it's a sovereign nation. Brother said it doesn't pass the smell test, and even shout out to Sister Tanzan for what she stated. Here's the bigger issue, right? And when I look at things, people say it's progressive. So what? I want to look and see how does it benefit Black people, right? And we know that oftentimes these things are smoke screens. But here's the bigger issue. Now, I was waiting for something that was going to be in there that was really, now we see what's really going on here. I have children. I have a 15-year-old, I have a 12-year-old. Children don't know what's in their best interest. That's why they have parents.
Right.
This is just reality. I don't care if you are in Russia, Bangladesh, Canada, right, Singapore, or if you are in a parallel universe. Children don't know what's in their best interest. This is why they have parents, right? This is why of every species, right, the parent tends to look out for the well-being of the child so they're able to develop and mature and be able to take care of themselves. So that's what I'm looking at, right? So for me, it always comes down to how does this benefit Black people? And I didn't see that in there. So for me, it's a non-issue.
Do you guys who answered already, do you guys believe we should abolish nuclear families, embrace extended families, or embrace family diversity?
There's nothing to embrace. We as a community always dealt with this whole idea of extended families.
Extended family, yeah.
We never had the idea of, like Dr. Clark said, we never had the idea of throwing away grandma and grandpa. They used to live in the back room, you know, and eat just like when we used to eat. You know, so that whole notion is something that is foreign. This whole idea of nuclear family, that's what they call it. That is a foreign notion to in the black world. You know,
but I would disagree with that though.
Okay,
well, I mean, we had nuclear families in Ethiopia and Kemet and the Great Western Sudanic empires. However, then we had nuclear families that lived all in one home. So I mean, we could have a family unit with the grandma and grandpa living in the back, right? So,
but that would be considered. But Brother Lumumba, that would be considered as extended.
Right, but what I'm saying is you can have a nuclear family as well as an extended family. This is what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is prior to Europeans coming to prominence, you had African people getting married, having children, and then cohabitating in a single dwelling. We were doing that long before Europeans came to prominence. So historically, that is not something that is alien to African people.
What of West African people?
We've been doing this for centuries.
What of West African people? Is that unique to West African people? Because on our show, shout out to Jose and Tan on the Black Pentagrammers. On our show, we talked about the family, and we were juxtaposing, for example, Mali. We looked at the Bambara, and I believe Brother Untouchable, Buana was on that show with us, and you know. It's interesting. Like when I was young, when I got to Nigeria, because I came to the States when I was like 3. I didn't go back till I was like 9 or 10 to go to school for a little bit in Nigeria, and I found something very interesting. We didn't have a word for cousin. We didn't have a word, for it was just brother. Right, and
we
so
didn't see that. That's weird. Okay,
interesting, right? So we don't have so the patriarchal nuclear family arrangements that we specifically inherited from the European system, because what happens is that in Africa, for example, people they don't realize that when Africans left their villages and were forced into cities through hut taxes, there was a whole new rearranging of the family relationship and familial relations, because people are being taken out of the villages and being brought into cities. Many of these cities, the Africans didn't even build themselves, right? So, for example, like Lagos should not technically be the capital of, or Abuja. These weren't going to be the capital if the African were to pick. You would have picked many other places to be the capital. It could have been Benin City, could have been Oyo, could have been, Calabar, so many different places where the Africans indigenous naturally and traditionally chose as their focal point for their larger metropolises. But when the European colonized and created these new African states, they picked new cities. So the changing of people leaving their villages to the cities changed the new dynamics. So you start to see, and I've said this many times, this idea of the so-called leisurely African wife or leisurely African woman. There's never been a stay-at-home African woman. African women were out there in the fields. They never sat down there. So the lie that is promoted today, they tell you, oh, if you want to have polygamy, you got to be able to afford them. That's BS. That never happened. That didn't exist in an African setting, because the women were always working. Women didn't stay at home. But of course, now some kings and maybe some prominent men had some leisurely wives, but the average African woman was out there grinding and getting her money. So what happens now is you have a new arrangement where, because the British are patriarchal, so they say we only want to hire the men, the women have to stay at home. This forces a new thing, particularly in Nigeria, prostitution.
Mm-hmm.
It introduces prostitution in Kenya as well, right? So it introduces prostitution to the people. So these are new things that we came about that we are seeing. So it really floored me, because I would go places with my family, and I just end with this, and they would say, "Oh, who is that?" And they say, "Oh, that's my brother." And I'm like, I'm not your brother, I'm your cousin. They're like, what do you mean? You're my brother. We have the same blood. You know, your mother is my person, and this and this and this. And it's like, oh, okay. As someone who was Americanized at that point, I guess I still am Americanized. It was like, oh wait, I gotta no, you are my brother, even though you're not my mother's child in that sense. But no, you are my brother. We share a bond, and as long as we share kin, we're brothers. And I think that type of thinking, like Brother Vaughn is saying, the grandparents are there. Now the grandparents pass on knowledge. Now the grandparents, pass on scenarios to the grandchildren and say, hey, when you go out there in the real world and you experience A, B, C, this is how you can react. Or, the grandma say, man, never trust a man with green eyes. It was a man with green eyes came to the village and swished his hips. And I was, said something stupid. I'm just being silly. But, that's missing. So who knows if the nuclear family is ours.
This is what I want to say. Well, one, the nuclear family is a subunit of the extended family. You can have a nuclear family and have an extended family all at the same time.
They're one
the
and the
second
same.
issue, I'm sorry?
They're one and the same.
You can it's a subunit.
Okay. I want to ask you a
issue,
question after you finish.
Okay. The other issue is Walter Rodney in his seminal book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. He talked about how many African cultures were patriarchal as well, right? And that this is something that many of the colonizers saw that their culture had, of course, in similarity to African culture. But he talks about how when colonialism came, as the brother was saying before, the position of the Black woman in African society, the African woman in African society, diametrically changed for the worse, right? So this is where we had the prostitution, all these type of issues taking place as a result of her losing her position, particularly financially in the African society and community. But I think it's very important. And the reason I'm saying this is because, I work in higher education. It's an extremely left-leaning community. And what tends to happen is when you get around people who promote this idea of we don't need to have nuclear families, it typically comes from people who are wanting to promote this idea and concept of if I don't want to raise my child, there will be someone else there to do it. Right. So it starts promoting this concept of being irresponsible. It also tends to promote the concept, particularly if you are in very strong feminist spaces, of fatherhood becoming something that is what? Fatherhood becomes fluid and fathers are fungible. Meaning, well, if we don't have to have a nuclear family, if I get mad at you one day, I can just go find somebody down the street and now he could be the dad.
Well, not only that, because it's the state. What you just said, these systems push the state to replace the father, to replace the man. And so once the state replaces, and that's the problem with communism to a degree, in the sense that, it tries to mix communalism with positivism, but it forgets that, the ancients say this for a reason: blood is thicker than water. And so a lot of people are trying to have the state replace their family unit, because the family unit will come with shame, will come with control, will come with saying, hey, you have to carry your own weight. You can't just, be a derelict. Whereas the state will say, look, as long as you pay taxes, you're free to do whatever you want. I don't care, and so you're right. It's crazy what happens when people give everything up to the state.
So the brother had a question for me.
Yes, I want to ask a question. You, Gas, and Bitter Meds, because all three of y'all are still in academia. I want to ask a question. Why is it that the West only promotes and pushes this when they talk about an alternative ideal to the family structure? It seems like it's headed to same gender relationships. Why don't they never move the conversation to polygamous relationships? Why? I don't, because I don't hear that as far as when they talk about concerns of family and things like that. They never talk about the alternative family being a polygamous relationship where it's two women, and I never hear it. So y'all as academicians, I really would like to have some better understanding. I don't understand it.
Well, so I would say this. I would give my opinion. I don't think I could give a concrete answer, but I would give my opinion. And what I would say is I've worked at maybe 5 or 6 high institutes of higher education. What I found is that higher education is an industry that tends to be dominated by women, particularly white women, right? And that feminist ideology and LGBTQ ideology is rampant. It's almost, you can argue, omnipresent. The majority of the individuals that tend to work at these institutions tend to align themselves ideologically along those spectrums. And so as a result, if you're dealing with individuals who have a feminist ideology, when you think of polygamy, they're thinking patriarchy, right? And when you deal with radical feminists, they believe that all men are oppressors of women, and that there's no situation in which a man can be involved in the rearing of a child or the development and leading of any family without doing harm, right? And so as a result of having that type of extreme ideology, I would argue that that's the reason why these concepts and ideas aren't being promoted, right? And I could just state from some of my personal experience, right, I know it's anecdotal, working in higher ed, that they tend to see any. So I'll give you an example. It's almost like a catch-22. If the man is being a leader, he's providing, he's protecting, he's providing direction for the family, they say he's being controlling and patriarchal. However, if the man doesn't do it, and this is something I've seen and experienced, they would say, well, this is the issue in the community. Black man ain't shit. They won't, they will not carry their load. And as a result, the women have to do everything on their own. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because it's really a space like the Black Lives Matter organization, not the movement, but the organization, in which they are imagining a community. They are imagining a world in which men do not exist.
That's a great book, Imagine Communities, by Benedict Anderson.
Wow.
Yeah, but literally, they imagine a community, and I mean, to where men are not present. They do not exist, literally. I mean, there have been, this is on record, this is documented, where they filed for government grants to get money to create actual communities with tax dollars to where it'll be nothing but women and children, no man present in any way, shape, or form.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's done. It's always done within the state purview. But what's interesting is how
I'm sorry,
the
what is
state.
the name of the book?
Oh, Imagine Communities by Benedict Anderson, I believe.
Okay.
Great book. But I think I've said it on this podcast before. Listen, if gas them up, and no disrespect to anyone, but if gas them up wore a dress, right, and held hands on the cover of a magazine with another man, particularly of another race, particularly of the non-Roman European race, gas would be heralded as brave, as strong. Black women would even applaud me. Yet if the same gas is to stand up and say, I have 2 wives, they're not bickering, they're not fighting, they're working, we are bringing in a substantial level of income, particularly, the black man has his own business, but he plays the primary caregiver role because in this country, they don't allow black men to get access to, the benefits of modernity. So his one wife is a doctor and the other wife is a lawyer, and he has an online business, but he primarily takes care of his children. They would, say he's oppressing the women. They would attack gas and say, "How dare you? You're this evil patriarch." And some men would even say, I'm exploiting the women. They would call it pimping or something like that.
Yeah.
So this is the times we live in. Strange times.
Let's hear from Uzuli next.
All I'm gonna say is, when the cats are not there, what's the word? When the cats are away, the rats rule the house. I mean, and I'm gonna yield the mic. If that's what Cubans want to do, hey, we're in a progressive society. Hey, that's all I said. When the rats rule the house when the cats is away. So that's it. I don't have anything to say.
All right, let's hear from Oni next.
Oni. All right. All right. Anyway, so what I want to say is, one thing is that in ancient Egypt they didn't have a word for cousins either. So one of the things that anthropologists did was that they'd look back at ancient Egyptian marriages and be like, yo, the only problem is that a lot of incest was going on. A lot of dudes was marrying their sisters and shit, and it's like, no, they weren't really sisters. It's just they were the same age grade, so that's what it meant.
Right.
And then like just like if somebody was your so they didn't even have grandmother either. So if somebody was your mother's mother, you just call them your mother. Just like what? Anyway, so it's just interesting. Whereas Europeans are a different thing. On that though, I want to say for this prompt, this was just an advertisement against communism. You know what I mean? Like, it was just an advertisement. Like, I don't know what the dude was trying to prove, but it was an advertisement against communism. It reminded me of this the Black Panther BET series, which was interesting. And basically BET had a series for Black Panther, and at one point, there's like something going on. I think there's like a nuclear reaction going on in Wakanda or something, and the kid like Black Panther like saves a kid who's there, and he brings him to his parents, and the Black Panther goes to the parents, and the parents are like, "Oh, he insisted that we go see the explosion up close," and then Black Panther says, "So we listen to children now." And that was it. And I'm like, yo, they did it, but I want to say, to the point of, that this is a sovereign nation and they can do whatever they want, like that's true, but like my thing is that if it's a quote unquote democratic country and the guy was saying, the way how we function is that we vote on our constitutions, right? Then if they voted against it, then what the fuck's the problem? Like part of a democratic society is this idea that, you put something on the ballot, and if people don't rock with it, then then they don't rock with it. Well, you're fucking idiots. You gotta, you just say, like, say, look, it's not today or something, as far as like, I kind of did tune out as soon as you read #LGBT2, right? I was like, shut up, but this idea that grandparents couldn't raise their children, like, weird. Who said that? Like who? Like, you don't really need a on the books grandparents could so on and so forth. No, grandparents. I mean, yeah, in the West, in America, grandparents do not supersede the parents. You know what I mean? So, if my father says, you know what, you're gonna do this for your son, I'll be like, like realistically, in America, it does not that way. Now, maybe in other countries it is that way, but in America, it's not that way. And again, like I said before, it goes back to the state. In another country, the state will tell you, like let's say if like I could, I don't want to tell on myself, so I won't. But like I would say that like for other parents, like if you're like for instance, like my mother wanted my son to go to church, right? I could be like, no, he ain't going to church. Period. This is my son. You know what I'm saying? Now in another country, if I say, if the like a different culture completely, if they say, like, for instance, like you could, like, for most people would relate with the mosque, but other people might relate with the church too, right? If you tell your parent, look, I'm not sending my kid to church, that shit's whack, right? The community will come down on you. In fact, I knew when I was in Ghana, I had to like whisper. I was talking to these like 16, 14 type, no, 14 to 18, maybe, I don't know. These kids, and I was like, I was talking about, yeah, man, this church is bullshit, right? But I was whispering on low. You know what I mean? Because I knew if I was saying it a little too loud, not that I knew, but I suspected, if you don't know the vibe in the community, if you said it, if you're in the wrong neighborhood and you like, yeah, man, that Christ shit is whack, that church stuff is whack, they probably get you, period. And that's like anywhere, like some neighborhoods in America, some neighborhoods in America, you could talk bad about, like, for instance, I said Gay Z. You could say that to the wrong crowd in Brooklyn and get shot up, period. You know what I mean? Like, that's just Jay-Z. Like, it's not even like, Jesus or some shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like realistically, I don't know where that tangent came from, but like, I'm saying, like, I think that this LGBT, like, whatever, like, I mean, if they pass it, they pass it. Like, what's it got to do with us, really? LGBT is on the rise, and I'll just ask the point that Mr. Touchable was asking, and I think Lumumba, said it clearly, which was, realistically, people associate the polygamy with the patriarchy. You know what I'm saying? And so it's not going to be progressive. That's regressive. That's conservative. That's going backwards. That's copying the Bible type shit. They're trying to move away. Like, the whole progressive thing is progressing to something. Now, what it's progressing to is the other question. But yeah, you're not going to have people advocating for something that's out of the Bible. That's completely contrary to what they're trying to do.
I have a question for you guys.
Ask a question, then we got to go to Mr. Untouchable, and then,
Okay.
then we got to move on. Go ahead.
So my question is very quickly. Many of you on the panel are Pan-Africans, and you guys advocate for a strong state. But interestingly enough, the failure of African states to a certain degree allows Africans to have those communal freedoms that we have agreed earlier, or we were hinting is missing in the American concept, because the HNIC for Black America is a white man, or the white power structure. So how do you prevent a strong African state from being hijacked or eventually succumbing to these new age, feel good, well-intentioned state moves, which will eventually undermine the collective efforts of the community?
Yeah, so I would just say this, that you have to, like, realistically, you have to organize your communities. I mean, like at the end of the day, a lot of quote unquote Pan-Africanists are kind of just playing games. I'm not going to hold you. You know what I mean? So it's not really that serious to them. The whole idea of statecraft and all that kind of stuff is not there, but the way how I could say this, for instance, I was looking into translating Ptahhotep, which is like considered the oldest known book on the world, right? So the oldest book in the world is considered Ptahhotep, and I was trying to translate it for a minute, and I got pretty far, but I started peeping that as you read this book, you start realizing what the ancient African culture was, And so ancient Egypt has it's like one of the strongest states, one of the first strong states that we know of. You know what I mean? Like a huge, 42 different. So basically, it was a federation. Once upon a time, it was 42 different states with 42 different cultures. 42. Some people would say 42 different ethnic groups living together in Africa under one. What some people call it pharaoh, right? One king, if you will, right? And there are 42 different cities. And then what happens is that there's this one part where it's translated in different ways, where they say, hey, if you are before the lords, behave a certain way type thing. And then you look at the other translation, and you realize that they're not saying lords, they're not saying nobles, they're not saying, magistrates, which is another way to translate this word. I think it was like Seru or something like that. Yeah, Seru, SRW, right? But they're saying if you're before the elders, So basically, in that ancient African civilization, even though it had its powerful state, what happened was that on a local level, right, the courts were run by the community elders. You see what I'm saying? And so if you had a really serious issue, you might have a higher court based off of the whole nome, right? But on a local level, and this is what we see in Africa today. And in fact, I was just casually listening to that one brother who's in Nigeria right now, who the one who bought a store in Nigeria, right? And he was like, yeah, over there, the elders call you out right away, right? That was formalized in ancient Egypt. So what you could do now, depending on how you do your statecraft, how you build your state, you could formalize elders being empowered in African communities all around Africa, and putting through a particular legal system or legal code that they actually already had in ancient Egypt. That's what we call ma'at, right? So they empowered elders, or elders were already empowered too, so on and so forth. And the thing is this too, that one thing that we also have to realize about who elders are, or what elders are, particularly in that point in time, is that there's a way to look at it as, like, for instance, one of the words that they used inside of this, some of the translations inside of Ptahhotep was chief, right? And then other ones was, I would say, like, you could say grandparent. But the idea was that, one of the admonishments was that you would not, if somebody didn't have kids, you wouldn't make fun of them and type thing. And I said, and you know, one of the ways how you look at this is that you say, well, and then no, so sorry, fast forward, it says if they have no children, no, they said that somebody who doesn't have children could be happy, whereas somebody who was a chief could have no followers. And so the idea of chief there is to say that if you had a lot of kids who had a lot of kids and so on and so forth, basically, if you were in that community for a long time to the point where a lot of people were your descendants, you still may not have a follower. And so what you have then is that on a local level, right, realistically, if you were in a village, right, you would have somebody who was an ancestor to like maybe 100% of the people, maybe half of the people. But and then they would have some sort of authority, some sort of judgment call, that kind of thing. Now that's what's kind of missing in America, right? That's what's kind of missing in the West per se, because the West kind of usurped that authority, or the family authority, and it's done that recently. You know what I'm saying? It's done that recently. You know, because I was in like I said, I tell people all the time, I was in a sociology class where so on and so forth. But anyway, since Tanzan's being rude as usual, I would just say that, yeah, you know, you could arrange the state structurally in such a way that it empowers the community elders to be the local judge, you know, and in that capacity, then you will not have that flaw that we see happening in other states. But what we see in these kind of cities is that the judges are pretty much just foreigners. Like pretty much white people are going to be the judges all over. And I think that's something that we kind of undermine, the role of the judicial system. Yeah.
No, I would only tell Gas that we're not there yet, you know, and he would understand what I mean as a Soko man who doesn't recognize the country of Nigeria. You know, as far as we're talking about African states, there is no the idea of an African state right now as it exists is a misnomer, doesn't exist. And what I would say is the closest thing that we have to that is maybe Ethiopia, but there's no such thing as a so-called African state. African state being governed by African people with the African common law and African mind that's created these ideas of whatever is considered the states to be. You know, what we have is, you know, these colonized satellite territories, Lord Lugard and Lady Lugard and all these other things that gives us this idea of states or statehood in the territories in Africa. It wasn't, the foundation of it is not African at all. So I think that, you know, we are wagging the tail. What is it? The tail wagging the dog instead of the dog wagging the tail. And I think that we have to create African states before we approach that question in terms of how we going to, you know, sort out the details after the fact. And I think that he understands what I'm saying as a Soko man, and he's proud of that idea of being a Soko man. So,
all right. For time's sake, we'll leave it there. I put the question up on the screen. Trigger Happy had a follow-up question. By the way, that reminds me, after Shoot the Breeze episodes go up on YouTube, it's common for folks to drop comments to things a lot of the panelists say during the reasonings. And so if you could just double back sometimes, check out the comments and respond to those. Trigger Happy 262 tends to, as of late, put down some real nice and lengthy follow-up questions. So you guys check those out sometimes when you have a chance to. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 because of time. Why Africa needs a mental revolution. This came with a link. We'll watch it and we'll discuss it on the other side.
Africa needs an industrial revolution.
It does. But before industrial revolution, you need a mental revolution. Without a mental revolution, you can't drive an industrial revolution.
If you had a chance to change one thing in Africa, what would it be?
It would be seeking to change their belief system, building confidence in themselves, because it is that which is going to change their attitude, so that they see themselves as people equal to other people. Our if there is any weakness in us, it is not because we are black. That I refuse. Color is only skin deep or even less than skin deep. So that is not a problem. The problem is here. It is in the mind. When you perceive yourself as inferior, you will act accordingly. So that would be the first thing. Build confidence in the people. Know your history, the things that our people achieved. Some people don't know much about Africa, the discoveries that were made in Africa. If perhaps they access to those, they got to know, it will give them inspiration, motivation, and build their shattered egos. In our schools, we are not teaching that. We are still perpetuating this colonial education, which sees Africans as having achieved next to nothing.
We had an insightful conversation yesterday.
Yeah.
But there's one thing you never told me about yourself, who you are, and what you really represent.
I'm Patisa Nyati. Patisa Nyati is a historical name. Historical in the sense that in our culture, you don't just pick up a name from a basket with very little meaning. In our culture, names have a meaning, they have a context. Sometimes they carry wishes, they carry prayers. In my case, Patisa meant we are just following others. We are not very certain if this venture is going to succeed. What venture was that? My mother used to be scary. So they come to a point where they no longer were certain they were going to have children with my father. That's the origin. So I see a Patisa nje abanye. Sisiyahamba, but not very sure if this child is going to survive. But today I'm celebrating 70 years being a resident on planet Earth.
There's no such thing.
So it means the child survived where others failed to make it. Where we are right now, this is Makokova. It's the oldest African township in Bulawayo, built in 1894, and was the only one for a long time until 1945. Then the second one, which is Mzilikazi Township, was the second to be built. So I love history, I love culture, I love performing arts, but more importantly is to understand African thought, African cosmology, African beliefs, and African philosophy. We are not Africans because we live on the African continent. Nor are we Africans because we are black. No, it's all about the worldview. It's about the way we relate to each other as human beings, one, how we relate to environment, and that environment is terrestrial, but it is also cosmic.
How important is African spirituality to Africans?
It is very important because it is the one that has power of healing. It has the power of seeing the future. You know your past, and it sort of preserves our heritage. Those people who are spirit mediums are the people who understand our past. Through mediumship is about communicating the past to the present, so that we take our culture, our language, our practices, our beliefs to the future, and that way maintain our identity. That's critically important. We are losing it now because our spirituality was attacked, because it was deemed pagan, it was devilish, demonic, denigrated, despised, and then we lost it. You remember the question was, where did we lose it?
Yeah.
When we lost that sense of spirituality, we lost it altogether. Right, and that was our anchor in terms of our past, in terms of our worldview in terms of our cultural practices, and especially identifying that which underpins our culture. It is not enough to document cultural practices. Equally important, if not more important, is to identify what informs those cultural practices. And sometimes I note we fall short. We concentrate on dancing, but we don't see beyond the dance, its expressions, the symbolism that is inherent in a dance. That we seem to be missing.
If Africans living in Africa has lost their identity, how much more than Africans living in the diaspora, Africans that were taken from Africa to the diaspora? I mean, if we have lost it, how about them?
It's worse. It's worse because they've sunk, they are submerged, they are sinking. For them, even the small child who grows up will not speak their indigenous language. Out in Britain, they will not speak that language. And yet, losing a language is not just losing a medium of communication. You are losing the culture. Language is, yes, one for communication, but equally important, it is transmitting our culture. And it is a reservoir for our culture. That's what matters. So when we look at a word, it is expressive of culture. Very important. So fulfilling two very important roles. One is communication. So like we are communicating, it's through language.
Yeah.
But when you look at the English language, it carries English culture. Doesn't carry your culture. No, it will not.
All right. Why Africa needs a mental revolution. By the way, if you want to, that's Wody Maya. That's on his channel. It's called Why Africans Need a Mental Revolution. You could check out the remainder. It's a 30-minute long video. You guys can just look it up and check it out. All right. Yeah. So Why Africa Needs a Mental Revolution. I was going to mix it up, but look like everyone has kind of slipped out. Gas them up. Let's start with you this time. Why Africa Revolution?
I like what the professor was saying. My only thing is that I'm not a fan of the whole industrial revolution thing for Africa. I think spiritually and occult wise, we're not looking at how the Western people who created so-called industrialism tapped into their own occultism and tapped into their own gods of industry to bring about occultism, and there was a great sacrifice for that. We talk about that on our channel, with the Black Pentagram. And so, he's right, in terms of language shapes and helps construct reality. So when we lose that, that's a problem. We've been told that local indigenous practices are evil and voodoo and things of that nature are often bastardized. So, these are problems definitely mentally that we have to address. Like I said, I'm very skeptical of that whole industrial so-called position. I think before Africa embarks on anything industrial, I think they should tap into their occult, into the spiritual, to see what their ancestors will give them in reference to how to move forward. And what do I mean by that? Tan sent me something really profound on sacred geometry and sacred architecture, and how with architecture you can communicate messages. And many of the cathedrals in Europe are built with messages of the universe within the architectural space and the design. Ron English, I believe, wrote on how African villages were built within fractal patterns. So we're not even taking the time to ask ourselves, what are our villages telling us, right? So the Mzungu, as much as we laugh at him, he can look at his cathedrals and look at Rosicrucian, hermetics and things that enlighten him. Whereas we as Africans, we look at the villages and we don't understand what the villages are telling us. We don't understand what these things are telling us as to how we can move forward. And there can be a middle ground, but I'm just not convinced of the whole, Africa must develop narrative. I think we have to redefine what is development, and I think people like Fela Kuti were singing about that. So that's just my little 5 cents on it. I didn't want to hog the mic or anything like that.
Yeah, Gas. I think that it would be good for you to listen to this entire video, because I think that this brother is right up your alley. This call is right up your alley in terms of a lot of the things that you mentioned in regards to spirituality. So just give it an airing, of more of the video, and probably do some research on him. If you don't probably know who he is already, I think you'd be very interested to hear what he has to say.
Guess when are you guys on again?
Oh, we're on every Friday.
Every
So
Friday
season 2, yeah, every Friday, season 2.
All right, you guys make sure to subscribe to Gas Sum Up's YouTube channel. Check out the Black Pentagrammers show he does with Jay, who you guys know is usually on the panel, as well as Tanzan. So you guys check them out on Friday. You guys going up on 5:30 Eastern Standard Time?
We're going to try to hold ourselves to that, yes.
Okay, yeah. That was a good time. Yeah. So thanks, Gas, for coming through. I know you got some stuff to go do.
Yeah, thank you. Salute to all of you. It's always a pleasure. Salute to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody. Appreciate all of you.
Yes, sir. Peace. Tanzan, what say you to this? You're muted if you're talking to us, Tan. Okay, I guess Tanzan is not there. Kevin Carre, what say you to this?
Yeah, I'm more about getting back to basic.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tanzan. I'll speak
Can
after
you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? How about now? Oh,
Yeah.
cool. I hate that, that Verizon guy just, trademark and appropriated that whole entire phrase, and there's no other way to say it. But this was a good clip. I think we should go and watch a lot of it and find out who this wise old man is and learn more about him, because unfortunately we're losing our knowledge, our information, not millennia of knowledge and wisdom. We're losing it. So these are the last vestiges of our long held, experiences and beliefs and so on. So yeah, and the whole thing, there's different levels to people rising, people, being conscious. You can be aware, you can be, mentally aware, spiritually aware, metaphysically aware, whatever it is. But I think the first thing it comes in, is the mental aspect of it. And a lot of our people are still, mentally hostage to, to the system, to, some forms of thinking and so on. So you can't really, like Harriet Tubman says, she freed 100 slaves, but she would have freed more if they knew that they were, unfree or enslaved, one of those. So a lot of things start with the mind, even the resolve to do something, to change, even personally, it starts with the mind. So if the mind is already corrupted or in bondage, then there's not much you can do with it. So yeah, I definitely think that there is a need for the deprogramming of the African mind, because we have been under this program that is not working for us and actually goes against our self-interest. So yeah.
Thanks, Tan. In the chat, there's a lot of comments. You guys could check it out in the playback. Check out all the comments in the chat. I'll just highlight these last two that caught my eye. But Trigger Happy 262 says, I think when it comes to this topic of industrialization, I kind of agree with his take here. He says, I think it's just a matter of going into modernity without Europeanizing ourselves, kind of like an African sense of modernity. And that's how I look at it too. We don't have to do it the European way, but we should want to modernize to at least be able to, stand up against these enemies of ours. Oni, I know you got to go as well. Oni, what say you to this?
Yeah, so I mean, I didn't even know the guy's a professor when we first started. I was just like, why are you talking to this random dude? But I was actually on that fashion stuff, right? Anyway, I was buzzing. But yeah, I mean, like that's the thing that that the trouble is that I mean, for what it's worth, he's a historian and an author. But a lot of times, our elders have been telling us, we got to change this, we got to change that, and I don't think it's an impediment towards industrialization per se. But at the same time, it's like, like what are we gonna do? I mean, you could see the contrast. Like, I guess in the video, you kind of see the apartments, kind of looking like how the white man builds them, and then you have, the huts in a sense, and it's like, what is it that we want? Like, what is it that we want? And I think Harsh Reality said that, when we could try like the China model, or just the same, like Japan has a, Japan kind of still has its identity within it, and I think it was earlier Gasmup was saying that we'd even build these cities. There's a lot of these cities that like we built them in the same way that we built the cities in America. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't really design them. We didn't really sort of to a large extent. That's the trouble. So I would say, yeah, I think that we should I think we should industrialize, of course. I think we should get into our own manufacturing to a large extent, our own use of machinery in whatever kind of capacity that we can do that. And us not doing that while still being a consumptive, consumption based people, in the sense that, even if we say we don't want to industrialize, we have all those cars. You get what I'm saying? So how are we going to get these cars? And do we and are we going to go back to the earth completely? You know what I mean? And to what extent? So if we can't do that, if we can't return to where we were per se, right? And of course where we were was pretty vulnerable, but if we can't do that, then how do we manage modernity? And as it is now, the issue is that we're letting other people manage our modernity for us, and that's really where it comes down to. So obviously I'm going to try to try my hand at helping out, being a old historian author someday, but hopefully it will be in a liberated space, and that's really realistically what we all have to be working towards, which is getting ourselves into our own liberated spaces. And that's all I would say.
Only me. You have the enemies within in the morning. Anything we should be looking out for? Excited about?
Well, all right. So the two headlines is gonna be one woman, I don't know what she was thinking. She done got lost in this motherfucking flood, or this tornado, hurricane, I guess. She got her boss was like, you got to come to work, and she was like, yes sir, and literally like nearly drowned. So that's gonna be one of the headlines. Like, damn, like I thought slavery was over. The other one is, of course, in Haiti there's a lot of things going on, but one thing going on is that some people are begging for the United Snakes to intervene, which is like the dumbest thing you could do, but it is what it is. I heard the DR invaded Haiti though, so I'm just like, what? Anyway, but I'll try to catch everything later. Other than
All
that,
right.
Yeah, peace family, thanks for having me.
I appreciate you coming through. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Yes, only said that he is gonna do his part in his work, and I wait to see his greatest work, because I think that brother has a lot to say and a lot to contribute. So I wait to see his greatest work and what he produces from that. For us, I understand that we in the so-called black spaces, Pan-African spaces, we tend to have a almost like an atheistic bias. But for my brothers who are atheistic and atheist adjacent, what I would say is to all the people, what is continuously resonating from them is African spirituality. African spirituality. And I understand, I know that it goes against our logical nature. You know what I mean? I think that we fight the whole idea of spirituality because most of us coming out of the church and we really want to partake in the some things that is not material. I have a friend of mine who is a Taoist, and she always talking about metaphysics, and I kind of like turn her off. But I think there's something that it should be investigated. I think that we should have an ear for it, even though we have a logical mind and we don't want to come outside of that logical mind, that logical space. What I'm hearing from the olders is this whole idea of African spirituality. And when we hear spirituality, we tend to turn off from it. But I think it's something that we should investigate and not completely have a deaf ear to. But I'll stop there.
Well,
yes. Sorry, I thought Untouchable was gonna go on a little bit longer. Tan, you want to say something?
That's usually on his prerogative. But
oh damn, I was actually talking for a second. I didn't even know.
oh, you're still you're still around.
Yeah, right. Anyway,
Right.
I was finna say, I don't know who muted me. I was muted myself. Hold on a second. I was gonna jump on. Yeah, I know, right? She rude, right? As soon as you think I'm not there. Like, damn, what the yo? I tell you, man, y'all see it. Y'all see it firsthand, man. She's like, oh, he ain't around. Man, that motherfucker, right? And I'm just right here, like, oh, thanks, I'm gonna cry myself to sleep. Anyway, no, I said I was gonna leave after this, so let me do that. But yeah, I want to say spirituality is pretty interesting. But the trouble is that a lot of us don't understand African spirituality, and a lot of the elders don't understand African spirituality either, and that's the shame. But here's one of the interesting things that in ancient Kemet, like I said, I was studying ancient Egypt. I was studying I should say Kemet. I was studying the literature, and one of the things that you'll see in the translations a lot of times is these white folk and black folk put down the word God, where the word nature was, right? NTR, right? And a lot of times you'll see things like, hey, if somebody is rich, it's because they did things that are pleasing to nature, right? Or pleasing to the nature or something like that, right? And when you look back and you realize that nature is probably the root for the word nature as we know it, right? A lot of times the way how these phrases are articulated, you could kind of see that the ancient Egyptians or the ancient Africans were saying, hey, you're doing things like part of the reason why you're wealthy is because you're doing things that are pleasing to nature. You get what I'm saying? And so what spirituality, like the issue with the quote unquote atheists, if you will, is that the atheists are prompted, like are put into a position to be, science versus religion, right? But in the African spiritual canon, you have spirituality and science being kind of like not one and the same, but like one and the same. You know what I mean? Like spirituality might be how you phrase science, even if it has a bit of a superstitious tint to it, it's still kind of corresponding and correlating with a scientific point of view, and so you know, when Buana talks about, oh well, religion, you know, about how religion is, you know, how atheism and versus religion, you know, we have to realize that this is a Western dichotomy. You know what I mean? And it's not really suited for Africans. So when you say atheist, you're really talking about a Westerner, the Westerner's rejection of his false religion. And then when an African says he's atheist, he's also rejecting the West's false religion, you know, because you're supposed to, right? Whereas spirituality is not in that dynamic. You get what I'm saying? Because the spirituality is also rejecting the Western religion. You know, it's the real issue is that the Western religion is false, it's fake, it's everybody knows it. And then what happens is that when you say, oh, well, now you're an atheist, now you're attaching Black people to the same, you know, to the white people who are rightfully rejecting their you know, the Christianity or the Islamicism or whatever. And you're attaching them to that tradition when realistically a lot of African people are like, yo, actually this embrace of science science is really, if you look into what spirituality is on a micro level from different traditions, you'll see that a lot of them correlate with scientific principles, but they're kind of like retold in a way that is more palatable for human consumption, you know. So whereas, you know, as we grow up and we know science is kind of very objective, you know, oh, Newton said this and Einstein said that, you know, we have these sort of people. What African spiritual systems would do is that they instead of naming particular people, right, ascribing particular ideas to people, they might say Tahuti said this, Tahuti did that, and in so doing, it becomes, oh well, Tahuti is this supernatural being, but it really comes also to the difference between Western and African cultures, where the Westerner kind of attributes everything to a certain individual, whereas Africans kind of, you know, who said, you know, whatever proverb that we don't know. You know what I mean? Like whatever it was, like, you know, like my mom would say, scornful dog eat dirty pudding. Who said that first? I don't know. You know, we don't know. We don't care. We just know it's a good phrase that, you know, and we just pass it through our community. But the same way, if in, you know, in some cultures, it might be like, oh, Ogun said that. You know what I mean? And that's the difference.
In the chat, I don't know why it takes so long for this mic to, but anyway, in the chat, Trigger Happy 262 says, that's why I explained that spirituality is merely the culmination of life force and sustaining it, kind of to get the spookism out of it, that in my opinion is largely due to larger Judeo-Christian narratives or Islamic. Trigger Happy 262 also says, yeah, that's because most African societies saw God as existence or nature, or that life was in everything. So it's a lot easier for science to be integral to spirituality. He says the thing is, though, the atheist of the European context isn't using any alternative, which in my opinion lies the problem. Provide triggers for evolution says, when you say Western religion, does that include Islam? Trigger IB 262 plus says, what do you do when something tells you to believe in nothing, especially when we are in a war context in which we need to revive our culture, hence we must believe in something. Did everyone respond to this prompt?
Well, I want to say this first. Trigger Happy does not provide triggers. You know, it just so happened. Wait, should I actually address what they're asking or no?
Sure, address it.
Oh yeah. So Western religion, yeah, of course, Islam is a Western. Well, some people consider Islam Eastern religion, I guess, but no, I think they consider it Western religion. Yeah, Islam is definitely a Western religion. As far as what Trigger Happy saying is exactly, you know, what you'd expect. Yeah, like in African culture, so on and so forth. Now, whether you, and it's not even a matter of whether you believe in something or not, you know, like, because one of the things that you're going to pick up on, there's this really, really good, not really good, but there's this old work by Plato, okay? Plato is talking about Solon going to Egypt, and Solon tells he goes to the ancient Egyptian priest. Now Solon is one of the 7 sages of Greece, and then the ancient Egyptian priest says, you guys are perennial children, none of you are an elder. And this is Plato writing it, not any Afrocentrist. This is Plato, and what he tells Solon is that you guys are following children's stories, and I think that to a large extent, a lot of what constitutes like common spiritual systems might have been children's stories. You know what I mean? And children's stories have a purpose, though. They teach you science, they teach you values, they teach you culture. But what it comes down to is that like Trigger Happy saying, well, we got to believe in something. The Christians or the Jews or what have you did not understand what they were learning in Egypt. They wrote out something, they put out some sort of historiography that was completely false, completely trash. And for us now, 2,000, 3,000 years later, to the way I put it is this: like if some bum or some sage, some wise man in the middle of the desert wrote a book, I might not read it, realistically speaking. I'll be like, okay, he's just some Arab who wrote a book in the middle of a desert. I mean, if he personally asked me to, maybe, but to say that, this 3,000 years ago, some Arab sage, felt like he was smart, felt like he wanted to educate his people and wrote a book of bullshit, of spreading water with staves and walking on water and turning water into wine and type shit. If some bum wrote something like that, some clearly fantasy novel, right? I wouldn't read it. I wouldn't take it seriously. And the question of, do you believe in it, has to be like, no, you would never. There's no, it's like if somebody like Harry Potter, it's like Harry Potter. If Harry Potter was a thing 5,000 years ago, 5,000 years later, people were like, hey, do you believe in Harry Potter and Voldemort? Like, no, I don't. And for people to say, hey, you just don't understand the world, you don't understand things because you're not picking up on this Harry Potter. It's like, come on, dude. It's fiction. It's always been fiction. And it's just some bum in the West, and again, you got to be careful who you say this around, but some bum in the desert who put this shit out, for all of them, for all 3 of them were just bums in the desert talking about, just a decent story, and that's all I can say about that.
I appreciate that, Omi. Without further ado, you know what? Let's go to the next.
Coco, if I could briefly speak to something.
Yeah,
Trigger Happy, brother. You give me chapters to the week, man. You got to come in the ring. Come in the ring and let's dialogue, man. Because you give me chapters to the week. So come on, let's dialogue. Don't just stay in the peanut gallery, throwing peanuts, man. Come in the ring. I'll leave it there.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a friendly panel. It's orderly. It's not like some of these other shows I sometimes tune into or come across where it's just chaotic. It's cool. You can just come through.
Yeah, unless you're on the run. If you're on the run, stay where you are. Yeah,
Shooter Be Song number 7 tonight is a follow-up to a story we discussed, I believe it was last week. Can 3 people knowingly deceive? Are we gullible, or is it simply impossible to know the truth? Let's see what the link is about here.
Kwaja Tongo Nguvu, mimi naitwa presenter Ali wa Entertainment PA. The A is always for amazing. Siku zote natia bidii kuhakikisha kwamba nakuletea stories tofauti za burudani. And of course, ukitazama hawa wana hapa unakumbuka story fulani ambayo imekuwa ikitrend.
Tanzania, do you know what he's saying there? Tanzania, are you there? Oh, I guess not. We'll just have to figure it out. I'll play a few more minutes of it.
Sana baada yao kujitokeza na kusema kwamba wawili hawa wamekuwa wachumba wake huyu mmoja, lakini story imetanda tena kwenye mitandao baada ya jamaa mgani alitoa hiyo story baada ya huyu jamaa kusema ukweli na kusema kwamba ulikuwa ni uongo. Ilikuwa ni
might want to pause while I translate or you just
yeah, I did call out to you already. Yeah, but go ahead. Did you?
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so this was the follow-up to the story last week of this. They're called the Akurino twins. Akurino is this. It's a mixture of Christianity and traditional African religion. That's why you see them with those caps on their heads. So they're usually a very rowdy bunch. But in any case, that was the story of this woman with the two men, and so they said, well, they were now offering a public apology because apparently, the lady was, with child, and they said, well, we can't afford the child, so what are we going to do? And they concocted the story. So let's continue.
Story tu ya uongo. Nimeona niwatafute nipige nao story, of course tujue ni kwa nini wao waliamua kufanya kitu kama hiki. Vipi?
Poa kabisa.
Kwa salama?
Kabisa.
Na wewe vipi?
Fiti.
Mambo Emi?
Poa.
Poa. Good to see you my people. Lakini kwanza
poa,
nianze
like,
na wewe.
Is poa is like chill. So yeah, so Brother Bakari Ndugu focused. Poa, like the lady said, is just chill. So he is asking them, why did you all come up with this, little deception? And yeah, they seem to think that it's sort of like a joke, but let's continue.
Ambaye umeanzia hii story na ukasema kwamba the whole story was not true. Nataka utupigie story tu kwa ufupi. Ilikuwaje kwanza mkapanga hii story kuja kutudanganya sisi wa Kenya?
Okay. Si ati tulipanga kuja kudanganya wa Kenya. Nile tumetulia base tukiwa na pinches. Sasa bana hatuko kazi nacheki. na cheki Emi ako na ball nacheki. So hatuko wera. Sasa nile tu tukajiuliza bana tutafanya nini maana kazi patikane. So tukasema tutafuta tu kitu yeyote tunaweza inaweza tupea shughuli yani.
Idea ilikuwa ya nani?
Idea mimi ndo nikamnayo.
Unajua first thing.
So the first guy says that she was with child and they didn't know who it was. So though I don't know if they're messing both with her or with the one guy, but they said, okay, whose idea was it? And he's about to say, well, she had the idea, and then they all just said, okay, we're going to go with it.
Her look is making me kind of uncomfortable, by the way. But let's continue.
Yeah, she's
fast,
yeah.
Kwanza tuseme kwamba the whole story ilienda viral sana, and you guys mpaka you're featured kwenye front pages za magazeti, sisi tukawafanyia interview. Hawisi kwamba Wakenya watahisi kwamba mliwakosea?
Okay, sisi tumerealize makosa yetu. Mapasi wame reach out, Klaji wame reach out. Okay, so sisi tulikosea.
Ungependa kuambia Wakenya nini?
Tunaomba msamaha. Na the main reason tulifanya hii kitu ni kujituma. Juu kama mayouth,
ongeza sauti kidogo.
Kama mayouth hatuko wera, hatuko kazi na cheki. So ni hakuna mtu tumekuja na kikombe ali tunaomba kaa viwete barabara na cheki. Inafanya ufikirie.
Let me summarize. So basically the guy asked him, like, why did you deceive Kenyans? Why would you go and say something like this and lie to Kenyans? So ulidanganya wa Kenya kwa nini? And then the guy is like, well, we were both out of work. It was either we deceive or we beg, and we don't want to be, standing on the side of the street with an open cup, begging for change. This is what we had to do. So yeah, that's where we are right now.
Okay, Should we continue?
So these guys was lying then.
Sorry?
They was lying when they said that they were sharing the same woman.
Well, at this point, we don't know. We really don't know. They have not said. They just say that she had a ball, which ball in Swahili slang means, she was pregnant. So a ball is being pregnant. So the guy said in Sheng, alikuwa na ball, and we didn't know what to do. She had a ball, and we don't know what to do. So we're like, okay, we can't go. We don't have a job. We don't want to beg, and this is the only way to deceive.
I see.
Yeah.
Tumekaa chini kwa kamti nacheki. Maana ni expect hapo ni kama na Kiroma jioni nacheki. Na mimi hapa sina form. Nacheki sina hasa nacheki. So ikabaki tumefikiria. Tukafikiria nini tunaweza fanya kesho yetu at least naweza pata 200 nacheki. So si kudanganya in real sense. Ni kujaribu tu kufake it until we make it. So
you guys already had the American your responsibility, how far your influence is going. I know you can't understand Kiswahili, but you had the fake it till you make it part of it, right?
Right.
Yep. So we are just emulating the FBA, the Lil Waynes, and whoever's up there. We're just trying to show the Kardashian lifestyle. Yep.
Should we continue?
Well, it's up to you. I know we're a bit late in the game, so we can we can just end it at that. So basically they were just doing it for clout. They were in a situation, and they're not clear whether she was or was not with one of them. I think she might have been playing both sides, but that was it. She was just saying that for to gain some sort of financial gain or fame or whatever it is. And like we see, the Africans are just doing what they see their other counterparts doing. That's why I said we're just emulating what we see, and we're not even doing it that well. It's sad and pathetic, but we're just copying what they do. So
to be clear, Tan, was they sharing the same lady, or it was just one person who impregnated her?
That I don't know. That's the other mystery. The whole time they were just saying she had a ball, she was pregnant. So nobody knows. And she seems to be not giving any information the whole time. I watched the whole thing and she wasn't saying anything, just playing coy and dumb and innocent. So who knows? But they were found in a situation, and they said, you know what, we're going to take advantage of it, and we're just going to lie. We don't care if we lie to other people. And that's we're getting in a situation where even Africans, their morals have been corrupted, not just the behavior but also the way that they portray. This would have been a shameless thing in the past, but nowadays it's people actually want to take pride in being dirty. I don't know, but so this is not traditional. We talk about polygamy was normal, like it was just taken for granted, but this is not what happened.
I was asking for Azuliism because last week Azuli was like, when we first talked about this story, he was like he could share a woman with his brother. I wanted to see what he had to say now after these guys abandoned him and left him out there on that island by himself, talking about he will share Krabby with his brother.
Yeah, he's on that island by himself. Yeah. I you know what? When I first saw this video, I was in in a perplexed situation, because I'm asking myself, well, could two brothers share? This no. Is obviously the answer is no, and obviously if this arrangement is a false one, and I'm saying that I'm sure that there exists relationships with two men and one woman. I'm sure that exists in the world, but the reality is, if this is like a regular thing, I don't think so. I think that somebody is going to get murdered, either the brother or the female partner in the situation. I really believe that.
My answer would be 2 people cannot knowingly share, but 3 people can knowingly deceive. So they were not sharing, they were knowingly deceiving other people.
Right.
So, yeah.
Erzuliism heard his name, clicked his heels twice, and showed up again. Erzuliism, now that you're out on the island by yourself, where you would share one gal with your brother, what say you to all of this?
Well, first of all, this okay. What I'm gonna say, if this story was fake, I'm glad how the masculine energy stepped up and stopped this bullshit. You see what I'm talking about? The brother brought them to task and tell them to and call them out and to stop the story. But this story doesn't even make sense. What is the point of the cloud? How did they make money? Why are they cloud chasing? How are they making money by making a lie? And number 2, number 3 or whatever, like I said last week, I said if that was the last result, I never said that was my go-to. And then I said the reason I could do it is because if me and my brother share the same mentality, the same ideology, like the kids are gonna come, whatever. I'm not saying that if my brother and I share different ideologies or whatever, that would have never happened. So I don't get it.
But the ideology is not what you're really sharing, though. It's
I'm not looking at this. You see, in that situation, you guys are just looking at the sex part. I'm looking at that. I'm looking at it like me and my brother share the same DNA, the same bloodline. So whatever kid come out of there is our kid. So I'm not looking at it like that.
We're not talking about repopulating the earth, though.
Yeah, are you gonna kiss in the mouth afterwards?
That makes no sense. Y'all kiss girls in the mouth that dated other men. The women that y'all were virgins.
Wait. I know you ain't trying to make those two things equal in some way.
I just don't understand.
Nah, brother. Nah. I know you're not trying to make that shit equal.
I'm just saying, like.
No, brother. Nah. I have to quiet your mic after some bullshit like that. Nah, you can't put them two things together.
I'm just saying. I just said this is the last resort. What if there was like one woman left out of the good ones? I don't understand. Like why is that a big deal? It's the same bloodline. It's the same family. We share the same ideology. I'm not saying that's the ideal.
If you and your brother was the last 2 people on earth with this one woman, I'll get it. But outside of that extreme, nah. And then you add another problematic thing on top of this with about you making out with your current girl is like it's like blowing her ex or some shit like that. No, man, I cannot allow that.
Well, they do have these. They say women carry on the sperm of their last boyfriend for a while. So
better meds. You got to talk to your mind. You got to talk to your mind. This mind going from holding hands with dudes to friggin' sharing one. Hey man, talk to your minds.
Banging it out after volleyball, and now this bullshit. Nah. We can't.
Yo, come on, son. I'm saying. So your brother, you would not have sex, bang a girl that your brother banged.
Not concurrently for sure. In general, no.
No.
No, what if it was? What if it was just a casual sex thing? That's what I'm saying.
No.
We ain't going through all the different combinations and permutations of what will make sense here. We just, unless you're the last 2 men on earth with a woman, we can't understand that. And even that's a scenario, there has to be at least a mention of a squabble. There has to be a fight, and someone gave in and said, okay.
Why would that be a fight, bro? Why is there be a fight? Like why is that a fight? Two men made a decision. 2 brothers. I'm not doing that with you. I'm not doing that with Mr. Untouchable. Hell no.
Please don't put me inside your bullshit there, okay?
I'm just saying. But at the end of the day, this story, I don't understand how they did it for clout. That makes no sense. How did they make money? How they begging for money and they well dressed? Look at how they dressed.
Tanzan, did you get any idea of how they made money off of this from donations or something?
No, well, the money they made was from appearances, and it was how this is how you make money from being, the shock fest. You do something that people are shocked about, people talk about it, people share it, people start, making a big deal out of it, and then eventually it becomes so big that it goes from the internet, which is the online world, to the real world, and then you get called for interviews and things like that, and then you make a bit of change, going to the camera and things like that. That's why regular people who commit, petty crimes, whether it's, lying or cheating or, all the way up to murder, that's how they get their 15 minutes of fame. So that's how you do it. You get yourself on the media, you get the interviews, you get a few people, to believe you and so on. So that's how they made the money. It was something that was shocking enough for people to give them attention. And nowadays, attention, you can turn that into actual currency. So yes, that is how they perpetrated it. And the other question was, are we so gullible that we can believe? How do we even know what is truth and what is not? How do we even know that this happened for truth? And not to be conspiracy theorist and all that, but somebody nowadays, it's impossible to know what is truth and what is not. What if the queen, and that's okay, I'm not a crazy cookie, crazy paranoid guy, but 96, like, it's like somebody dying at 69. It's like, that's just a weird age to die at. Like 96 is so sexual. It's like she
69. What's on your mind, Tanzan? What the fuck?
Just shut up for a second. We know you guys just talk your nonsense. I listen to it and I'm patient. I'm just saying that reality can be created, or it can be invented, or it can be manipulated. That's all I'm saying. So these people, they came on and they made up. And if this regular, they're not even clever people. These are just your regular nonsense, people off the streets. They say they didn't really plan it. It just happened. But now imagine if people who do have the power to plan it, and the people who have the power to actually influence people, look at what these idiots can do. And they can actually convince, a couple of people to give them attention and ears and actually be convinced. Now imagine if somebody had the science behind it, the data, the information, the statistics, all of that. Imagine how they can actually manipulate people's thinking if these people can actually do it. So can 3 people knowingly deceive? Yeah, they deceived some people. But imagine if, you just get up a powerful group of, say, 30 or 40 people who have the same, interest. Maybe they might not have the same one, but they might have a similar interest. Now imagine what they could do with that kind of power. If 3 people can just, make up a story and people will take it for granted, are we gullible? And how can we know the truth? Because if these idiots can convince us, then how much greater can other people who are much cleverer than them convince us of the truth? Yeah, so that was it.
I'm putting this on record. I'm not sharing Tanzan with you, bro. You know what I mean?
Look, I know that you and Oni are the haters of the day. So just do your job. Go ahead.
I know. You're talking reckless right now. Nobody's next to you, Mr. Untouchable. That's how you so free right now.
That is his name. His name is Bwana Haguziki. He cannot be touched. Yes. In Kiswahili, it's not even Mr. Untouchable. It's he who cannot be touched.
Listen to my baby talking. Listen to her talking right now.
Yo, he brave right now. 3 weeks ago, he couldn't even say shit. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, she was on vacation. She was out of town or something. Was talking wild.
She's sleeping right now, and I'm on this what is this gin right now, so I'm talking right now.
You know what?
Well, I'm just saying that. What are we talking about? The world had convinced us that Freeway Ricky was the biggest drug dealer of the world. So how is that? If they could convince that a brother from LA was the biggest drug dealer in the world, this story is nothing. They lie to us all the time. The news lie. So 95% of people is gullible. So gas them up just convinced us that the Romans weren't white. So what the fuck are we talking about? Like,
he convinced you.
Were you actually convinced? I thought everybody was convinced that they were. Wow. Okay, you guys are gullible.
Let's keep the energy going. Let's go to shoot the breeze. Topic number 8. Let's try to finish all topics by 2. So we'll keep it a little bit shorter. We got 8, 9, and 10 to do. Shoot the breeze. Topic number 8 is, why do we keep asking for a debt they don't feel they owe? This came with the link as well. Let's check it out.
Listen. Whew, y'all, I gotta sit down for this one. Y'all need to go watch her video. Number 1, I don't owe you a freaking thing. I don't owe you nothing. You've got this victim mentality that us white women need to sit down and shut up, and that we owe you our lives, and that we should just hand everything to you on a silver platter. Baby girl, I don't owe you a single flipping thing. Nothing at all. You want to talk about divide in this country? You are a prime example of that. The constant racism, the constant divide, the constant this and the constant that. You need to sit down yourself and stay there. Point blank.
White women, am I right? So
I tell people.
Sorry about that. So yeah, why do we keep asking for this thing? Right? So that video started with the black woman saying, white women, you have one job. Why do we keep asking for a debt they don't feel we owe? Bobby Wright in the chat said, because we are scared to go on our own. So we have to play the reparation card. That's his response. By the way, let me drop the link. Anyone who's out there who, it's late now. We're trying to finish up the show by 2. But if you want to hop on, drop in 2 words. There is the link. Let's start with Azuliism. Why do we keep asking for a debt they don't feel they owe?
I don't know why they keep asking, but it's usually the retarded people about. Look at that lady's face. Like, people who ask for reparation, a lot of the time they just regurgitating what they've been told. But at the end of the day, do they owe us reparations? Yeah. Are they gonna give it to us? No, because why? They are the dominant culture. They got the dominant media, the dominant economics. Hey, you could just be yelling. They ain't gotta give you shit. You could yell. Women like that white woman talking about like that, she's just dumb. She don't understand and she doesn't care, because she's in the top of the food chain. How you gonna ask a lion to give you your cup? You're gonna ask the king of the jungle for your shit back. Either you're gonna take it or you're not. So I don't know, man.
Danzan, what say you?
Well, this is also, to do with that sisterhood that Black women feel that they have. And then, when they start getting up and lecturing and telling people, like, people actually care. Actually, they don't. Most of the, these women white women will just look at you like, oh, okay, okay, so you might have done, yeah, look at this Black woman, just trying to see if she can shame, her into feeling bad for you. The best of them that they'll ever do is say, okay, we understand, you've been hurt and blah, blah, blah. And they'll give you that fake, if they can give you fake tears and actually produce real tears that are fake emotions, but you think that they'll smile at you and they'll be genuine about it. So sometimes just like us as a race, we Black women just want white women to like them. They want white women to put up their fight and all that. They do not care about you. They have you're not going to suss your way into their conscience. You're not going to make them feel bad because of what they did. You being with them, they do not care. I don't know why they think it's only the men. The men are not born, they're not alien to each other. They're one and the same. So sometimes, yeah, look at her thinking that she has a moral upper hand, like, oh, I'm going to tell you, and like your spouse is going to do anything to her. No, it's not. So, you know, you can't talk to somebody who doesn't feel that they owe you anything. They don't feel like they do. So I don't know why, you know, we as people, as Black women especially, you know, Black men as well, but particularly the women, they seem to think that if they can, you know, snap their fingers into it and show themselves off, you know, Lizzo style, that they have a point. No, you're simply just entertainment for them. You can't shame, guilt, trip anybody into thinking that, oh yeah, I feel bad for you. This is really how they feel. They do not care, and they don't feel that they owe you anything. So yeah, that's it.
I see BB in the chat is giving you a kind of a face there. Mr. Untouchable, why don't you keep asking?
Let me say this. I first of all, I'm not asking for anything, and the only thing I would say is, speaking as a Caribbean person, I don't speak for none of my African American brothers.
Untouchable. Stop saying that you was born in America. Stop saying that bullshit. What are you talking about?
I grew up in the Bahamas, bro. Anyways, let me just say this. I don't speak for none of my African American brothers when I say this. They don't owe me nothing. The only thing that I would like is access to their markets. Access to their markets. That's it. That's it. Everything else, you know, it'll take care of itself. You know, let me do my thing and let them do their thing, and then we'll see. To the victor goes the spoils. And
access to whose market exactly?
The American markets.
Okay.
Give me access to the American markets and let me do my thing. And I ain't worried about who own all that bullshit. Let that talk take care of itself. Just give me access. Speaking as a Caribbean person, let me also say this. For the African scam, I call it a Nigerian scam, but I don't want to talk about the Nigerians. But for the African scam that's going on, where you see these African chiefs going to America and apologizing for slavery, I personally think it's a big friggin' scam. And the reason why, talking about, oh, we so sorry, the reason why I would say that is the majority of the people in slavery, they didn't come to America. They came to the Caribbean. They came to South America. So if any person you should apologize to first, it should be us and the rest of the people in the Caribbean. The reason why they go into the Americas is the Americans have the most money. That's a scam. That sounds like it to me, you know, because I'm only trying to get money. Because if you're trying to really be accurate, you would be coming to the Caribbean and South in Brazil. That's where all of the slaves went. So I don't know what this whole idea of being apologetic and just only going to the Americas. What's North America? What the hell is that? You know what I mean? But like I say, for me, I would just want access to their markets. Let me do my thing. I ain't worried about this whole idea of we not begging, but we asking you all for a debt that's owed because we know you all ain't gonna pay us. Who gangsters pay back money? Gangsters don't pay back money, no matter how much debt they owe. So I'm wanting the idea to have access to your markets to do what I need to do. That's where I'm at with it.
Sorry, in the chat, Trigger Happy 262 says, I mean, it's also a scam because those in the diaspora have slave trader DNA. This is just pushing African countries to be in a subservient position. Once again, Harsh Rally Podcast earlier said, nobody owes you for getting your ass beat. Learn, strengthen, and don't let it ever happen again. For the sake of time, I do want to push through to the next prompt, if you guys don't mind.
Hold on, one more thing I want to say. That same lady,
briefly,
is the same lady. Her cousins made the woman king. It's funny thing.
Really?
No. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's her cousin. I'm just saying it's the same. See, in one breath, we don't owe you nothing, but in another breath, let's celebrate the people that put you in slavery, and then not take the blame because they put you in there. So, one thing I don't want people to say, I understand we're not gonna get the reparation, But what I'm saying is, everybody who got reparations didn't fight for it back. So how come we keep saying, oh, go fight for it? They're not gonna give it to you. Everybody who got reparations, so-called reparation, didn't fight for it back. It was given back to them. So I don't know.
They gave it to their people. It's just that simple. We're not their people, so they ain't looking to give us shit. So we have to fight back. We have to fight for it. They give it to their own people. That's all that was. Did you see the Woman King, Azuli?
No, it's not under $3.99 yet.
All right. Let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 9 tonight.
By the way, Coco, we waiting for that review on the Spookle Side by the Door.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Azuli doesn't come through though. I was gonna ask him or Tan or someone who watched it, because if I do a live stream on it, you know, I'll want some other people.
The Spook Who Sat by the Door?
Yeah.
I saw that and I read the book. Like, what?
All right. So I did this week coming. I want to do a review on it.
All right, cool. We could do that.
All right, cool. Should be topic number 9 tonight. False pretenders stop pretending. Let the real gangster tell it. Now this is gonna take about 10 minutes to play, I think. But the last prompt tonight is a quick prompt anyway.
World from the streets.
And it's just a bunch of young Turks running around and doing stupid shit most of the time. And when I was 19, I got drafted during the Vietnam War, went to military, being taught to kill on me. That using your head is the most important thing. My Gumbada was a tough guy, Ali Boy Como. And Tado one time grabbed me. He says, how come every time there's a stick up, you're walking in the store with the gun first and Ali Boy's behind you? I said, he's a tough guy, bro. He's got my back and I'm comfortable with that. He said, yes, he is a tough guy. He said, but he's reactionary. Mm-hmm. If there's a problem, a cop walks by, don't even know what's going on. He's going to start shooting. He's not going to try and think his way out of it, whatever. He's going to start shooting immediately. Mm-hmm. You got brains, you think. If you reverse that and you're the backup shooter or the backup guy, mm-hmm. you're going to think and try to think your way out of it. You don't have to necessarily start shooting. If there's a problem, you will shoot. I know that. But you'll think first. Try to do it the other way around. I thought about it, and I started doing that. And I thought that he was right. My Gumbada, I loved him, a real tough guy, but he would shoot you right away. He wouldn't
hesitation.
No hesitation. And I didn't want that. We don't have to be on a murder. We're on a stick-up. If we could think our way out if there's a problem, let's do that. It's one thing to do a stick-up. It's a whole nother thing to leave a body and do a murder.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. You know, recently in L.A., LA has actually had a rash of robberies that have resulted in people getting murdered. I'm talking about high-profile guys. You know, a guy sitting in a restaurant with his fiance eating lunch, and he gets murdered for his chain.
Right.
I thought that was ridiculous. I said, you know, when did we start? Like, when did the victims of robbery start getting murdered and shot in cold blood? It's crazy to me. Right. And I think that goes back to what you said about planning things. Right. These things obviously aren't planned. I think it's the thing that where literally somebody's in a restaurant, they call and say, hey, this guy's in here shining. Let's get him. Somebody comes in. I think usually, you know, some people are scary, man. Some people will shoot you.
Yeah, but I was in prison with a guy, and he went into a bodega and went in with a gun to rob it. Mm-hmm. And he pulled his gun out, told the guy to give him his money. The guy opened the register, got all the money under the count, everything, and gave it to him. And he shot him and killed him. And he was in prison with me. So I told him, why'd you shoot him? He gave you the money. He said, Sammy, he could have been a witness. Then why the fuck didn't you wear a mask? They don't think. The guy's going to give you the money. If you wore a mask, you robbed him, he gave you the money, he's not going to be a witness. Obviously, you wouldn't have to shoot him. And now you're facing not only robbery, but a murder case. And it gets more intense. It's one thing for a bodega or a store to get robbed. It's a whole nother thing on a murder.
Exactly. You know, and I've been seeing that, you know, from the drive-by shootings to the robberies like that. It's always a whole bunch of needless bloodshed.
Yeah.
And I would think if that was my business crime, I would want it at least the least attention possible. I want to come in, do what I do, and be gone.
Right. And now the guy may not even want to be a witness. He said, hey, listen, I don't even want to get involved. I give the guy the money. I don't know what he looks like. I don't know. He was black. He was Spanish. He was white. Whatever. He don't want to even get involved. Now you're forcing all kinds of things. I'll give you another example. I did time with these kids, these M13 kids. Now you belong to a gang. You're killing people to rob a bike. You're killing people for all kinds of shit. Now you belong to this gang, M13. Now you're a member. You get arrested as an M13 member. And it's not for murder, it's for anything. The public hates you. You're never going to be the case. As soon as they hear he's a member of the M13, you're dead. Even if you're innocent, you ain't going to beat this case. They hate you. The prosecutors will go with their case. They're usually good prosecutors. Their investigators are cops or FBI. You're going down with some broken-ass lawyer, some fucking ex-cop who's half a drunk, and you're going to go fight a case with a rap sheet of that you're the M13. You're dead. You better take a fucking plea. You're dead. You can't win a case.
Yeah, for real.
So you have that rep. You're giving yourselves that rap. The mafia don't do that. The mafia, the public looks at the mafia and says, well, they kill each other because they break rules. They don't hurt us. It's a different mentality. Not that we beat cases that much, but at least you got a shot.
Yeah, I've never heard, the one thing I've never heard of a bunch of kids getting killed behind the Italian mafia.
No, you won't. You won't
hear that with normal street gang stuff. You hear about guys all the time.
Right.
You know, and even now they got a thing to where a lot of these rappers are getting indicted because of their rap lyrics.
Right. They're burying themselves. They're burying their own people, their own race. They're their own worst problem. Look what's going on in Chicago. It's insane. You're killing each other for a spot. This is my drug spot. Or I'm on to take over your drug spot. You could argue, you could fight, you could do whatever you want. But when you start killing people at 22 shootings in a weekend, 6 people dead, I mean, how are you ever, you're hurting yourselves 100,000%.
And you know, the thing is,
all right, I'm going to pause it there. That's an interesting video. You guys should check it out. It goes a little bit longer than that, about 3 more minutes longer than that. It's called Sammy the Bull Addresses PNB Rock, Pop Smoke Murders, etc. That's Digital Soapbox Network. So I don't own that video. I'm just using it for fair use once again. And fuck y'all, YouTube. Erzuli, false pretenders, stop pretending, let the gangster tell it. This guy is talking about gangsterism and how black folks are doing it wrong. What are your thoughts on that?
First of all, Femi the Bull's a snitch, so I don't even know why we're listening to him. Anyway, I don't know what to say. Criminals are criminals. Like, we are doing it. The stuff that he said was right. I don't understand how you rob somebody.
Wait, hold on. The stuff that he said was right, but you started off by saying he's a snitch. So why are we even listening to him? Well, we're listening to him because snitch or not snitch, he could say something. You could learn something because he was in the lifestyle.
But to me, that's common sense. I don't need Sammy the Bull to tell me, yo, that was a dumb idea to go. Yo, if you're gonna rob somebody, wear a mask. Like, you killed the person. Like, this is why I don't understand with these criminals, especially in this nowadays where there's cameras everywhere, bro. You're gonna get caught. Why would you kill somebody? You could have just did 5 years for the robbery. Now you're doing life in prison for robbery and murder. So I mean, I'm not saying Sammy the Bull, what he says is not right, but I'm just saying, like, why do we need to interview Sammy the Bull? Even when you see they started asking the question, he started fumbling his words. Oh, yeah, just killing each other. Don't the Italian were killing each other during the mobs? Weren't y'all killing each other? I mean, I don't. To me, it's all shit. It's all crimes, killing each other. I don't get it. So,
Mr. Untouchable, what say you to it?
No, I think it's very important to listen to people like Sammy the Bull. Extremely important to listen to people like Sammy the Bull. Why do I say that? Because first of all, I'm get to Baby Rodriguez comment about criminal logic. Now, in the society and where we live, they have the rules. They've created the rules for all peoples that live within their system. And within that system and the rules that they create, they have rules for us and rules for them, which means that they benefit off of the rules, but we don't benefit. The rules are deleterious for us, which means that if I'm convicted on cocaine and a white guy is convicted of cocaine, he gets a lesser sentence than us. This is historical. This is how it's done. The Italians, when they came to the Americas, they look at the American society and they rejected the American society. Well, the mobs, the Black Hand, they rejected the American society. They live within the society, but they say, you know what? This society and the laws and all these mores does not benefit us. So within that, they created their own rules and say, these are rules we gonna live by and benefit off of. And within doing that, their communities, have benefited from it. You could have, as an Italian woman, you could have walked throughout their community and not get raped or robbed or murdered, because there are sub rules that exist within their own communities that says if you rape a woman, they don't have to call the police. We gonna deal with you. You know what I mean? If you deal drugs in this community, Bensonhurst, etc., don't worry about the police indicting you. We going institute our own brand of justice. Who needs that more than our communities? Because we don't have that. We have a bunch of cowboys that exist in our communities, and they make up their rules as they go along. These guys collectively say, no. We have a system and a format that exists from the so-called old country. We can institute it here. The white guys, because a lot of the Italians don't even consider themselves white guys, but they say the white guys, the Protestants, the WAPs, they have their own form of brand of justice. But we have our own social mores that exist within our communities. And if you transgress these kinds of things are going to happen to you. Who needs that more than us within our community? So, yes, the greater society can say, well, y'all are operating in a criminal manner or outside the rules of the general society. Therefore, it's criminal. The Italians say, yeah, but that shit don't work for us. So we have to institute our own rules and regulation that is, when we enforce it, we know that the effect of it is going to be beneficial within our own communities, because we've been to your courts. We've deferred to your police officers and all these kinds of things. They don't work. Not only that, even the police itself in New York City and these metropoles, they have their own rules and laws that exist within their own policing. They say, don't stitch on the man in blue. They say, you ain't black or white when you come within our organization or gang. They say, we only see blue. We protect blue, no matter what blue does. But we still playing the game of okay, we're going to defer to the system and let the system, sort it out and protect us and do what they need to do. We're the only one playing by the rules that someone institute against us. And I think that sometimes we need to take a second look and say, hey, nah, man, that shit don't work for us. We need to institute our own rules. I understand they're going to call us criminals and throw us in jail and do all manner of things against us. But if their rules don't work, we need to create our own. And I think that this might be controversial, but I think that there's something to be learned with what the Italians have done the so-called Italians have done when they came to the Americas. They had to do it. There was in a no choice situation. Not only the Italians did that, the Jews did that, and other communities do it. We the only person consistently playing by these rules because we don't want to be labeled, have this criminal label. And I understand nobody want to be a so-called criminal. But like I say, man, we need to take a second look at how we govern our own selves because the white man create that social order. But that's not a natural order. That's an order they created. Their group of men created their order. We need to create our own social order. And I understand we say, well, we don't have the power to do that. They didn't have the power to do that, but they did it anyways. They make it work for them. So I think that sometimes we need to take a second look at how we decide to govern ourselves and not just only defer to other groups of people coming in and educating us, policing us, feeding us, etc., etc., etc.
Mr. Untouchable, I would say that we do operate in that space of not obeying the laws. We do have that aspect to us. I think the problem with that aspect to us is that it's so Afrophobic. I think D Webb in the chat said earlier, despite how well we feel about the mafia, they did have a strict code for a while and actually gave a fuck about their community and neighborhoods and gatekept. Our people who indulge in this space that we're talking about here, they don't give a fuck about their community. They exploit and terrorize their own folks. And so a lot of us distance ourselves from it. We get away from it.
I am not talking about wild nigga independent because you are right. There are there's something that goes on in the community what I consider to be wild nigga ass shit. Wild nigga shit is, you could wake up one day and do something independently and there's no responsibility to anyone. You don't have to answer to anyone. You don't have to, because you know why? Because there's no organized anything going on.
Right.
They used to be with the Hoovers and people could say what they want to say about him and the other olders. You could say what they want to say about them, but there's nothing organized that's going on that we have to answer to these group of people. If we do this, I have to in Jamaica. If you do something in Tivoli Gardens, you gotta answer to the Dun Man, because the Dun Man make the rules. You know what I mean? I think that in the Americas, there's a different situation going on because everyone could be in their own independent cowboy inside of the Black communities, and that's not workable. Where you don't have to answer to anybody. I was watching this movie the other day with DiCaprio and what's the name of the movie? Oh, he was in Boston.
The gangster flick.
The gangster.
He's the undercover, right?
Yes, he was undercover, and he was acting with another guy. And one of the things that the brother was saying is like, what we dealing in drugs, and they was afraid that this older gangster would hear the fact that they was doing criminality in his area. They had to because they had to answer. So I think that is a little bit different than what goes on within our own communities. We don't have to necessarily answer to anybody. We are free agents. And with that free agency, like you say, we act like white criminals. And white criminals, when they do what they do, they practice gunboat diplomacy. That means pillaging, raiding, raping, anything goes. And they don't have anyone to answer to but the state. That's the difference. The difference with that in the Italian community is when you do them kinds of things, before you even reach the courtroom, Sami the Bull, you have to answer to Sami the Bull to what you did and who you raped. It's a different thing going on. It's a different dynamic. And I'll end there. I'll just end there to be brief.
Danzan, you heard everything everyone had to say. What say you to it?
Well, just like with the women, I think the men are doing the same thing, just emulating, what came before them. You see in this, the so-called gangster, sort of personas, they always look to the Italian gangsters as their role models. So you have Scarface, you have, Avgoti. I can't go through the whole, you know, uh, you know, but they always look, they can't even, do gangster right. Like if they're supposed to be the end all and be all and the origin of all this gangster stuff, but yet they're still looking to Scarface and these Italian mobsters who really did it better than them, because the reason why they did it better than them is they actually transitioned into legitimacy, whereas with the gangster culture they want to continuously be in that culture and never continue. There was that show Power. I think I only saw it for one episode, and the reason why, and people call it rage quitting, is when this they have Power, the gangster, and then they have this woman, and Power has the choice between going legitimate, doing the right thing, versus staying in the underworld and taking risks on the life, the family. And then the woman, the black woman says, oh yeah, you're always going to be a gangster and a drug dealer and all of that stuff. Despite the fact that she has children, she already has the chance to go on a safe life, and to not have to go that dangerous path. In the movie or whatever, in the series, is portrayed as if she also wants that risky, dangerous life. And for me, it was like, no, that would go against any maternal instinct. If any woman was given the choice between having a successful life that was legitimate, and having one that was constantly on the run, no woman would choose to put a family in danger just for a few extra pennies. So once you see that, you're like, okay, so yeah, this is either a bunch of idiots or a bunch of propaganda. But like the guy was saying, even if you're a gangster, even if you're a bad person, there's always rules to the game. There's always some things that if the mobsters had some code, the Ometa, the code of no snitching, but unfortunately, even that code is not, airtight in the black industry, because how are you not going to snitch on somebody who kills your grandma? That's just illogical. But in any case, there has to be some sort of code. You just can't be a gangster, but you're just about breaking the law and not keeping any sense of order. So even when it comes to criminality, we're not even that good at it, that we have to learn from some old white man for us to learn what a gangster is. So yeah.
Anyone else want to respond to what Tan
No,
said?
I hear what Tan's saying, and Tan is expressing the sentiment of the so-called regular citizen who just wants to live a peaceful existence and doesn't want any static and anything like that. And I respect that. Well, I would just only remind Tan, and I think that she knows this very well, that the American society was created by gangsters. This is when who if I come into a territory, right? If I come into a territory, I rape the children and women, and I murder the men, and then put my own brand on that territory, build my own nation. Ain't that gangsterism? They gangsters. They gangster, and they come that with their own brand of social order, and they say, "Well, this is the proper way to do it," not like them old savage Indians over there. Yeah, I mean, that's gangsterism. The nation was created by gangsters. So I understand the idea of wanting to live peacefully, but the environment of which we exist in is not a peaceful one. And I really do. It's just where I am is sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes this is really not a conversation for people like Tan, because I feel, and this may be a whole archaic notion, but the women should be doing what the women supposed to do. The men are supposed to be doing what the men are supposed to do. And if the men have to raid territory to ensure the existence of their family members, they must do that. They need to do it. The back in the day, the men used to go out and kill.
Hold on. Did you just say if the men have to raid a territory so now when when the white man was doing that to Africans, it was okay?
No, what I'm saying is that
no. You gotta what?
No, let me finish this, Willie. What I'm saying is that we used to go hunting. We used to go out hunting and kill for the meat to bring back home to our women and our children so we could sup off of that. Didn't we used to do that back in the day in the forest? So these rules.
That's what they told us. That's what they told us we used to do. You don't know if you
you want to say that's a fantasy. So what I'm saying is that these rules still exist. We are still in a greater jungle. We believe that we're in a jungle no more. We're in a greater jungle. And I feel like sometimes we are playing by a social order and playing by a game that someone else has set for us. And unfortunately, we're gonna continue to lose because we are using their rules in operating. That their rules, when we use their rules of operating, they create all the rules. They could change the rules of the game tomorrow. Yep. They could change their rules tomorrow, and we playing by old rules when they playing by their rules what they create today, and then we in a deleterious situation. I feel like sometimes we need to start enforcing and creating our own social structures and our own friggin' rules to live by. And for me, that would equal the playing field. Is it good? Is it bad? When we start attaching morality to it, that's when we start. You know what I mean? That's when you could say I'm a bad guy. You can say I'm a bad guy then. You know what I mean? You can say I'm a bad guy.
Send me the bull. Like, you know how many black people he had killed? How many black people his mafia with the drugs that they were disseminating in the black community? Please, who is he?
How much people Dessalines killed? How much white people Dessalines killed?
What? So you comparing what Timmy the Bull did and what Dessalines did?
No, what I'm
saying is right now.
What I'm saying is he was doing something, right or wrong, because we attaching morality to it.
No. What he was doing was wrong. What he was doing was wrong. What Timmy the Bull did and his mafia people were wrong.
Let me ask you a question. Did his family benefit from it?
Son, I'm done. See, this is. Right, I don't want to. No. Okay, his family benefited. So what you saying? So why are you here talking about the white man this, the white man that?
I'm not saying. No.
Let me finish. They did what they did for their family. So according to you, they did nothing wrong.
Do you think? Do you hear me have these arguments that the white man did this, the white man that? I'd never have them kind of arguments.
So why are you here? So why you Pan-African? Why are you here?
I am a Pan-Africanist.
Why you a Pan-Africanist? They didn't do nothing wrong.
I'm gonna explain. I'm a Pan-Africanist. Yeah. I'm a Pan-Africanist because I understand that we are in competition with the rest of the different races that exist in the world. I want my race to exist on this planet because I fully know, and I understand that there are races and groups of people. Look at the Indians. The Indians they opened their arms and they embraced these groups of people. And what happened to them? Look at the Africans. They opened their arms and they embraced these groups of people. I'm saying if we continue to play by that same standard, then we will be whatever happened to us, you know what I mean, in the Alpha, it'll continue to happen to us. I'm saying that we are playing a game.
You could have said the same thing you just said right now by saying that what they did was morally wrong. You just said, didn't he feed his family? So what you're saying? No. Yo, you're very telling on what you just said, bro. You could have said the same thing and said what they did was wrong. But you said, oh, he had to feed his family, and then you compare Dessalines to freaking bum ass Sammy the Bull.
Because you are attaching morality to this conversation. And if we attach morality to the situation, what is right and what is wrong? Yes, it is wrong to me, but is it right to his wife? Is it right to his children? Sure, because they want to live and they want to eat too, and they want to exist too. So how they perceive morality is how you define it is extremely subjective. That's what I'm saying.
No. Morality is not subjective, bro. Morality is not subjective.
Oh yes,
no,
it is.
Not.
Morality is subjective, brother. It is.
You sound like a woman right now. That's what women say when they don't want to take accountability for shit. That's what you sound right now.
That's really why I gotta be a woman. Why I gotta be a woman. All right. It's you holding hands with mine.
What?
He said it was you holding hands with a man, so why he gotta be a gal?
Hold on. What man? That's a whatever.
You walking downtown Brooklyn. You walking downtown Brooklyn. I mean, live, holding hands and smiling, but I ain't a woman. I mean, why you gotta be?
Yo, oh my god, I don't forget shit.
No, but for real though, I think that when we get into the morality argument, I think that is a difficulty because I really do believe that morality is subjective and it depending on who you're talking to, the idea of right and wrong, it changes, brother. I really believe that.
No, that's not true. That is not true. That is not true.
Well, we'll agree to disagree.
So graping a woman is right. So let's say you go to a society where the society say graping a woman is okay. That means that means it's because over there it says it's okay. That means it's okay. I mean that's
let me answer that. In some societies, the idea of marital grape, some men believe, even in the Bahamas, by the way, some men believe that it's no such thing as marital grape. You can't grape your wife.
Why are you going to this? Why see you bro? Stop going to no. What you doing? No. Stick to the argument that I said. Don't bring your own bullshit argument. Talk about marital grape. I said grape.
Yes, grape is grape, right?
Is grape wrong? Morally wrong?
Hold on. Is y'all saying rape or grape?
We trying to say grape because we didn't want you to get hit.
Oh,
but,
okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying is that I personally believe, because I don't think a woman as property. I don't look at a woman as my property. So I believe that rape is wrong in any instance, even if I'm married to the woman or not. But I'm knowing that there are men, some people who are even related to, they don't even, you can't, in their minds, is if you married to a woman, there's no such thing as rape.
Why are you bringing this argument? Oh my god, yo, you have a lot of women traits, even though I was holding hands. That has nothing. I'm talking about a man walks down the street and sees a woman and commits sexual assault. If is it wrong? If that society says it's not wrong,
I think it's wrong, but I don't have the same morality as everyone else.
Yo, this is why this is the you men never want to stand on fucking nothing that is right or wrong.
Come on.
Stop.
Come on, brother. Come on, man. Now you aren't being fair. You aren't being fair to me at all. I am saying that is wrong, but I'm saying that I don't have the same sentiment as every other man in the society. That's why I say morality is different depending on who. Some men think that they have a right to a woman's body. Some men believe that. Absolutely believe that. And they think that they are justified in having access to a woman's body. But some men don't feel that way. So that's why I say morality is subjective. It depends on who you're talking to on that day.
Morality is not subjective, bro.
Okay.
Right or wrong. I don't believe right or wrong is subjective.
Okay.
Certain right or wrongs, but the fundamental, like sexual assault, killing people to take their natural resources for your own. I don't believe those things are subjective, bro.
It's true words spoken by Arzuli, but there are some men who think that murder is justifiable, brother. There are some men who think it's right to murder a man. Especially if you have things that you want. There are some men who think like that.
You know what? You know why it's bullshit? They think like that because they have the guns. They got the weapons pointing at you. What's the thing he said? It's not all fun when the rabbit got the gun. The same people that did this to you, grab the gun and go to their family and tell them you're gonna kill their daughter or their children for that chain. Watch how they start crying and say, "Please don't kill my daughter. Please don't kill my wife." So stop it, Mr. Untouchable.
Okay.
When you have the gun in your hand, of course you could call the shots. So when I have the gun, if I come to your house and rob you and do all of this, I want the same energy. Yeah, go ahead, do it.
No, Papa.
Stop saying that, man. Stop saying that.
Papa Legbug can take care of me.
Yo, stop that. Yo, you joking around, man.
I like what the Hash Rally podcast said in the chat. He said aside of Sammy being a snitch, what morally wrong did the mafia do? They didn't target civilians if someone had to go, wasn't pulling off drive-bys and killing kids or whatever. There's some truth to that. What this guy was talking about in the video, between him and the interview, who sounds like a black man. You don't hear the mafia involved in shit with a bunch of
so the mafia so the mafia didn't bully people, force them to pay on protection shit. The mafia didn't go to your club and tell you have to pay me for.
Sure.
So that's not wrong. That's not wrong.
Well, it depends on how you look at it.
How?
If the mafia is providing protection for these folks, then there's a price for it.
No, some of them did not asking for. First of all, a lot of the time they just pretend, oh, I'm going to give you protection because when there's no protection to be had, there's police. What do I need to protection from you? So I'm going to give you.
They had a different system that, like Untouchable, like Hagoziki said, they had a system where
they police themselves.
They didn't worry about what them other people had going on. They had their thing going on.
So you mean to tell me the mafia wasn't, so the mafia did not steal from people. The mafia did not rob people. The mafia did not steal from other people and give to their own people. The mafia didn't do that.
There's no organism that's all good or all bad. There's a balance there. So they'll do some bad things. They might break a few kneecaps, but for the most part, if you were a civilian in those neighborhoods, you felt more or less protected. And you didn't have the worry that a lot of our kids have in our neighborhoods, that some shit could pop off. There could be a shootout here. Kids could die and all kinds of stuff like that. Like, they didn't have that. That's what you have to keep your eye on. That's what's really being discussed here. They didn't have that. Sure, they did some bullshit. I'm sure they broke a few eggs to make a pie or a cake or whatever the saying is.
Sure.
But they didn't have those issues of regular people, uninitiated people being killed and harmed and all that stuff. Go ahead, Untouchable.
No, I'm saying that I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that when the United States government goes to different countries with their armies, they do good and bad things. You just don't hear about it. You just don't hear about it, but you enjoy the comforts of what they would have done in other places of the world. You enjoy it, you know, all the time. When they go to different, some of them rape women, great women, some of them kill innocent men and children, but you enjoy the booty, you know, the things that they bring back to give and benefit their nation from. I don't hear you complaining about when they do their skullduggeries all over the world. You don't have no smoke for them, but they do it all the time. How you think you getting all this good oil for $4?
First of all, I never said that. I never said they wasn't doing any skullduggery, whatever the word is. And I want to address Mr. What's his name? Oh, the Harsh Reality Podcast. Yo, what did you just say? What? First of all, it wasn't my homeboy, bro. I said, brother, there's a difference. Oh my God, y'all wilding, man. I mean that, like, we talking about this situation right here. What's more important to me, that whole thing should be discussing, is how a father led his son and his wife to go kill a rapper. That's more important to me than Semi the Bull. I don't need what Semi the Bull said. I could get that from somebody who's not part of a crime syndicate. It's common sense.
But the fact that Sammy and this black man are talking about it is telling you that in our community we don't have this shit zipped up. This underbelly element, we don't have it zipped up. And what he's saying is, and he has to say it because it's what's happening, is that these guys are operating on some unintellectual, even within the negativity that they're doing, is unintellectual. Because, like, he made a good point. If you running in these so-called gangs, you call yourself a Crip, you call yourself a Blood or something like that. By the time you go before a judge and a jury, everyone is already set against you because they're done set against Bloods and Crip. They see even black folks. They don't see no use of it. They don't see nothing positive of it. right? So once they hear you come in there with that title, right, that occupation of blood or crip, you're done in the courts. Like Sammy says, you might as well just take a plea, and that's actually some good piece of advice. Now, well, I'm not glorifying mafiosos and gangs and all this kind of stuff, but if you're gonna do the shit, bring the benefits that's supposed to come with this shit. And that's what this dude is talking about. Like, what are you guys benefiting your community? This is what Webb is talking about in the chat. What are you doing to benefit the community? Is this dude making Morse code or something here? What are you doing to benefit the community? Right?
Well, I get what you're saying. I get what he's saying too. But I'm just saying that at the end of the day, somebody, what I'm trying to say is like, why is this guy interviewing Sammy the Bull? I don't even think Sammy the Bull respect this guys like that. Like if you interview them, they probably, if it was back in the 50s and interview Sammy the Bull probably say these N are monkeys, they don't know how to do this, they don't know how to do that, and all of that. I don't understand. Like,
sure, but is he making sense in what he's talking about? And again, you might take it as elementary, but this is the thing I need conscious people to recognize too. The majority of us ain't really conscious of shit. And so the youths the folks who out here on this bullshit, they're not even thinkers like that. Real talk. They're not even thinkers like that. But if they're these guys who tune into these type of hip hop type shows and stuff like that, where they might interview some gangsters or something, maybe they learn something from the dude. Maybe something goes off in the mind and say, you know what, maybe I don't fuck with the businesses in my community and the people in my community. And maybe I actually do something that has some added benefit of protection or whatever it is for the community. That's the point of it. That's why it would make sense. This is why I'm talking. Agoziki said, these are the guys you should listen to. I'm not putting them on a pedestal or nothing like that, but they inside that shit. They know about it.
I think that. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say Sammy the Bull only talking that nice shit because he got caught. Whatever.
I think that Azuli fully knows and is aware, especially being a Haitian man, that he is connected with Haitians all over the continental United States. And I think that in South Florida, that community in South Florida, that is an insular community. Sure, they operate as regular American citizens, but they also have their own set of rules and mores and codes that they live by within Little Haiti in South Florida. I'm sure he knows that.
For all the thing that Sammy the Bull is talking, they took the mafia down.
No, I want you to reference what I just mentioned just now, because you're running away from that.
I'm not running away from anything. I'm just like you're saying that the are you referring to the Zoe community down there?
Absolutely,
Yes.
Absolutely.
Zopan, yeah.
So are you putting the Zopan at the same level as the mafia?
No, what I am saying is just as this Italian group, these group of immigrants who came to the Americas, decided to create their own mores, their own codes that they live by within the continental United States. I'm sure that you are fully aware of people not only in New York City, but in South Florida, in Little Haiti, who say, yes, we live in America, but you know what though? We have to create our own rules within America that people within our community have to live and exist by if we want to be productive people in this idea of continental United States. I'm sure you know about that.
Well, I mean, for what I know about the Zopan, it was a reactionary group because Haitian people were being bullied all over the place or whatever, or being mistreated. So, okay, like,
yeah, that's what the mafia was too. The mafia came about because their people were being bullied, and they brought that old country type vibes to the States.
okay.
Because their people were being bullied and marginalized.
Okay, I mean, I don't know.
let's go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 10. This is going to be real brief because yesterday, Nigeria turned 62. I had a video for this. I don't know if I'm going to play it. Maybe I'll play a bit of it. And then we could discuss some of it.
President Muhammadu Buhari, accompanied by the commander of the Guards Brigade, inspecting this parade at the Eagle Square, Abuja, the president's last in 8 years since he assumed office in May 2015. The gathering of dignitaries is in honor of Nigeria as the nation marks its 62nd Independence Day anniversary. With a wave of insecurity and economic challenges bedeviling the country, members of the international community used the occasion of a celebration to send messages of hope to Nigerians. Ambassador Samuela Isopi, the head of the European Union delegation to Nigeria and to the economic community of West African states, restated the commitment of the EU to work collaboratively with Nigeria every step of the way.
It's always, work in progress for every country, and I think Nigeria has really made huge progress, especially if you think about democracy. If you think about all the progress that has been made since the return to the civilian rule. So I really think that Nigeria is a country with a huge potential, and we really hope that it will continue to develop that potential in the future. And the European Union as a partner will continue to support that process and to support Nigeria.
On her part, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Catriona Liang, lauded Nigeria for the giant strides in its democratic journey, just as she mentioned that Nigeria is on the right track in nation building.
There's always things that we would like to see Nigeria do better, but there has been progress, and I think one really important area of progress is democracy. Since 1999, you've stuck with it in a region that's very unstable. Nobody questions the president stepping down. Everyone sees that Nigeria's elections have continued to improve. There's always room for improvement, but I think the democratic journey is one great achievement for Nigeria.
It's interesting how they keep pushing democracy. It should make you take pause when you hear all this talk about democracy in so-called independent nations in Africa. Azuliism, what do you say about Nigeria at 62?
Well, I guess congratulations. I don't know what to say.
Well, you had big shit to talk on the community tab earlier. You said, who did they
defeat?
I
I say this about everything. Who did Nigeria beat? Who's benefiting from the Delta oil? Who did not? Like, what are you celebrating? Weren't they celebrating? Weren't they mourning with the Queen? Like, I don't understand. But again, everybody, I don't want to. People might say I'm an elitist because I'm Haitian or whatever. But hey, who did they find? They just signed you off, bro, and they're still making money off of you. So I don't understand. But it is what it is. But at the same time, people go like, even my country right now, it's like we colonize again. So what's the celebration of these fake independence celebrations?
Bobby, right in the chat, said, note the Muzungu woman saying there are things we would like to see Nigeria do better. Yes, she said that. Both of them said it, actually. And both of them immediately started talking about democracy. Very interesting stuff. Mr. Untouchable, what say you here?
Yeah, I am a person who always I applaud peaceful situations. I know that Nigeria has had probably like 20, good Lord, 20, 30, 40 coups, as far as the leadership is concerned. And I also know that the this whole idea of this nation state called Nigeria, the matter has not been settled yet because there are too many distinctive nations, African nations, that exist within that territory created by Miss Lugard. And I think that you can't just push people in a particular space and expect them to coexist peacefully. So I think that the conversation, not only the conversation, but the idea of grouping of people together, that has not necessarily been settled yet. And yes, while we celebrate or they celebrate their independence and say this is a good thing, I think about Biafra. I think about the different African nations that exist in this place, and I think that there are people who not only want to separate and become distinct African nations, but they are waiting. They are waiting for an opportunity to define themselves as their own people. I think that when you create this whole idea of Berlin Conference, when you push all these people in these separate this big territory and say, well, we can call you all your bunch of Negroes over there in Nigeria, I think that it just is a matter of time when the whole thing unravels, and then the Africans need to come up with their own form and format with what they want to do with the continent called Africa. I don't think that the conversation is done yet. I think that the Berlin Conference is putting a band-aid over a gaping wound, and until you address that wound, there'll always be these little play acts. This is just a big act, until the next coup or overthrow of some so-called president, because Africa really needs to deal with what is the wound at hand, which is are we going to be African or are we going to be play Black Europeans? And that can't exist in an African space. I'm sorry. I'm done.
I agree with you 100%. We have to definitely make that latter decision that you mentioned. We can't be Negropeans in Africa. We got to be straight up Africans. House Rate Podcast, the chat says democracy and the rainbow agenda. It's what they always push. Yeah, that's probably one of the things they want Nigeria to do better with going forward in the future. Tanzania, you're a continental African here. Nigeria is 62 on Saturday. It's still Saturday where you are, so it's still Independence Day for Nigeria. What say you to this? Nigeria is 62.
Yeah, like I said, happy pseudo Independence Day. Yay, Nigeria. Yeah, as you can see, this is similar to the prompt that we started with the people in the bus. Now they're just in an open air bus, but basically it's the same thing. We're thinking that we're going somewhere, but we're staying in the same place over and over again. There is no such thing as democracy when your leaders are elected for you, and the ones that you do elect for yourself are usually taken out. So yeah, the other picture, they were looking into the camera. Now they're looking away because they know what they have done. So yeah, yay, sarcastically.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, by the way, I had a poll up tonight. Would you be interested in a study group to learn ham radio operation? I gave my whole spiel earlier about bug-out bags and why it's important to get involved in some things like this. You will be surprised what could happen. Some years back, there was a blackout in the Northeast here for like a day or two, like 2 days. And it was strange. No one almost knew what to do those first few hours. So if you guys who said yes, if you're not on the Discord, join the Discord. I'm going to create a channel. I'm going to get Bakari. Bakari's on the Discord. He knows the app in particular. I have it on my phone. I can't look it up right now. But he knows the app to study from. And let's try get that. Let's try make those connections. It's a good hobbyist type thing as well. You could get your kids involved, get your grandkids involved. So yeah, let's go ahead and do it. That's the show tonight. Azuliism. Are you going to be available this week to do this review of the spook who sat by the door?
Yeah, when do you want to do it?
I'll hit you up in a text and we'll work it out.
All right, cool.
Yeah, because a spook who sat by the door, they're making I'm pretty sure they're making a TV series about that coming out soon too. So it'll be a good time to review that film. Buana Hagoziki, do you have anything you want to shout out this week?
No, I want to shout out publicly. I want to shout out Koku for creating this infrastructure. He's a humble brother. He's been working tirelessly to bring us together in trying to build something that is substantial, that'll stand the test of time for us. And people, who is under my voice need to do what they can to bring their talents and efforts to support this man, because I think that what he is doing is productive and constructive, and he is one of the few voices, that is dominant in this whole darkness that we under right now. And I think that if you could assist and help him in any way that he asks, if possible, you try to do your best. You can, what you can, do what you can. Support him by throwing a rock if you could. Send some money. Send your voice. Give your talent. All the things that you would like to see within your community. You do it in this little small space, and we could see if we could blow it up into something that's bigger and greater. I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Untouchable. Tanzan, anything you want to shout out this week?
No, I absolutely agree with Bwana Haguziki. Appreciate the space, the opportunity to talk, to have discussions, and to hear different perspectives. It's not often that we get to do that. So yeah, I definitely appreciate what you're doing and everybody who joins us. And yeah, wow, we have gone over 6 hours. Okay, I'll try to be brief, but asante sana Koku, for providing this place for us, and to everybody else who joined. Bwana Haguziki, was the focused on, well, everybody else. So asante sana.
Yeah. Thanks you guys for those words. Yeah, we'll get it together, man. Together we'll go far. So if you have those talents, you have that time, etc., join the Discord, hit me up. There's work that we can do. I'll be back again next week for another Shoot the Breeze. I'm sure Tanzan will be on this week as well on Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow it'll probably be the Hash Rally podcast. D-Web is in the chat. He could let us know if they're on tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oni will be on at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Just in just a few hours, doing the Enemies Within segment of the Pro-Black Perspective. Brother Bakari should be on highlighting a business. Yeah, Hash Rally podcast is on tomorrow, right? Brother Bakari should be on. I think it's 4 p.m. for Bakari. Casidra Cheeks is now a part of the network. Casidra Cheeks will be on, I think it's at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure to check her out. So yeah, full day tomorrow. Matron on Monday, 8 p.m. I think it is. Again, Tanzan on Tuesday. Bakari will be on sometime. Forecast will be on sometime. And of course, Gas Them Up will be on with Tan and Jay or Jose next week, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you guys tune in to all those shows. I'm going to do a live this week as well. I'll work out with Azulia. We're going to review the movie The Spook Who Sat by the Door. I posted a version of it on the community tab. Yeah, KWAZ Radio, #Team Black. So we're going to do a review of that this week. If you've seen that film, look out for the notification. I'm going to try to post it a few days early. Come on through in the chat. Come on through on the panel. Let's have a deep discussion about that film, all right? All right. You guys, be good. I'll see you soon. Check out all the other shows on KWAZ Radio. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.